Thank you for waiting. I'm always late, I know, but I'm here. Welcome to Lossless, another episode. This is episode 9 of Lossless. We made it 9 episodes. Thank you, everybody who showed up. Happy to be here, I see in the chat room. I appreciate it, everybody. Tonight, I have a rule, okay? Everyone's complaining. The shows are too long. It's too long. What is it? 5 hours is too long, okay? So I have a timer on here, and if I go too long, it's gonna beep at me and let me know that I'm being a retard who stays on too long. So hopefully that will help. And I'm gonna try to keep it just to the topics and not go too crazy. The problem is when I get on here, I love doing it so much that once you get into it, you start to get warmed up. It's hard to fucking get off. You're stuck. And the time flies by. And next thing you know, it's 4 a.m. in the morning, and then people are waking up and then just starting to tune in again. Like a lot of the shows, the viewership will like drop in the middle of it. And then I'm like, all right, I'm ready to end, guys. And then it's like 4 a.m. in the morning, and then it jumps up again. Then I feel obligated to stay and feed the people the content. Let's see who's here tonight. I see a couple familiar names, maybe some new ones. Meta Ghost. He said, oh wow, late episode, kind of attracted to Elisa now, and it's your fault. I'm sorry. Let it be known, if you actually learn about Elisa, you will not be attracted to her. The biggest attraction to her, I guess, is maybe her exterior appearance, if she's your type. But I don't know, for me, when a woman's injecting giant amounts of whatever, that lip filler thing that makes your lips like this, it's really disturbing to me. But I'm biased because I think she's a cunt, so I have a different opinion of her looks and everything. So Richard Harris is here. Happy to be here. Thank you, sir, Richard Harris. Let's see. Let's freaking go. Lisa, hope I can stay awake for this one. I hope that's a comment that means like, I hope I get to see the whole thing and not that I've put you to sleep. But thank you for being here. Chris is here. He says Redbar's nice and might be watching. Guys, Redbar fucking watches this shit, okay? It's not even a bit anymore. The guy watches it. How much more fucking proof do I need to show you than me going, you and Ethan Klein are the same person? And then the next day, Mike goes live with a fake Ethan Klein tattoo on his neck, Shredder dog. Why would he have done that? You think it's just a big coincidence? There's no such thing as coincidences in this world. Not in my world. And then I was like, hey, that tattoo is gay! And then he removed it the next day, and he was like, it was a fake tattoo, guys! As if nobody knew. Like, we thought he actually committed to getting a Shredder tattoo as a joke forever. If he actually... Oh, you know what? Mike, if you actually got an Ethan Klein tattoo, a real one, and never removed it and kept it on you until you're dead, I would respect you. I would. But he went with the fake tattoo, like the little kids use, and it like washes off after a day or two. We're gonna get into some of this like Redbar fandom. I got a couple of things. Some of you probably have seen this, maybe not. This whole Redbar is watching thing is starting to turn into a very, very, very gay act. And I want to point that out. But I also have something on top of that, because this is a culmination of Redbar fans. And we're going to see the archetype of what a Redbar fan actually is today, okay? Not only is it people who do the Redbar's watching type of things, it's these guys who go out and then they'll contact people. So I not only have this video, I have as well people in my comment section. So here's the thing you guys don't know. When you leave a comment on my YouTube channel, make sure that the YouTube channel you're using is anonymous, okay? Unless you're just confident in what you've posted. When I see your comment, I'm going to click on it and I'm going to see what the fuck you are doing. Because you know what? If you come on my show and you say like, I'm going to leave a comment and be like, you suck. I'm like, okay, well, let's see what you're doing. What are you doing to be able to give that critique? If you're just a regular listener, it's fine. But if you're a content creator, a public figure, I will look at what you're doing and we're going to see some examples of it. You're going to start to learn that all of these Redbar fans look the same. It's all, if you took Josh Denny, Patrick Melton, and you molded them together and they had inbred children, this is the majority of Redbar fans. But then there's the other example, which is the gay Redbar fan. Well, those guys are gay too, but these guys are like next level gay. These are the newer fans that are like LGBTQ friendly and they want to have sex with men. So I have examples of them. And then one guy who reached out to guess who, probably the most alpha roided up man, as we all know him as, Mark Harley. I call him Mark Harley, okay? I know you guys have a nickname for him. I respect Mark. Mark is a friend of mine. His name is Mark Harley, okay? None of the, no, BGL, none of that stuff. Stop it. Mark is a lot more than this whole TFAC thing. Let the guy move on, okay? Now he does like TikToks and stuff. They're fantastic. And I would never lie to you. So somebody reached out to Mark to threaten him. And I have the whole conversation. We're going to go through that. And then we're going to see the reveal, what this guy looks like in the end of it. And it just will all come together, okay? Few other things. Elisa Jordana is back. We covered her last episode. She is back now doing her live stream again. Funny enough, I know she gets a lot of viewers, but like she was at 200K views on that video. And then you would think her return video would be like, holy shit, this is going to be a huge boost to her career. But she was just right back to where she was before it. No one really cared. But she is live. She was live when I started. Let me check to see if she still is. Yes, she still is. So I just want to drop her phone number in the chat room here. It'll allow you to call her. And then maybe we can time it out where all of you guys in the chat room call her. And then we'll like stream sniper. And then we can have some fun calling into Elisa Jordana's show live. Some other stuff. But let's just start getting into the meat, the potatoes of it. I want to get to, let's see. Oh, shit. There's more, too. This ties in, because I always think of something and it takes me on a tangent. So I think Mark Harley, and then I go, okay, Mark Harley. Why do I know Mark Harley? Me and Mark Harley know each other because if you guys are new, maybe you're not, you go back to the previous videos on my channel. It started with edits and stuff, but then my return was a stream I did with Mark Harley in order to take down this guy, Jimmernam is what we know him by. He has changed his name a million times. He's got multiple channels. Every time people try to fucking take this guy down, he comes back, right? And there's a big back and forth there. The main channel, the TFAC channel that he ran, was taken down. Not by me. Not saying it was me. But it went down. And that was the major one with like 30,000 subscribers. And he would post like Z, Kyle unique style videos where he does commentary. And he goes, yeah, guys, Brandon Schaub just bought a new dog. Isn't it pretty funny? Okay, here's the clip. And then he plays like the whole fucking clip. Then he comes back, yeah, wasn't that pretty funny? Jimmernam's like one of those guys. And I guess because he wrote TFACT as the channel name, they banned him for impersonation because people starting to be like, hey, this channel's getting more views than the actual show. Is this the real TFACT? That's what I think took it down. That was his main channel. And then he had another one called Morbid X where he was streaming live from it. And that just went down the other day. And there's this whole story arc where his ex-girlfriend, who he kicked out of his apartment and called the cops on, and that video got posted online. And then we did a stream, me and Mark, about this guy. And initially I was on the side of this woman. This woman is now psychotic. okay? Now she is a female Jimmernam who streams 12 hours a night and then goes and talks about this guy over and over and over again. And then Jimmernam's channel goes down, and then suddenly she's like, fuck, now what do I do? I have nothing else to talk about. So I need to start drumming up some sort of controversy. So she returned, it was let's see, the other day. Here's her show. And she is, guys, she's super desperate right now. Like, she wants people to tune in. And so she's trying to kind of like bait me. And you know what? I said, I'll take the bait a little bit. I'll take the bait. We're going to look. She comes back, and then the first thing she's doing is covering Elisa Jordana, which is what we did last episode. And then who else? She's just going to basically just talk about me and Robin, my girlfriend Robin, and with this alley woman who claimed that she was so terrified she needed to leave the internet. Guys, her whole family was doxxed. Her kids were doxxed. She's harassed. It's awful. She was sending all these emails, like these legal emails to Robin. And it was a fake legal email. She was like writing at the bottom, like, this is a confidential email. Sharing this with any third party can result in legal action. And she was basically playing pretend lawyer. Writing these emails like, you are harassing me. And her reasoning for it, she claimed we doxed her, or Robin rather doxed her, because she posted her public Twitter account, X account. This woman here on the right, Allie writes, okay? Zoom in on this fucking retard. This woman here, these pictures, like, not that they're great, but these are total catfishes. Like, this is not what this woman looks like, okay? This is definitely not what this woman looks like. I'm not going to show you. I don't want to be mean towards women anymore as far as physical appearance, but you guys are catfishing the fuck out of everybody. Your little sweet baby angels with these fake photos. This woman has now like developed new AI technology to like warp her entire face. It's crazy. She's got investors now that are giving her better beauty filters than I have. It's insane. So she starts up. Look, this is them. Their big comeback.
She's not the only one who's being awful online, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it's that community. It's like that kind of people that group together.
Yeah, right? It's strange. I still, like, you know, like you said, I don't know what to call that. Like, troll, drama, cruel, bullshit.
Wow. Well, what the fuck are you two doing? What do you call what you two are doing? Your entire channel revolves around slander and lies.
No substance.
Example of it.
Yeah. It's like it's too much. It's too dark. It's too dark for me, and that says
too dark.
A lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, it starts here, right? So, not just counting in the beginning of this, she brings up the same stupid lie claiming that I doxed somebody because she pulls out some message I wrote in a private Discord that she pulled that I made as a joke where someone was going back and forth and I said, oh yeah, come get me. I live at blah, blah, blah lane. And it was a joke address. That is a reference back to one of my older videos, the Redbar Clipper video. If you go back on my channel and watch it, it was the video about, you know, me taking a gun and shooting Mike in the head. So, yeah, I use a check because I was paying that guy Rich Facet to make a funny video and pretend to be Redbar. And I used this address on it. Turns out now, today, potentially this house exists, okay? So, and I admitted, okay, I'll never use that address anymore. But she tried to spin it into this like whole real doxing situation. But now here's another thing. She's just like so bad faith. Even when things are explained to her and disproven, she'll still run with it. So you'll see here, it says Robin, Meltdown, Dono played on Elisa Jordana IRL stream. They are fully aware that this is fucking fake, right? And it ties into what we were talking about last week about how you can send fake donations with any name, which ties into the idea of the Elisa Jordana claiming she's getting $2 million from guys. It's fucking fake, guys. The donations that are beyond $5, $10, maybe a $20 is fake. No one's sending $100,000 through a stream lab or fucking super chat. You would lose 30% of $1 million, $100,000. Why would someone do that? It makes no sense. Okay? Think with your fucking head. So somebody, this is from years ago, donates with my old username, which is Whoosh, to Elisa's stream and plays a clip of Robin, which was something recorded privately, totally unrelated. And they're like, oh, look, she's jealous, and Whoosh donated to a clip of Robin crying to Elisa. Now, after seeing last episode, you see how much I despise this woman, Elisa. Why would I have ever done this during the time we're in a relationship, right?
All right, so here is the original video.
She so smugly plays it like she doesn't even care.
And let's watch, and then I will walk you down the Elisa Jordana.
You don't even have to say her fucking name right!
Our timeline, and we'll just go through it. There's plenty of video evidence, and one of these oh my god, it's just, I can't even explain it. I'll try the best I can. So here, I guess, Lossless, or, you know, Harry Potter, whatever you want to call him. You
can call me your fucking daddy,
this is
bitch.
He donated to Elisa Jordana and Robin. I'll just say her name, fuck it.
Oh, yeah. She starts out this whole thing. I'm not going to mention the name. I'm not going to say their names. And then she's like, I'm going to say it. Fuck it.
Mrs. Gross. Such a shitty last name. Anyways, she has a meltdown and cries.
Yeah, if only people knew what your last name was. That would be embarrassing.
On your stream, so I'm asking.
No, but you asked that.
I
Did
never
you feel good
asked
about
that.
asking me that question?
Well, I would answer and say yes, I have, or no, I didn't need to.
So, it was just like, what's his fucking problem? Like, he asked me to do this favor and not mention him, and I didn't.
Robin.
Like,
Oh, God, not the Robin.
What can I possibly do
going?
to make these people?
So it's a donation. Somebody sent a troll who recorded her crying. Like I told you this last episode, guys. Robin, my girlfriend, this is 9 years, like over 9 years ago, she used to be a part of this Elisa Kerman and Friends thing. And then she found Podtrash because Elisa found Podtrash. And that's how I met Robin. And she jumped ship from this dumb bitch's show and came over to Podtrash. And that's how we met. And that's how we started dating, okay? This is a fucking weirdo who recorded a private VC of Robin crying on a day she was emotional about something, some dumb thing about like her friends turning on her. And someone recorded it and then sent it as a donation with my name. You can put any name and send anything to these streamers. And then she's just going to keep running with this narrative. So the thing is, May Noodles, you have no fucking content left, and it's totally evident. You know what happened last time? So this woman claims she has narcolepsy and cataplexy. So her first initial attempt at a triumphant return actually resulted in her just like falling asleep. So she started the stream and then she just never showed up. She just fucking fell asleep. And I want to give you an example of what that looks like when she hold on. So this is I'll give you an idea of what a May Noodle stream is, okay? We're gonna start with like the beginning of it and then how it ends. So here we go. Like open the image. So cataplexy is like a condition where your muscles like weaken or something when your emotions are running high, right? And she claims she has this cataplexy. So this is how a May Noodles stream starts. It's very accurate. So I actually believe her. Look, you see, strong emotional trigger. Okay, let's look in here closer. So this is how her stream starts. Strong emotional trigger. My ex-boyfriend kicked me out of my house, filmed it, and put the police on me, and now it's all over the internet. By the way, we got that Elisa Jordana body cam footage. You best believe we can get that body cam footage of that phone call, okay? Strong emotional trigger, partial cataplexy, weakness in the face and neck. That's what you see her talking where she starts going, I have a tongue twist. Weakness in the limbs and trunk, and then this. So this is how every May Noodle stream ends. But the last time she tried, this is how it started. So this is May Noodles, okay? And that's it. She just really had nothing to talk about because now that this Jimmernam guy's channel went down, she was like, fuck, I have nothing to complain about because she has this fake false mission that she is here to save the internet from this morbid guy. And then guess what happens? So today, and I said this, he's already fucking back. The guy already has a new channel that he can stream on. You guys don't realize you can just purchase YouTube channels, okay? Some people don't know this, but it's possible. You're going to see it here in a second. Sir Morbid X. Here is his new channel already. Here's his returning soon video. Very ominous. Some people were like, no, he's not going to come back for a while because his pride is hurt and now he can't live stream. There's no way he's going to come back. And he obviously was. I know he wasn't going to let that happen where all of his channels get taken down and then he looks like a douche. So he needed to come back. His pride wins in the end. These are the weirdest people I've met on the internet. For real.
Hard work pays off.
He steals all of his persona and like characters from wrestlers, basically.
Dreams come true.
Bad times
don't last,
but bad guys do.
But bad guys do.
I used to think that the prison inside my head was the only place that I could truly be free, truly be free. Rebel in what you are. Rebel in what you are.
Oh boy, very scary. The people's host of the people's channel. Because hashtag upright, you're using hashtags still in 2024. So look at this. He just basically bought some Asian guy's fucking channel. You can see it here. Welcome to the People's Channel, where the people's chat lives and the people's host entertains. We're the cool, uncool kids that play on this digital playground known as the Nobodies. Others constantly label us the bad guys, and we embrace that role with peace and love. Peace and mother, Howard Stern reference right here. Peace and mother fucking love, baby. See y'all in the near future because it's clobbering time, and all we do is smash, leave, repeat. And then there you go. Make sure to give me money via Cash App and Venmo. Cash App. These fucking people are so shameless. Just, yeah, guys, just, yeah, they have the little ticker where they stream their little fucking Cash App across the screen. Just like down here at the bottom, just constantly give me money, give me money. Someone else I need to get into that reminds me. But, yeah, enough of these fucking retards. I'm just sick of it. I got out of this whole thing because initially it was kind of fun to be involved because this guy Jimmernam / Morbid X was a guy who told a lie about my history, and this is pretty much the reason I came back to do this. It had nothing to do with Redbar or any of this other shit. It was this fucking retard telling this whole revisionist history that he basically taught me everything and I learned from him. And we disproved all of that. And then last episode, we had the clip of Vinny the lawyer, even Vince the lawyer on YouTube, he's called now, you know, backing me up and being like, no, that's not true. Podtrash was around way before all of this shit. Okay.
Like that. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, after High Pitch and I and that company stopped filming with High Pitch hooked up with this dude that is a criminal, as a felon, and he's in.
Yo, fucking pest. That's fucking awesome. The worst audio, man, but this is awesome. Fuck, thank you, man. That was true. That cut early, I don't know why. But he basically says, like, yeah, there was a company, it was called Podtrash, and they originated all of this stuff that all these guys tried to copy, including Shuli and this whole Dabbleverse thing. Mostly the Shuli network. That's where that thing comes from, the idea of a network. Because Shuli was involved in Podtrash, our old site. So it was all disproven. Jimmernam disproven. May Noodles now a lunatic. And she has this like clone of her named Allie who basically had this meltdown, and she was writing all these emails like, stop talking about me. Stop talking about me. You're ruining my family, my kids. And we didn't even do anything. We just pointed to her public Twitter. And now she's back up with May Noodles, spreading lies again and talking shit. So, good luck to you. Don't make me make you take another break. She's been gone for quite a while. I think, what was it, almost a month? I told you she'd leave the internet. There's people out there that think they can make me leave the internet. That fucking chance, bitch! You ain't got the power! You can't do it! You can't do it! You're not powerful enough! My autism levels are way too fucking high, okay? I've said this before. You could tell me somebody just raped my dead grandma in front of me. I am dead inside, okay? No feelings, all right? That is my superpower. I don't care about anything except what we're going to cover tonight, okay? So, let's get into the Redbar stuff, because I know that's what people are excited for. The first thing I want to bring up is this video of a guy who went to a Sam Hyde stand-up routine, which is weird, because I didn't know Sam Hyde does stand-up. I thought he just does these little podcast things and makes videos. But apparently, yes, Sam Hyde was there. He did a stand-up gig. And this guy goes up and does a Redbar's watching that's so embarrassing that the Redbar fans are trying to pretend this doesn't exist and wanted it deleted. But not fast enough. Redbar's watching. So here it is. Very short. Like me. But here we go. So this is right here is Sam Hyde. Hard to tell because it's very shitty the way this video is shot. And the guy thinks, oh, I'm gonna freak out Sam Hyde. Like, Sam Hyde knows of Redbar, and I think he had said at one point he respects Redbar, but he doesn't watch him because he doesn't want to be influenced. That's one of Sam Hyde's takes. He doesn't like to watch other creators because he feels like, oh, if I watch somebody too much, I'm going to start acting like them. And then, you know what? I made a comment about that. You become the monster. You start to feel like the guy that you're absorbing all their content, right? And that short I did very well, actually. The AI titled that one. By the way, creators out there, make shorts, because YouTube is pushing shorts like a motherfucker, okay? I don't care if you don't like shorts. I don't care if you think they're dumb. Just throw it into an AI and let the AI create it. Go to Opus. I think it's called like opus.pro or something. Throw your episode in there and let it feed out all these shorts, and then you can curate it from there. It does all the work for you. It looks exactly like all these other stupid shorts that everyone puts time into or claims they made themselves, okay? Just do it, because right now there's a push, and YouTube's going to be making a change very soon. Right now you get paid shit for shorts, but overall they're pushed further and they draw people to the actual content. But going forward, YouTube is going to start thinking long form content is less and less important, and they want people creating shorts. And so if you make shorts, eventually they're going to be, they claim, paying a lot more money for them. So get in on it now. Post shorts. Okay? Trust me. So here's this retard trying to scare Sam Hyde, and it doesn't go very well, and it's super awkward.
Redbar's watching. I don't know who that is.
They call him a faggot.
No, just
Sit down.
Yes, sit down. Sit down. Pagoon, this guy's name is.
Redbar's watching.
You hear it in the background. Redbar's watching. Shut up, faggot.
Redbar's watching. I don't know who that is. Redbar's watching. No, just
Shut up! Yeah, it just didn't get a good reaction. Wait, let me see this. Oh yeah. So Sam Hyde shaved his fucking face recently. That's why it's kind of hard to tell. Is this Sam Hyde? Or is this a clone? Because there is 2 people on stage with him. I'm not sure if it's like Nick Rutherford or something. But yeah, Sam Hyde did stand up at House of Comedy.
I don't know who that is.
That is Sam. Okay. So you can get a better look there. Very poorly shot video. It's over. Redbar's watching is over. This guy ruined it. No one should ever do it ever again, okay? This is very bad. It's illegal and gay.
No, just
And so it's hard to hear, but you actually hear Sam go, I don't know who that is. And then he goes, I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. He very calm, like he reacted to it very well. He didn't get flustered or anything. Yeah, you can see it clearly. By the way, Sam Hyde with his face shaved, who told him to do that? Look is not a good look. Not that there's much he can do anyway. But so I have some of the funny messages in the BBG. Let me see. Go through. Yeah. So here's some of them. Guess who's that? Look who's there! Zaire! It's you! Looking like, what the fuck? I didn't even see this. Look. Hella Zaire Zalukhudin. He has blonde, long hair now. Is this real? You're all chatted out now, Mark? Hella Zaire Mark Harley. He says, props for going through with this, but probably worst heckle ever submitted so far. Lee says, he sounded so scared while doing it. Not a good representation for Scars Club. There you go. Alexi, define going through with it. And they're getting very upset. If a heckler makes a sound but no one hears it, is it still a heckle? Okay. Here's some more. I don't want to see one more post about Sam Hyde after this. The anti-Sam guys have officially lost. Wait, what? The anti-Sam guys have officially lost? What does that mean? Well, I guess this guy did. He didn't accomplish anything, but I don't agree with that. Ayusha's yummy. I'm a fellow Sam fan, but lately he's been acting very poorly. Thank God Nick is there full time now. Keenan Thompson. Agree. But no Redbar fan clowning on Sam will be able to get to overcome the stigma of what happened here. He just got a get out of jail free card for the rest of his life. So yeah, that was such a bad Redbar's watching that Sam Hyde is never going to be covered. This is This is what is starting to be learned now. They're still all pretending as if Mike is this scary guy that you need to be worried about. It's not scary. It's not scary anymore. The illusion is gone. This guy going on stage and doing that is a perfect example. This is the representation of Redbar now. Like this guy, that type of guy. Redbar, he goes on and he gets very ignorant. He's like, Redbar's watching. Gets very fucking scared. The initially it started okay. It was like, Redbar's watching, Colin. Okay, kind of funny, but it was a Mexican guy. There's too many Mexicans in here. Here we go. Ew, he did not. I thought the myths of Sam Hyde fans in the BBG was a joke. Please just pretend to hate him from now on. Thanks. This goes on. They're flustered. They don't want people to see this. Look, I don't want to be a Redbar fan anymore. Aw, David. Luke says, we're in dark times. Dark times indeed. You've been in fucking dark times. Wake the fuck up! Party's over. As far as this whole thing. Like, Mike can be a podcast guy and he can cover stuff. But stop with this, we're so fucking scary. Fear us shit. It's gay. It's fucking gay. None of this is scary. Here we go. David, I'm ashamed to be a heckler. Trying to read this without getting emotional, guys. This is weak and also gay as fuck. Okay, you said it for me. Thank you. Delete before any more people see it, for fuck's sakes. Yaiko Chen. Icky, please delete your post. Eddie Garcia, fool's post. Eddie Garcia. Are you related to Juan Gomez? Fool's post. I don't know. I'm sick of this whole thing. Fool's post. Nick, bring back the other old guy who kept doing them. What was his name? He knew how to heckle. Okay. Well, all great bits must come to an end sometime. I guess Redbar's watching is dead now. Xander. Oh, hi, Xander. Give it another week, please. We've given it enough time. We've given it way more than enough time. Here we go. Here's some more. Here's the Ja Pagoon. So this is the guy who did it. It's pretty blurry. I have one with the actual picture. He's a goofy fucker. But he said, he put me on stage. It was awesome because I'm a Chad. Let me know if I was in the wrong. Anthony, you couldn't possibly be more wrong. Please just stop listening to the show altogether. Thanks. Like, they're trying to salvage this. Jesus Christ. Xander Mack looked more like he put you on the stage in a timeout chair as a way of shaming you to the audience. Yeah, what the fuck? He was clearly put in the naughty chair in an act of humiliation. They're trying to salvage this so badly because they know that this is really, really terrible. Japagoon. That was me, by the way. He was pissed. He like grabbed me physically. Haha. He's even trying to like reenact the old ones where maybe Sam Tripoli actually tried to grab somebody. But nothing happened. They just told you, sit down, faggot. La Rue say, show me on the doll. Jampagoon, was he doing an ironic set? Pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Sam Hyde, it's all about Artie. Did he do an ironic set? Did you just whisper Redbar's watching to Sam Hyde? Then he was mad though. LOL. It was like he just heard a friend's name and kept going. And then, let me see. I think this is the last. I wasn't scared. I was drunk as fuck. And then Lee Van Moore. I thought you were going to piss your pants. There you go. Redbar watching gay. Dead. Don't do it anymore. Stop it. Stop it. You might as well go into, like, a a Red Lobster and just say like Red Bar's watching to people. Like it's not scary anymore. This whole illusion is fucking broken. I'm telling you guys. Let's see. Let's look at all the very, very upset Red Bar fans. Let's see. Lol. Nobody cares about Red Bar anymore. Get over it already. Okay, ESG. Mike wants you to shake in your boots when you hear Red Bar. Yeah, no. This is all just a big scheme now. It's just become a marketing scheme. It's like, hey guys, I'll give you $100 as I feel bad. Juan, go and donate $5 to Destiny and Hassan Piker, and then they will mention you by forcing the guy to do it at that point. And then after that, you bring it back to me. I'll give you the $100. You lose $5, you make $95. And then in the end, I get more notoriety of something he clearly does not care about. Guys, he doesn't care about it. Remember that. Let's see. Shiv S. Shorts are good if you're a sports fan and listen to podcasts as you work for a short break. I got it. Ugly Money. Hey, Ugly Money's here. I've spoken to him a couple times in the comments and on Instagram. How are you doing, sir? Thank you for joining us. He says, LML, the anti-Sam guys. Yeah, I think the only thing I really don't like is just this possible past with Sam. Even having those allegations out there, and there's no proof if it's right or wrong, that's just bad for me. But also, like, the newer MDE content, I'm not really into, like, Fish Tank. Nothing really interesting to me. Old Sam Hyde content was way better. TJ Blackmore, it had anti-Sam undertones. Okay, here. ESG, sorry, buddy. Daddy Mike ain't gonna be mentioning you on his 9-hour stream anytime soon. No, he's not gonna mention me. He's going to respond subversively. He's already done it. I've already done my work, okay? I've already told Mike what he needed to hear, and he has made certain changes based on things that he's heard on here. I'm telling you guys. I went through it in all the previous episodes. Right now, he's just a guy I can cover. Why is it so forbidden to cover Red Bar? Like, even if you're a fan of a podcast, you can still listen to criticism of that show. Isn't that what Red Bar is? A lot of the people who were Red Bar fans were people who loved all of the people or the comedians he made fun of initially, and then through listening to him, you're like, oh, I can still listen to Red Bar, criticize these guys. Some guys do this whole thing like, I've been awakened. Like, I used to love Joe Rogan and like Joey Diaz and all these guys. And then Red Bar covered them and now I just hate them. And it's like, what? Why can't you like both? You're telling me you can't listen to Red Bar, criticize a Joey Diaz, for instance, as a former Joey Diaz fan, and still listen to Joey Diaz and enjoy both? Like, you can criticize someone, still enjoy it. You can hate someone and still watch it. Clearly. Jesus. Okay, Soup Party's here. He says, why are you screaming? Because I can. It makes you a real man when you scream. Didn't you hear? We've learned this now. Screaming equals funny. Screaming equals manly. You have to speak from your diaphragm. Fucking gay as fuck, man. Shiv's wait, Lossless, do you like Red Bar? I don't understand. This is the funniest part about this. I have not watched Red Bar outside of the like short clips that I get off of YouTube, because these Red Bar clippers, they fucking don't care. They'll take the newest episode and they will cut anything interesting, which usually comes out to be about like 3 clips per episode, and then they just blast it out. Some of these clips are like an hour long, and I'm subscribed to a few of the channels. Shout out to my clippers, because clippers I don't have anything against, whether they're Red Bar clippers or whatever. 444 clips. This is one of the channels I subscribe to. I do watch the Redbar Rewind one, but I'm convinced that Redbar Rewind is ran by Mike or Jules or somebody that he hired. It's too on the nose of what a Redbar clip channel would be. So that's usually it. If it's a free episode, I will skim. I'm very good at speed running through a show. Like, I can skim the whole thing, and I know from seeing older episodes from back season 18 and 19, and then 20 is like the last one I was like still watching. I can see where the segments are in Mike's show. Just quickly skim through them, and most of it is not interesting anymore. It's half of the show, and I'm not exaggerating. Half of the show is Redbar in the wild, and then him going, "You guys ready for another wild? You want to hear another wild? One more wild." And it's like, why do we need to see it? If it's an actual really, really, really good one, like I think there was one where they like freaked out this pastor. But then when I even think about that, it could have been anybody's name. It's not instilling fear because it's Redbar. You could show up to anybody's stream, right? I could go to that exact same stream and write, Lossless is investigating you, man. He has your text messages and he's going to be reading it on his next show. And it's fucking heinous. What I saw is so disgusting. It applies to anybody because the person doesn't know who the person is. Not because of Redbar. You could do that with any name. So that one was funny, but it's because you're just basically tormenting a random guy who has no clue what the context of it is. But those ones are funnier. The rest are just like Destiny, Hassan Piker. This streamer was donated $5 to say Redbar. Cut all that out. Cut all of that shit out. It's not necessary. You really think that these guys are gonna care? Let's see. Static says, so much hate in the chat. Why stay? Oh, why explain? You can hate a show and you can still watch it. It's great. Let's see. Soup Party, please leave this up for later. Oh, it'll be up. I'm not taking this down. Listen, Soup Party, you're not in the position to be ever talking about embarrassment or embarrassing content, okay? Cut it out. Cut it out, bud. Cut it out. You wanted to squash it? You want to hash it out? I don't know. Figure your life out. That doesn't revolve around me. Herpes Brennan, come on, funny man, be funny. I never said I was a comedian. Where does it say I'm a comedian on here? I'm not a stand-up comic. I don't do jokes. I'm here to give you the scoop, okay? And maybe sometimes something funny will happen. Just chill out. Chill out and wait for it. Gay bar. Herpes. He said herpes. That was a Redbar fan. Said herpes. ESG. The worst Redbar clip I saw was when he was talking about his Spanish barber lady. Never seen that one. Herpes Brennan. Yeah, so you think the better choice is to watch a guy who's upset about Redbar, telling him to stop being a weirdo, obsessive fan? Yes. Yes. I wholeheartedly believe you will have way more takeaway with this than you do watching Redbar. I do. Because this at least is telling you not to worship anybody, okay? I have no aspirations of being a person who is like, be loyal to me, love me, never criticize me. Imagine all this shit in fucking, what's his fucking name? Sorry, I forgot to put it up. Imagine all this shit in Redbar's chat. He would freak out, which, by the way, that's a good idea. Forget you heard that. He steals his Twitch chat. So he doesn't even have his own chat room. He just utilizes Twitch's chat system and then puts that as an embed on his website. So anybody could go in there, by the way. Why hasn't nobody done that yet? Guys, why has nobody done that? Good idea. To go into the Twitch chat for Redbar when he's live and just see how he handles these kind of comments. He would block all of you. He would just ban all of you. All of these negative comments, he'd be so upset. He would just block them. He's afraid of criticism at this point. Scary, man. He used to be like the vicious guy you were afraid of. Okay, let's see. Few more. Yeah, Gay Bar, we already know that you're like a Redbar fan who also is a fan of Down syndrome. So he's finally on the poster, guys. He's finally on a poster. You've been tracked, sir. All of your accounts have been tracked. We know who you are. We know where you're located. Okay? You ain't fooling no one. Let's see, Hipsy. Herpes Brennan said, so you're the arbiter of funny? You're the guy who decides what isn't funny, even though you never said one funny thing ever? Yes, I'm the arbiter of what is funny. If it's not making me laugh, it's not funny. Then it's up to you to decide if you agree or not. Sure. Funny is a very subjective thing. Whether something is good or not, as far as if it's like, I don't know, a skill set, that's not subjective. Yeah, funny. You can find something funny that I don't find funny, and I can find something funny you don't find funny. And I'm finding a lot of humor in something right now. But here we go. Take down the garbage pail, kids. Gay. All right, Pistol Pete. Shut your fucking mouth. Yeah, I updated it for you guys. You see? Shout outs to Sam Hyde. Okay, let's see. If Mike received the heat you received, he'd be asking Jules who it is and to ban them. Yeah, exactly. He wouldn't allow any of this. Let's see. Yeah, Pistol Pete's so upset. I'm sorry, Pistol Pete. Hopefully you'll get over it someday. Okay, what do you think of that Just Rude channel? The channel is weird as fuck. I've never seen that before. I've never seen it before. I called Mike David and he is watching. Damn, man. That's crazy. Well, thank you for tuning in, guys. Let's move on here. Let's go to this. This is great. So here, this is an example of a Redbar fan who threatens Mark Harley, of all people. Mark Harley, a guy who could fucking twist your head off like the lid of a fucking pickle jar. And so this guy thinks that he was going to threaten Mark Harley. Here we go. Let's open this up. And he sent this to me. He said, "Go ahead, you can play it if you want." Here we go. Screen. Here's the guy, Roman Rosina. If you're in the Baby G, maybe you might recognize one of these guys. Roman Rosina. He's kind of a different archetype, but then there's the other archetype. It's the really fat guys with the ginger hair, the neck beard, and, you know, usually glasses, sometimes not. There's a lot of them. It's like a Patrick Melton, Mershy kind of looking guy. So, hold on, let me go here. Let me see if I can find some music for the... Wanna... Okay, look here, guys. This was sent to Mark Harley. Redbar is fucking frightening, guys. I'll shit my pants reading this. Here we go. This is from Roman Rosina. It says, your fans, indeed, just like you, Mark, the lowest rung of the gene pool. True, tried, and tested middle America cargo shorts wearing backwards cap morons with no higher education, OT, any other prospects to their name. You really cater to a highbrow audience there, intellectual giant that you like to fashion yourself as. Hey, my dear 40-year-old assistant guy, you do know that Redbar's got you in his sights now permanently, right? It's not exactly looking pretty for you either. To put it charitably, you're going to shine, my friend. Enjoy the ride, Marky boy. And then this continues, guys. This is not where it starts. This is just stops. This is just the beginning. He recorded his whole message with him. Then Mark responds, LOL, Redbar? Imagine being afraid of Redbar. It's not looking pretty for you, you close clace. You are deeply afraid of him, as was so succinctly clear in the brief appearance you made on this program, where he practically bended you over and made you a little obedient puppy dog. He didn't do shit. Then I mocked him, and he didn't do shit. What a pussy's cripple who's scared of Sam Tripoli beating his ass gonna do to me? What are any of his followers gonna do to me? Absolutely nothing. Just like you giant pussy. Redbar's my bitch and scared to say a goddamn critical thing to me. He ain't about that life, and neither are you. You and him equal a couple of bitches. Bro, you sent screenshots of our combo to Redbar, you fucking queer. How did you feel when he didn't give a flying fuck? LOL. Oops. Get back to being a closet case, wannabe / never will be model, and cry yourself to sleep with the knowledge you tried to suck Redbar's dick, and it backfired spectacularly. So let's take a moment here. Because this is the thing. This guy wrote all of this. And then in the end, there is actually messages from Mike. I will see if I pull it. Mike responds to Mark and basically says like, this isn't true. This isn't true, Mark. We love you. We're team hella Mark. Yeah, okay. He knows what's going on. You know, he knows what's going on. Okay? So stop trying to horseshit the guy. He's well aware. I will send him these too. How's Brendan's fat tongue saliva taste in your mouth, bud? Now imagine what this guy might look like in your head. Like, reading these messages, what you imagine him to look like, right? You want to meet in LA? I'm in Silver Lake next week meeting some friends. Yeah, let's definitely meet. Let me know when you're here and where you're at. Anywhere you're at, I'll come and we can see what you say to my face. Sound good? And here we go. Roman. The scariest of men. Roman. You do not want this man in your face. This is the face of a psychopathic killer. Doesn't matter if Mark Harley's 30 times the size of him. He's determined, and he's a Redbar fan, and Redbar fans back him up. He will kill anyone in his path. Roman, LOL, I know it might be hard to fit me into your busy schedule of blowing random dudes in gay bathhouses, but let's at least make an effort. Deal, man, boy. I'm literally so fucking scared. If it's okay for you, I'll have a guy filming our interaction too. He's not backup or intimidating, you don't have to worry. How tall are you, by the way? I'm 6'4". Okay, buddy. 6'4". We're supposed to believe that? Bring high heels so you won't look like a short king. Who's this handsome chiseled god? You're absolutely Okay, this is just pretty much like a gay guy, I think. That's the thing. I think a lot of these Redbar fans that are like really angry and they do this shit where they're like, hey guys, I'm gonna fucking kill you and murder you. It's usually gay men. I'm noticing this pattern. Like the most aggressive guys that come after other men, other grown men on the internet, they're usually really, really, really gay men. Telling you, I'm not just making that up. I've seen it many times before. And what male model is not gay? Okay. Oh, we need our music back. Here we go. It says, can't wait, don't back out. Love that you're 6'4", 6'4", 160. But seriously, don't back out, pussy. Mark wants the smoke. Like, he does not give a fuck. He will meet anybody. I've heard Mark actually say, even when it came to like other people, he's like, I don't give a fuck. With Jimmernam especially, because he actually lived like 40 minutes from Jimmernam. He's like, if you want to fight me, I will show up to your fucking apartment door. I do not care. I will even sign a waiver. You can put me in an armbar first, because Jimmernam's excuse was like, I don't want to go to I don't want to get arrested for killing you, you know? Some dumb excuse like that. Here we go, he says, but seriously, don't back out, pussy. That would be a terrible look for a big, strong, 6'4", very intimidating, non-manly, very straight and masculine male like yourself. He says, I'm 5'2", by the way. You should be light work for a 6'4" alpha king like yourself. Wait, Mark is not 5'2", is he? No, he's not. He's joking, right? I actually don't even know. Like, Mark could be a really big guy who's just, size-wise, he's 5'2". Oh. Make sure when your male lover films the interaction, he sends it straight to Redbar. Oh, Redbar is fully in on this. Filming the interaction was actually his idea. Let's get going. I'll propose an address soon. I'll have to hash out the details with my LA contacts for a real while. Hang in there, bud. Ew, this is gay. You're just giving away that you're gay. You're a fucking model. I have to get with my LA contacts. Isaiah, I think his name was, your new boss. Redbar is fully in on this. LOL, you truly are delusional. We'll see if we can get your turn up, LOL. Let's be honest, kid. Your pussy ass will never meet me in person. But I'll be waiting for that location. I'm 6'4". LOL. In your mind, what was that supposed to intimidate me? Laughing emojis. Sincerely, just give me an insight. Intimidate you? Damn, your words, not mine. Dayline was designed to that. You brought up your height after asking mine, and your mind being 6'4" should do what to me mentally. It's for the shot. Smiley face. We're deciding what lens to use. LOL. Pre-production, my guy. You're a model, right? Actor, filmmaker. Oops. Hit a sore spot, my bad. All of the above, my sweet boy. Jeez, this is like long. Like, you fucking Redbar fans are having these long fucking conversations with Mark Harley. Let alone, I think Mike actually had said, stop contacting the fools. If you even want to call Mark Harley a fool, I mean, the guy is a pretty intelligent guy. From my conversation with him, Mark Harley's a smart guy. He's not a dummy by any means. He reads people very well. When he did that interview with Mike, he knew what was going on the whole time. I mean, I can even pull up a clip because they're trying to convince Mike is, that it was never a joke. There's an old clip you can pull up of Mike going like, he's comparing something he's watching that's a really bad interview where it was Megyn Kelly interviewing Tony Hinchcliffe. And Megyn Kelly looked very bored. See, I got good memory. And then Mike goes, he tries to do it under his breath. He's like, this is almost as bad when I interviewed Mark Harley. And then he does a whole thing where he goes like, this is me interviewing Mark Harley. And then he just like puts the phone out and makes faces like he's so bored. Like, he's gonna see that shit, you dummy. Be better at fooling people. Like, Jesus Christ. All of the above, my sweet boy. I'm a multilingual Renaissance man. I speak Italian, French, and Portuguese fluently. I'm a worldly man. Just no credits to your name. Got it. A real Renaissance failure. Credits to your name, Mr. Mark Harley. I'm waiting. I don't know what this is. Message hidden based on your hidden words preferences. Was he calling like a Negro word? I saw someone say Mark Harley looks like Busta Rhymes in whiteface. That was a funny fucking comment. That was a funny comment. Whoever said that. My guy, if this was the level of game you got, you're screwed when we meet. Practice a little bit, my guy. I want you to look good. No need to dig holes for yourself, my boy. My boy. Oh my god, man. How do you have this fucking time? So you have no credits, I take it. No modeling credits, because it's starting to look like you're gonna get ragdolled in front of the camera kind of real bad. Now he's like basically threatening physical violence on Mark Harley. No acting credits, no filmmaking credits. Oh, you want to ragdoll me? Very good to know. Should be very easy for you, seeing as you're... I'm 21 years old, coming into my prime, old dog. Ugh, a 21-year-old? Redbar fan, okay. 6'4", are you gonna hit me too, or just toss me around? I've practiced striking for over 3 years, and that's kickboxing only. Nice, so you want to hit me? Only in self-defense. Kissy face, I want to kiss you. You just said you're gonna ragdoll me, not in self-defense, preemptively. Sounds like a threat. What do you think about making out a little bit, Mr. Hellboy? I'm a good kisser? Guys, this is taking a weird turn. By all means, attempt to kiss me. I think I will. Alright, well, thanks for writing all that down. Lange Park? First step. Familiar? Actually, come to LA. Hit me up when you're here. I will. Next week. I'm flying from New York next week. Yep, I'll be waiting. I doubt it, but we will. You're checking out. 90%. Hold on. I went to the wrong screen. No, but I want to show it just to prove it. So Mike actually reaches out to Mark. And I just have to go through the messages and find it. Give me a moment. Scary music. Okay, let me look through it. It's not far back here. By the way, guys, how are ya? Herpes Brennan. He said, "We've decided, don't worry, we ain't trolling over it?" What does that mean? I don't understand what that means. You'll have to explain yourself better. Reality Lossless is Billy the Plug. That's not reality. Lossless is not Billy the Plug. Billy the Plug is another guy, and people know him. Actually, they did Billy the Plug dirty. He was cool enough to come up on camera for these guys, and then they like recorded him without his knowledge. Very Redbar-y behavior. Okay? Not nice, guys, okay? Here. This is a guy who used to be a Redbar superfan who clipped the show. Superfan? No. Wrong. Clip the show? Correct. Told by Mike to stop sending him obsessive 5,000 word unanswered emails. Not true. And clipping the show. Hope that helps. Nope. You're lying. You're lying. I have the whole email exchange, motherfuckers, where Mike left a comment on my YouTube channel asking me to reach out to him because I made the video and it's all there. Go. The Sam Tripoli video where I discuss, hey, I reached out to Sam Tripoli and he said he's coming for you. So Mike or someone warned Mike. And then Mike left a comment on that video saying, hey, reach out to me. I need to see those emails. And I reached out to Mike. I sent him the emails. He thanked me. And he said, oh, by the way, I saw your channel clipping. And he said, it's good. And then we went back and forth conversation. It's even in the BBG. Mike shared all of the emails where it's a back and forth conversation. Why do you guys lie? See, this is the thing. You don't need to lie to make something funny or to make fun of someone. The truth is funnier than fiction, okay? Lying is just lazy. It's lazy. You can do so much better than that. Like, you could find funny within the truth. You never have to lie. I promise you. I promise you. Those emails, back and forth, there is funny parts about it where Mike fucking flipped out and then he wrote me an insane bipolar snap reaction email where he was like, you're being a spurg. I told you to wait, because he misunderstood a link that I shared, because we got to this point where he was saying, okay, send me clips and then get approval for them. And I sent him an unlisted link. He mistook it for a public link and thought I didn't wait for his approval. And then he spurged out and said, you couldn't wait, just sit and stay. And you've seen Mike's examples of Mike's angry emails. You've seen the Sven call examples of how Mike can be a real douche and a dick. And me, as a guy who was a new fan to the show, was not aware of this side of Mike. I thought I was like, yeah, he's probably vicious on the show. And then from our initial emails, I was like, clearly it's a character. The guy's a nice guy. He flipped out. I didn't respond to that email. Then he wrote me a follow-up. And he said, on second thought, the previous one was like, you're spurgin, you have all your life to upload, basically being condescending, saying you couldn't upload anything but my clips. You were wrong, okay? And I gave him an ultimatum. We could have took that bag and bought the whole fucking lot that the Redbar Studios is in and fucking demolished that shit. And I gave him a choice. He said Lossless is good. So you as Redbar fans are going against Mike's wishes. Mike said Lossless is good, okay? He said it. You don't believe me? I'm going to prove it to you. And he loved my video. And someone actually emailed him and he said he loves my show. Okay? So you're going against Mike's wishes. And this isn't the first time. Unbleached. So I've been doing appearances on Unbleached show recently. And he's getting the same comment like, you're broke bar. And it's like, you guys are so fucking lame. You think a mounted TV, Mike has a patent on this or something? That this means Redbar owns this, just putting a TV on the wall. He did not invent this, guys. Stop it. Stop. You're going to attack every creator that mounts a TV and be like, you're being a Redbar ripoff. It's like, okay, then Mike's a Howard Stern ripoff. Mike's a Tom Green ripoff. Mike's an Opie and Anthony ripoff. Mike is a ripoff of everybody who came before him. Like, in content too, but the TV as well. He didn't come up with the fucking TV in the studio. And it's as if you deny it. I said, thanks, Mike, for the TV. One of my earliest episodes there. Name that. The fuck out of here, you motherfuckers. You're being bad faith. And bad faith, it's not good. You don't win points being bad faith because people can easily disprove it. That's what we're going to do right now, okay? Let's look. The Redbar Clipper story. Look here. Here it is. Who's this right there? Who is this? Huh? This is after our email exchanges, guys. After Mike spurred out in my comment sections multiple times. All of it. What is this? This is good. Okay? Well, what else could this mean? Laughing. Look, not just a ha. Ha, 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 ha. Many ha's. That's a full-on belly laugh. This is good. Okay? And then in the video.
I have even run off all the good clippers. They're too scared. I've caused too much of an issue, I guess. Because now no one's clipping nothing.
The way this went down, this is my call. I gotta vouch for this myself.
Clipping a famous rap would put me a cunt hair away from being made.
Let's see you do this.
We did get recognized, though, the other day.
He might have recognized me at the gas station. He could lamb anytime.
This is where Mike had a decision. He had a very, very important decision to make.
This guy, Lossless,
He's the worst.
was good.
Oh.
All of them. I've never really had a problem with any of them.
You saw that, bitch? Look at that.
This guy, Lossless,
He's the worst.
was good.
You gonna go against Mike? You gonna go against Mike? Would you like to take it back now? Your father said it, his own words, right there. Against Jules, by the way, his own wife.
This guy, Lossless,
He's the worst.
was good.
Thank you. Thank you. And then Jules has to correct herself.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh. Oh, you're right. Mike knows what the fuck is up. He knows. That's the thing. Mike makes shit up, right? Or exaggerates stories and stuff. When it comes to addressing things, I think he's pretty truthful, or at least in this time period. I have not really watched like the full-on episodes for a very, very long time, guys. I'm telling you. But he does it again too. Let's go.
All of them. I've never really had a problem with any of them.
I made Mike start a new rule about Clippers, bitch. You do not want videos like this being made. Now he's all, like, oh, I feel better now because he knows who I am. But he has no idea. Even still. No choice.
Oh, God. Lossless, good. Lossless. And the YouTube clippers. I mean, you should see. I can't even say who these people are anymore.
That's me.
Because it's so dark.
Clipper couldn't even say who these people are anymore because it's so dark. Okay. Thank you finally for fucking telling me. Jesus Christ. Something hijacked my audio and made the mic lower. Motherfucking niggers! Is that better? Is it better? Let me turn that off. Okay.
I mean, they're sitting there along with these guys.
Scariest ones. Yeah, the Redbar's watching, not scary. The Clippers are scary.
But you're not going to believe who the newest guy is. It's really
just as predicted.
Not going to even make sense to you. So I'll show you this.
It's something unpredictable. And that's right.
We set you up, you stupid idiot.
This was all by design. I shouldn't even have to, like, I thought maybe that would be clear by now.
You got set up and you did exactly what we said you were going to do.
Rich Facet, what will he do for the money? Dangerous. Does anybody know who Rich Facet is? Does anybody remember that name?
Rich Facet. What will he do for the money? Anything I tell him to do. Giving it a year. Gave it way more than that. Okay. And there you go. Lossless, good. He said it multiple times. You're going against Mike's wishes. Mike is afraid of me, and he also loves me. Okay? Okay, the chat room went a little crazy here. Let me see. Jesse's here. Podawful. Thank you. Happy to be here. Here we go. Ian. This is unbelievable, Cope, and I'm here for it. Tell the story 9 more times. Ooh, you were very easy to pull into here. You fell for it. Herpes Brennan, hope that helps. The Josh Denny type. Yeah. So there's these guys who leave these comments on my videos too. And you're going to see. Okay, let's go to just an example of some of them. I'll go to the last episode that I did, and then you see guys who will write the comments where they're super angry. And it's like, why leave? It's not that I mind it. You guys can leave all the comments you want, but why leave comments on the behalf of another grown man on the internet?
Still doing
you like him, I get it. You like his show, but why are you so defensive? It's so bizarre that you can't allow criticism of a guy that you like, right? It should be something you just go, okay, whatever, I don't care. But yeah, a lot of positive comments actually starting to come in. So I appreciate that. All you guys are actually giving the show a chance. Some guys from last episode said, holy shit, you were the guy who made Wish Dish Me. That was my favorite site when I was in high school. That was pretty cool. So a lot of people didn't know that. Redbar, yeah. Redbar's probably not watching this garbage. It's a lot of the same shit, like Redbar's watching. All that shit. Francis Patrick Keevil shows up and he goes like, very embarrassing stuff. By the way, if you saw what Francis Patrick Keevil looks like, he's a fucking doofus with like 2 man buns on his head, and he's got like a septum piercing. And I told him, you got one of those piercings that women get to look like livestock, Lucy. I said, you also look like a gay magician. He said, maybe he is, leave him alone. See, Podtrash segment was great. The whole era sounds ridiculous. Definitely would watch a longer video about it. There's a lot of really cool stuff in there. I have a lot of really cool history that I can bring up. I haven't even dug into any of like the old content yet. Let me see if I can find one of these guys. The funniest thing I saw was on one of my shorts where I was talking about the whole Redbar and the Wild scam, and then this guy was like, "I'll have you know, 60% of the audience is Mexicans," and he said it seriously. Let me see. Here's one of, yeah, this is one of them. 666 Hellview Lane. You are done. That mouse is like you're on a laptop. Auto fool. Okay, so in this case, this is an example of not being truthful. Like, what does that even mean? You are done. The mouse is like you're on a laptop. I have a mouse, and then I have a trackpad. This is a MacBook Pro, which is attached to here, and then I have a Windows computer down here, which is attached to here. I have 2 computers. I'm running both. So what does that comment even mean? And so I said to him, you should have deleted your YouTube channel before leaving this content. It's too late, by the way. So let's take a look at this guy's channel and see what a guy like this is saying and doing.
World, do you realize that Adam and Eve never
used Brondo?
Okay, so here we go. This is 666 Hellview Lane. Now remember this face, guys. This is the face of a Redbar fan. The neck beard, the same type of hair. No offense, fat. And yeah, this is what you're making.
Banged, tenderized the nether rod with the squishminton.
Tenderize a rod with the squishmint. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, okay? Come correct. Come heavy if you're gonna come at me over content, okay? Let's, I don't know. I had another one of him. Wait, see if I can find it. It's like him, like, wearing all these weird outfits, or it could be other guy, because I don't even know at this point. They all look the fucking same. Oh yeah, no, that's the other guy. Let me see. There's another guy. His name is Future Wolf. So he left another comment, similar thing, where he's like super angry, and I was like, all right, wonder what this guy's content is. Look at this, by the way. Here. Tell me the fucking difference. Tell me the difference. Look. Redbar fans. This is a Redbar fan. A Josh Danny look-alike, a Melton look-alike, a Future Wolf look-alike, the other faggot that we saw. They're all the same, like, species of man. And here's his video. Future Wolf. Let's see.
This fucking movie. There's trees.
There's trees.
That's not how fucking matches work. This fucking movie.
Wow. That's very interesting stuff, guys. You really opened my eyes.
If you didn't get your tree fixed, do not worry, because I have a special gift for you. The trailer for Trees 2, Root of All Evil. Yes, they made that. Someone watched this and said, let's do it again. But no, this one looks way worse.
See? You're fucking making my viewers plummet just by having your fucking face on screen. Like, dude. Fuck you. If you got really good content and you leave it on my channel, or you're just a complete random, then fine. But don't come at me with this shit, dude. Like, what the fuck? I'm actually thinking maybe I'm wrong, because they all look the same. This is possibly the guy who... You remember where they were doing that whole thing where people were posting their Redbar living rooms? And there was that one guy who had Mike's exact outfit the same fucking day. He was wearing like the Kanye shirt, and then he had the same glasses, the same haircut, and then he had the cigar, and he was sitting in it. He had his bar set up exactly like Mike's desk. It's like, These guys are designing their living rooms to look like Redbar Studio. It's sick. You are sick. And this might be the same guy. It looks a lot like him, but that's the funny thing. They all have the same archetype of facial structure, and the neck, beard, ginger. And then, so the breakdown really is like, okay, there is 60% Mexicans, according to actual Redbar fans who came in to my comments and told me. And then I would say probably like 35% is those types of guys, these neckbeard types that dress like Mike, and even more because they're white, they can get a closer resemblance to Mike. And then the other small percentage are like Mike's investors, probably guys who send him money and stuff, build his whole studio. Hellview Lane. This is TKY. Escape from Hellview. Let's see. At a certain point, I think it'd be fun to just open up the panel here, and then all you motherfuckers could just be up on here. And then we could really go toe to toe. Here's Roman, by the way, the guy who threatened Mark Harley. This is who represents you, Redbar fans. This is your representation, okay? It's a lesbian. Yeah. Need I say more? Like, really? No one's afraid of you motherfuckers. If that, and that's probably the best of the best. I can only imagine the guys who like are mostly in the chat rooms. Let's see. Let's give you some attention there. Let's see. Gadabot. Here we go. Hey, Gadabot. Redbar is pooping in a bag. Very true. Kif Dunwich. Francis Patrick Keeble is one of the dumbest guys. Yeah, you could see him. You could see him in his Instagram. It's public. I mean, I could pull it up, but I'm not going to. Fuck you, Francis. I don't care enough. But yeah, look up Francis Patrick Keeble Instagram, and you'll see he's like a pretty heavyset guy, and he has 2 man buns like a Twitch girl or anime girl, and then he has this like septum piercing that women usually get. So I am not offended. It's okay, Francis. I wish you all the best. Yeah, Redbar's pooping in a bag. ESG, Mike also has transgendered in his BB. I don't know what that means. LOL says Jesse's peeing in a bag. What? So that's the whole comeback. Like, Mike shits his diapers. Jesse pees in a bag. Very original. It's hot when some women have nose rings. Yeah, but not. Francis is not a woman. A man. I think. Non-binary. Yeah, 60% non-binary Mexicans. That dude, he says maybe illegal immigrants, I'm thinking. Yeah. Yeah, but then how are they affording Redbar? They must, yeah, they're using like their government assistance checks on Redbar. So I did the percentage breakdown. Then like the last percentage of it is like, I guess, somewhat wealthy guys. Because I remember in that whole breakdown where they were posting their living rooms, one guy was like, look at me watching Redbar on my laptop on a jet. It's like, ooh, like, cool, dude. Cool, man. Are you the guy who gave Mike a huge loan for that studio? Is that why he moved to Tucson? Ken says, piss and a deuce truce. Gatabacho, do you have a trackball? No, I got the Apple Magic Mouse. I don't understand why Mike uses the Magic Mouse. It's the worst fucking designed mouse ever. It's not ergonomic. It's super uncomfortable. The charger is on the bottom, and it's a lightning charger, and you can't like set it down. You have to like plug the cable in and just like go like that and leave it on its side. It's the dumbest design. It's uncomfortable to use. It's harder to do like zooming and gestures with. The trackpad is fucking huge. You can just take in fucking image and go to it, and then, like you do on the iPhone, pinch with 2 fingers. Why would you not be using this? Especially for a show where you're trying to present things and zoom in on them. It's very easy, and then you just scroll. Wow, 2 fingers, very hard. Very hard to do. Why would you not do that? You're using a phone all day doing the same fucking gestures. Why would you want to be doing this? Like zoom into stuff. And then control, swipe with 2 fingers. Very easy to do. I'm smarter. I'm smarter. Mike, get one of these. Do it. It's gonna help you. He's stuck on that thing. It's stupid. It's the dumbest thing. I have one of those. That thing is still in the box. I have like the iMac, fucking 5K iMac in the box, just sitting there, and the mouse is tossed in there with it. I fucking hate it. It's the worst. This controls the Windows computer. That's it. There. Does it explain everything to you now? Does it all make sense? I don't care. Comedy Shaman. Is that the real Comedy Shaman? Let me see. I have to click on go to channel. You never know these days. Just a jackass that tries to make people laugh. Yes, it is. Comedy Shaman, come up on my show. Come up here, man. Come up here and like tell us what you've been up to. I'd love to hear from you, man. He says the first guy has more of an April Imhelt 5-head, identical otherwise. Yeah, speaking of which, you know what? I want to give some love to Clippers. And you know what? This is a Clipper that doesn't like me, but I actually approve of his content. He hates me because I criticize Redbar, I think. That's what I've heard. But he did this, I don't know, I feel like Clippers are getting inspired. I inspire Clippers to do like these edits, and his edits are mostly about Steel Toe, Citizen M, and he's doing a good job. So despite his bias against me, I do want to give him a shout out.
Previously on Steel Toe Morning Show.
April.
Ever heard of the Dabbleverse? I have not. What's that?
I'm Stuttering John. Would my wife dance topless in clubs for money?
Stuttering John's in Rent.
You are the least funny person I've ever met.
Our new announcer.
I'm so happy to be here.
Stuttering John.
Boom!
Stuttering John.
My hands and my feet itch.
I thought you had dabbled occasionally in stand-up.
Did you listen to the Who Are These podcast episode about you, and if so, how did you take it?
Meanwhile,
I mean, this is my life.
And I want to spend the rest of my life with
Ashley Overrope.
And I've consented to give my hand
This motherfucking shit's
to Harry.
I think it's because the street.
You're the one that always gets in accidents, and you driving with the kids, that is a terrifying concept.
Drive with me, they'll get there sooner.
Oh my god, no, unless you get pulled over, then you actually take longer.
Well, that's when you,
you're
honey,
talking to
that's
a
when you
policeman.
use the kids as leverage.
It's over.
What Robert is trying to say is that I want a divorce.
Like that was in very bad taste.
I didn't think
Not
it was
to
in
mention
bad
a violation of privacy.
Whose privacy?
Our privacy, the family's privacy. I think it is a very private matter.
Is that what you mean?
Excuse me?
I don't know. Apparently, I've been cucked.
No, I had a very personal matter to attend to.
Ooh, a personal matter. Fun. Would you like to talk about it?
No, babe, that's why it's called a personal matter.
Oh.
Aaron's parents said, is this stuff true? Like, is this verified information? Or is he just kind of... Like, how would Citizen M know about this stuff? That's my question. Input. I want to know if like this stuff is actually accurate. Like, how the fuck does he know that stuff? Hold on, let me catch up. Yeah. Podawful. I didn't. Oh, okay. Wait. Go back. You're breaking down some guy's mouse right now. You guys fucking asked me. Like, what the fuck? You're asking questions. I'm giving you answers. What do you want? You want me to ignore you and just pretend you don't exist? That's what I usually do. I'll go through this whole fucking show and pretend you guys are not even there. And then maybe once an hour, I'll go, oh wait, there was a chat room. Let me bring that back up. Like, I want to speak to you guys. I want to interact with you guys. Even if you're talking shit, I don't care. You guys can say whatever you want. It doesn't matter. But if somebody says something like, are you using a track pad? And then I have other guys on the comments. They're like, you using it? It's like, okay. Whether you care for the answer or not, I'm going to give it. Because it was actually interesting. I think the trackpad's better. Oh, they're fighting. So Jesse's fighting now. There is a battle between Redbar and Podawful fans. I feel like Mike should have just been nice to Jesse. That probably would have been a better idea in retrospect. You think he would have learned his lesson? It doesn't matter if someone's a content creator, a clipper. All of this is creative outlet. And then when you act like a fucking dick, someone might just use that ability to just constantly be fucking with you, you know, or making fun of you, whatever they choose to do with it. It's not necessary to create enemies. But that's the world we live in. This is reality. And so here's what's going on now. We see here, yeah, they all just use my jokes. It's crazy. LOL 1280 with no avatar, of course. So when you see these no avatar names in the chat room, it's basically a group of maybe the total of 8 people. Poster childs. Zoom in on that one if you want to know what that's about. And they basically just create alt accounts. So it's the same like 4 or 5 guys at best. And then they all have multiple accounts. So that's really who you're speaking to. Just letting you know. And they says, you don't make jokes, Jesse. And he says, I make all the ones you use. He has to be in those type of guys. It's no coincidence. I don't believe. What motivates you to keep going? I enjoy doing this. You guys, if you're new or not, you have to realize I have been doing this way before all of this channel. Way before. Like back to 2009. So this is the thing. I'm not going to spend all fucking day rehashing like, what is it, 2009 to 2018, that whole history. Eventually I'm going to start making content out of it. But like small things that were still cool about it. It's still relevant today. But I had a show exactly like this. Instead of a physical TV, it was a virtual TV. And I did the same thing I'm doing now. This already existed. I just returned under the new name. And this was supposed to be a clip channel because it was something I was doing when I was bored during the pandemic, when all of us were stuck at home. And I said, let me try and help out someone. And you know what? I'm the naive one because it had been 5 years since I had done any sort of content, right? Cheers. This is water, by the way. Okay? Trying to be healthy. So I was looking for something to do, and that was a good way to kind of get back into the idea of editing again and doing content, whether it was clips or the edits that were originally on this channel. What motivates me to do it is this is my interest. This is what I like doing. I like the equipment. I like setting it up. I like trying to put on a show, even if it's total horseshit. This is episode 9. I have not even started yet. Really. Let's go look at episode 9 of any other show, okay? Name one. Let's look at episode 9 of Redbar before he fucking... Well, I mean, he had trust fund and shit. But, you know, same thing. I've got shows from 2009 that are audio only that sound probably exactly like those old Redbar episodes. And then the guys will be like, you're a Redbar ripoff. Where do you see me going, oh, look at this new comedian. This is my fool. I have a list of fools. Like, everything I'm doing is just covering things that I find interesting. I'm not targeting comedian, like that whole comedian sphere. This is a dying trend. It's a dying trend. And you know how you know it is? It's when you have 3 fucking mainstream YouTubers now. One, this Too Lazy to Try, the comedy Cringe, who went from 0 to 100,000 subscribers in 6 months, basically doing Redbar's job for him. And so now he's forced to say, I like these guys, and mention them because they're doing his fucking job for him. And when a channel can go from 0 to 100,000 subscribers in 6 months, that means what they're doing is a trend. And it's a trend that will die. It's going to die. The whole comedian bashing thing, it's not going to last long. I honestly think the art of stand-up comedy, of course, is going to continue, but it's not going to be as prevalent, and it's all going to just be podcasts. And it was just kind of perfect timing where you had this group of Joe Rogan comedians. That's really what it starts with Joe Rogan and then the orbit of Joe Rogan. But I don't think it's going to be like this long-term thing where like, oh, 10 years from now, we're going to be covering and laughing about Tim Dillon if he's still alive. Like, who fucking cares? I'm telling you, like, you guys are used to watching Redbar, so you want to hear all of this stuff about the comedians, but the people that are actually, younger, don't give a fuck. Maybe Matt Rife. Matt Rife's probably the closest you get to a comedian they give a fuck about. They're not watching clips of Jim Norton with his trans wife, or wondering what Tim Dillon is up to, or what Theo Vaughn said, or Bobby Lee. This is a dying trend. At best, you'll entertain a couple of boomers years from now. But I want to see this fight in the chat room. This is exciting. I almost want to put up an open panel and then Jesse come up here, and then we have Redbar versus fucking Podawful fans. We'll just go toe to toe, just fucking mayhem, all screaming over each other. You steal jokes. No, you steal jokes. You're not funny. No, you're not funny. Oh boy. Bane on the wall. Star Wars key figure on the wall. Is he doing an angry movie review? Yeah, he was. He was the Redbar fan. He looks like you. That guy does not look... He's talking about the model guy. It does not look like me. Come on. You had nice eyes, okay? So fine. I'll take it as a compliment. It's cool. That guy is a Chad. Okay. Man, yeah, everybody's got a different opinion. They wouldn't say that. Most people wouldn't say that. Let's see. Going through. I want to see this. So I think you announced, in case you didn't announce it, I won't say it, Jesse, but there is a Podawful episode coming up soon. He clarified it's still happening. I'm really excited to see that. He does a segment, Steal a Song, LOL, what? Okay. I don't believe in Supernatural. The Grim Reaper. I love the Magic Mouse. Why? Because Mike has it. It's fucking sucks. What is good about it? It's not even really magic, it says on Bleach. Yeah. What is good about that magic mouse? It's not good. You know you stole the melody of that from Mike's gay rap song. Okay, so this is a thing that I've heard before. Someone said it somewhere, and I don't remember. Jesse can clarify. They claim that there's a rap song, and then Jesse repeated that. But, like, I think there's a lot more that Redbar is stolen. Redbar's Watching is stolen from Podawful. Podawful's Watching You. That was in the song way before Mike ever came up with the Redbar's Watching. We heard last time the 9/11 Crashtacular. Then Redbar did it with the same exact name. It wasn't even... He didn't even change it up. So really what it comes down to is like, you have a TV on your wall. Your Redbar copy. You're invalidated now because you've mounted a TV. Something many people have done before. Like Jesse and Mike's personality are nothing alike. So why there is no copying there? I see it's completely different aesthetic to the setup. Jesse's got his, honestly, an actual original setup. The Podawful studio looks like nothing else, and Redbar studio looks like every fucking late night talk show. It's not anything original. It looks like a mix between Joe Rogan with the bar aesthetic, like a 70s bar mixed with late night. So, did Mike rip off Jimmy Kimmel? Okay. Wait until you see me in August, though. Yeah, I know I'm way behind the chat, but I wanted to go back to these guys fighting, because it's always interesting to see these guys fight over, like, copying. The whole copying thing is so ridiculous. Like, again, podcasting is the lowest form of creation. People do not bitch this much about music interpolation, whether it's sampling music or taking a style of music and remixing it and making it their own. Like, and also, if you even compare it to music artists, they start out, and how do they start out? Whether you listen to rock or you listen to rap music, whatever the fuck it is, how does it start? The guy, let's say, starts rapping. What does he have? Influences. And then from that, he develops his own style over time, the longer he does it. Nobody questions that. They go, oh, that's cool. He's inspired by this, this, and this. But then they'll immediately say, oh, he stole from Redbar. It's like, isn't the more logical conclusion that a lot of these guys who have been doing this kind of thing from back in the early 2000s or, 2003, I started 2009, all had the same influences? Isn't that a better answer, more logical explanation for why there would be similarities between them? Mike was a huge Howard Stern and Opie and Anthony fan. That's why he's got his Newman TLM 103 and so excited about it that he has the same microphone as Howard Stern. He's got the same city backtrack. The fucking city, I don't even know what it is, if it's a TV or if it's a painting. That city backdrop, that's what Howard Stern uses. Same thing with the tchotchkes, the fucking guitars. Howard has like his Les Paul guitar like on display. Howard, same setup where you put like tchotchkes that mean nothing. Like everything here has fucking meaning, okay? Everything here has meaning. It looks like shit right now, but this is season 1, Office Space. Because this is just my office. I didn't build anything. This is just what it was already, and I just threw shit up. Everything here has meaning. Everything. Mike just fills his shit with stuff. Stuff. Look at my Moog. My Moog. Look at my expensive compression rack and whatever the fuck. It doesn't even really do anything. And the lights, I just like the lights jumping up and down. Okay? Why? Why are we putting podcasts on such a high pedestal where it's like, you copied, you copied, you copied? Just fucking Christ balls. Belland, by the way, we're going to call you. Not Ian Ellis LLC. Jesse is compelled to explain everything cringe he does, just like Lossless. LOL, they can't stop themselves. This is coming from a guy who writes Comedy Shaman, his secret plans for world domination against Lossless. Like, what the fuck, man? That's your life. And now you're stuck with Moodles, this woman that you know sucks. Like, really sucks now, dude. I know you're not actually happy that you have to, like, hang out with Moodles. How was it going when she was, like, gone for, like, 4 weeks or whatever the fuck it was? And then when she came back, she just, like, fell asleep and smacked her head on the desk. And then she had to write a message. Sorry, guys, I'm sick. And then even after her last episode, she put a community post like, what do I talk about now? Isn't that your job to figure out? Okay. But you know what? I love you, Belland. No hard feelings. Honestly, the best punishment is you having to be involved with that shit now. I was glad I got out of there. Even unironically, ironically, I don't care what it is, what the reasoning is. Good luck, bud. I wish you luck. That fucking shit. Now that Jimmernam is gone, what is it going to be? Harry Potter animations and trying to talk about me and Robin for weeks on end? Every night? Herpes. No, you did a segment where you made a song and then the melody you sang with your own voice was a duplicate of the one Mike David's gay rap songs. You're a copycat, a thief. I didn't make the song. I think you mean the thing I said. A guy called Brandon Internet's made it. Damn, I'd like to hear it. Maybe we can figure that out. Redbar stole from Mancow and Howard. Yeah, Redbar's fucking initial logo was Mancow's logo, and then he just replaced it with his face. Everything Mike did from the merch, from when he had Sven Stoffels working for him, Sven did a lot of the fucking artwork because Mike has no ability to create any art. And so what Mike used to do is just steal. But in fairness, skateboard culture, if you think of like a skateboard companies that would put parody logos on the bottom of a skateboard, and it was kind of this thing that was forgiven. Some skateboard shops would get sued for doing it. Like, it was still illegal and copyright infringement. But it was part of the culture, I guess. So I'm not saying I care about that, but if you guys are going to bring up copying, all of Mike's merch until that really corny last drop he did where it was just the basic tees with the different colors, heather, green, and then he just had the breast lettering of Redbar where it looks like you're working in a Sizzlers. You're basically putting on a Redbar uniform. It's embarrassing. There was no artwork to it. Prior to that, all of those other shirts were stolen designs. It was Teddy Fresh was doing. And Mike was criticizing Teddy Fresh for stealing designs when all of Mike's merchandise was stolen designs from other actual artists. He would just take their fucking graphic, mix it up, and then do his own version of it. And that's how he would find like these obscure font packs and stuff, because he would steal from other fucking artists. So how can you say copying? Call out your own fucking internet daddy for doing it. Shaman is ready to come on. Comedy Shaman, you want to come on? Let's fucking do it, bro. You want me to call in? I'd rather just call in voice at the moment, but I'd come on. Comedy Shaman, I have StreamYards set up. I can send you a StreamYards link. Let's go. Comedy fucking Shaman, guys. I'm excited. I need to make sure I need to figure this out. You guys don't care about this. Something's happening. It's happening on Bleach 2, where when you go in StreamYards, it hijacks your fucking audio levels and then starts fucking with them. That's why my mic was super low. It's doing it again. It's now down to 75%. It's just moving on its own. Breathe. Audio. Automatic adjust mic volume is not on. Nothing. It's just moving on its own. 38%. It's moving on its own. Why is it doing it? Why? Allow apps in Windows to use this device. Dude, it's just moving on its own. Okay, you know what? Let me close StreamYard, see if that stops doing it. I'm going to do it on Discord. Okay, here we go. Comedy Shaman, I'm going to call you on Discord. It could be audio only. Oh. That's the alarm. Okay, perfect. We're making good timing. Okay. Let me call you. Let's go call, start voice call.
What's up? How's it going, man?
What's up? Comedy Shaman, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm happy to be here. How are you, man?
Happy to be here. Audience, can you hear Comedy Shaman well? Let me know if he's too low at all. Quickly! I'll make sure the level's there. Okay. So how's it been going, man? Damn, it's been a long fucking time.
Yeah, here about around 2 months ago now, I was just making so many fucking bad choices, man. I'll get into it a little more on my show when I come back, but dude, just making one bad choice after another. And I didn't really talk about this too much on my show, but before I would be doing shows, I would be slamming anywhere from a pint to a pint and a half of whiskey, and then slamming Kratom with it, basically dry hatching like Mersh. Yeah, it wasn't that good. So, yeah, I'm definitely happy to be back, but, I'm kind of fucking a little out of it still. A little bit depressed, but definitely happy to be here with you on your show, man. So how have you been?
Great. I do remember you. So if those listening don't know, Comedy Shaman, Redbar fan, correct? And former. Yeah, I don't know if you are now still. Yeah, but you're kind of taking the same dosage of Kratom as Mike, kind of, and you admitted on a stream with Hostbusters that you were taking it. What got you into taking the Kratom in the first place? And you don't have to spill all the beans. You can save certain things. But I'm just curious.
Good. That's a good question, actually. So around 2 years ago, about 2 years ago, I was still a fucking tweaker. And that was when I was listening to Redbar heavy. And when I was at the end of my tweaking phase was when I really got into Redbar. And that explains part of my psychotic email behavior there for a minute. But no, when I was tweaking out listening to that shit, I was slowly wanting to get better, with all the drug shit. And I'd been doing all kinds of stuff, whether it be that, fucking psychedelics, tons of pills. But I was starting to dial it back, so I quit doing everything on the streets, and I figured, it's better to be doing Kratom than it is to fucking do meth. But eventually, it's like any opiate, your body builds up not just a tolerance, but an actual dependency, Jeez, my voice shakes coming out. Motherfucker.
No worries. Confidence. Breathe, Comedy Shaman. You got this. Okay.
I know.
What? But wait a minute.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So you say, you were having this idea in your head, shit, I'm fucking feeling anxiety, and my go-to is usually go to meth, because meth I feel like would make you more anxious, and then you said instead of that I'll go on Kratom, because usually on Kratom you would do the... Go ahead.
Yeah, well, the thing with meth is you don't have the same withdrawal from it that you do like other dope, like pills or whatever. And so I would do it for like a few days a week, normally when I would work. And then like my days off, I would just sleep a fuck ton. I was still working during all of that. But yeah, with the Kratom, it's once you start doing it every day, and I'm going to talk about this on my show, but these guys like Mersh, Mike, all of them, they're so dependent on it. It's crazy. They can't go more than 8 hours without it. I promise you. Mike wakes up in the middle of the night all the time because the Kratom, it's once the withdrawals hit, it's between 8 to 12 hour period from the last dosage. And when you're that dependent, like you will start like retching in bed type shit.
And you have to dose very, very often, correct? Like does it last long?
Yeah.
Like
well,
how long would one dose last? Like how long?
Well, okay, so if I took one dose, say, at 2 p.m., okay, I would be able to fall asleep that night, but I would wake up by 2 a.m., 3 a.m., starting to feel cold and like feeling like I'm sick. And that happens all the time with Kratom. And people aren't talking about it, but it's a major issue. It's a really big issue, and the way you can just buy it at any head shop now, it's crazy.
Yeah, that is the thing. I think people think of it like, oh, it's like that what was it called? K2. I remember the gas stations used to sell, and then
that's
a version
that's a
of
whole nother
salvia.
thing within itself. But yeah.
So they categorize it with that. If the gas station's selling it, then it can't be too bad. But no, because I see the problem with this. Because if you think about some of these pain pills, they have like a longer half-life, I guess. But whereas Kratom, I feel like from what I've heard people say, it doesn't last very long. It's one of the shortest acting what is it, the receptors in your brain. It's not a true
about
opiate.
The same as Percocet, man.
But it's not a true opiate, correct? It's not legit opiate. It's like it just hits the same little spots in your head to give you that.
Yeah. Oh no, it does for sure. Like if you're on a Percocet withdrawal or a heroin withdrawal, whatever, and you do that, you will stop being sick.
But do you get high from it?
Yes, you do, and you don't get really high on it. But I've had a few times where I took enough where I actually nodded off a little bit.
Where do you get this Kratom, by the way?
Any fucking head shop, dude. And I think you're up in Canada, right? So yeah, they probably have it up there too. Shit.
What's
like any head shop, really?
Hold on, I'm looking for a pen.
What?
Go ahead. What website?
I mean, shit. There's only a million of them. Fuck. Just type in Royal Kratom or whatever. But
Scrotum.
No, it's just really bizarre. Really bizarre to me that nobody's really talking about this shit yet. Like it's not getting talked about for how sick it actually makes you. Like when I went into rehab there, I'm sure most of the people know, and there for like the first 4 or 5 days I was in there, it was pure fucking hell. And they still gave me like Valium and shit. And I was starting to drink a good bit at that point too, but I didn't have the alcohol dependency just yet. I was like approaching that point. But yeah, I fully had the Kratom dependency, and even with the Valium, I could barely get any sleep. It took me like a solid week before I could even sleep right. And that's not even talking about the Kratom shits. That's a whole different fucking conversation within itself, dude.
Kratom shits.
I know that sounds gross. Yes, it is a very...
Do they know, so when you go into rehab, are they aware of this Kratom? Like, is it something common? Or
yes.
Are they like, what? You're addicted to Kratom?
No. It's a very new thing for the rehabs to deal with. The one I went to only started dealing with it in the last year or so. And they said they just added the treatment where they know how to give you Valium and all the right shit. But yeah, with the people that are on heavier opiates, the Valium's not enough usually. They end up giving them like fucking, what's it called, Suboxone on top of it. And that's a whole different thing within itself. I never really got deep into the Suboxone, but the Suboxone shit's fucking bad. And I think that's what Mike was on for a while. I can't confirm that 100% or not, but that's what I've heard. So that is possible. And Jesse sent me a message, by the way, and he would like to come on the call.
I see that.
That's up
and
to you, obviously.
So Comedy Shaman's connected to me under the Shaman name. Am I friends with you on the Lossless name, Shaman?
No, I don't think so.
So let me see. Jesse, what is your Discord name? I'll send you a friend request now. Or do you have it, Shaman?
Wait. Oh.
Because we don't share any servers.
It's just all. It's It's Podawful. All lowercase. Yeah.
No numbers anymore?
Nope, not in his Discord.
Okay, I just sent it. Jesse, I just sent the request from Dishmean. If you can accept that, then I can add you, I believe, to the call. Oh, yeah, it worked. Okay, outgoing friend request. Accept. That's great. You sound better, though. You sound way better.
Well, thank you. No, I really appreciate that. I'm feeling so much better, man. Even though, like I said, I am kind of a little depressed, but I think that's part of the nature of the beast. When you do dumb shit for so long, it's going to build up.
So what do you feel like your plan is? Like, you want to return to doing a show again. Do you think, well...
Oh, for sure.
We can discuss this if Jesse comes on, but do you think it's the best idea? And I'm just saying this as thinking about, like, okay, was that something that contributed to maybe you having this issue? And is it a good thing to continue it?
Definitely contributed to it. Well,
and you're ready to go back into the limelight? The magnifying glass?
Well,
add friends.
Here's the thing. When I go, I will be ready for it. I will go when I'm ready. And I think it's going to be pretty soon.
Okay. I added. It had to hang up for a second. Jesse, are you there? Comedy Shaman, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can hear you.
We don't hear you, Jesse, yet. You're just spinning. Let's
Hello?
Go.
Yeah, I don't hear me either.
We can hear you.
Yeah, now. Yep, now we hear you.
Detected the wrong device.
Jesse from Podawful has joined us. Hi, Jesse.
I had to join, Shaman. It's so good to hear you back on mic. It's so good to hear you back. I'm glad Rehab worked out for you.
It's good to be back.
I mean, you know, I'm sure you want to save some of it for when you come back. When are you coming back? What do you know yet? When you're coming back to do a show?
I was gonna do that. Well, I know you usually do your shows on Wednesdays and Sundays.
Oh, don't worry.
I was probably gonna do it like.
Don't bother.
I mean, I was gonna do it on one of my. I was gonna do it on one of my next days off, which is probably gonna be like Wednesday or Tuesday, but probably Wednesday.
Hell yeah, man! All right, I'm excited for that. I know, obviously you and I talked behind the scenes a lot before you even went in, and I know a lot about what was going on at the time and everything, but I couldn't be more happy that you're doing better now. And I think it's really interesting. I don't know if people are picking up on this. I'm reading the chat, and you keep saying something, Shaman, and I don't know if people are understanding it, but you are accusing both Mersh and Redbar of doing Kratom and being addicted to it. And as somebody who was doing it, I mean, you were like very seriously addicted to it. It was really bad.
Oh yeah.
You, right?
It was very bad. I was up to 30.
It was.
I was doing 30 to 40 grams of it a day.
Were you dry hatching it?
No, see, I could look, the dry hatching thing. I thought about when I left doing it as a joke. But then I came to the conclusion that's a really bad idea. But I couldn't do the dry hatching thing. I would make what was called a sludge, which is where you like put it in a Powerade bottle and then shake it up, and it tastes like fucking sludge. It tastes like toxic waste.
That sounds disgusting.
What was your strain of choice? Is Super Mangda?
Well, I always like doing the white vein, but The white vein was kind of speedier comparatively to the other ones.
White vein, okay.
Go figure. I'm the tweaker, so.
White
Well,
Sumatra.
I just find this fascinating. We know Mersh is on Kratom because he was dry hatching it pre-interview with Mir Musk, and the Mir Musk boys.
I've got something to add.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got something to add to that whole Mersh thing. So I saw where people were making videos about his Adderall withdrawal. I was going to talk about this on my show, but it won't kill to talk about it now. But anyways, one of the effects of withdrawing from Adderall is you don't shit, you get constipated. And people were talking about that being the reason Mersh is constipated. And dude, I'm telling you, it's probably even more the Kratom, because the Kratom shits I was taking were so painful. Like, I did cry from a few of them. They were
Where
awful.
was it on the Bristol scale? Was it a 1?
Oh, I don't know what a Bristol scale is, but it was bad, man. It was bad.
That's
like
a measurement
a
of
tear would go
the
down.
turdular nature of your poops. Were they separate hard
the Curix
lump
or whatever?
Is it a separate hard lump, or was it a lumpy sausage-like turd?
It was the lumpy sausage, but bro, it was okay. So what would happen is like
that's a type
Kratom,
2 on
it
the
binds
Bristol
you up.
scale.
Well, it like binds you up, and the shit will sit in your colon, and you can feel it sitting in your colon, and you'll be trying to squeeze it out, and it just won't come out for like it's horrible. And when it finally does come out, that shit will split you open, and it's awful. And none of these guys are talking about it, but I guarantee you that every single one of them's going through it, especially if they're taking Adderall. Especially
All right, now
if
how
they're
does
taking
that?
Adderall.
Now, hang on a second. You're accusing Redbar of taking Kratom. How does that affect him with being a diaper wearer, do you think?
Oh, it's probably a part of the reason his bowels don't work. I mean, in all seriousness.
Do you think maybe he split
Like,
himself
I
open
would-
so hard that he can no longer control the sphincter muscle?
That is it. It's possible. I would honestly assume that it just got to the point where his colon doesn't work, because like you can literally feel the shit sitting in your colon. It's horrible.
You can burst a blood vessel. Like, did you have that where you're straining so hard that your face turns red? Because I've been constipated before, and it is not
Did you
a
have
pleasurable
to?
experience.
Did you have to grip it and rip it? You know, where you have to like grab your ankles while on the toilet and sort of.
Once I was
it
constipated.
felt like I was going to have to.
One time I was constipated, and I tried this shit, and then it only like the top of it came out, like the turtle head poked out, and then I was like, what do I do? It's not coming out.
Yeah.
I tried grabbing it with gloves. I had to drive in my car with my ass elevated off the driver's seat and drive like this. And I went to the store, and then the guy was like, drink prune juice. Prune juice will help. The prune juice will help. So I started drinking that, and it wasn't helping. Eventually, I had to go to a pharmacy, and they get the suppositories. And it's like a little injection. You stick it up your ass. You have to get in doggy position, or you can go on your back and lift your legs up like a bitch, and then you have to stick it in your ass, and it sends this burning liquid in your ass, and it will like instantly makes you shit. And it's so painful still, even then. That's like the
You
last
should not
resort.
have publicly told the story if you legs up, ass in the air, pulling your own turds out in a car. That's crazy.
Hey,
well, we're
it
being
happens
brutally honest.
to the
right?
best of us.
We are being brutally
honesty.
honest. Yeah, my wife is going through something similar right now. Not because of Kratom.
Oh, like I don't know if it's announced or anything. Is it because a kid?
Yeah, no, yeah, she's pregnant.
Pregnancy,
So
yeah.
she when you get pregnant, you know, you sometimes get constipated. So she's got a brutal hard, you know, type 2 on the Bristol scale turd just brewing up inside her, I guess. I don't know. She hasn't shit for like 5 weeks or something. I'm not sure.
Oh man.
But anyway, Shaman, so you ripped your asshole open on a turd? Is that what you said?
I mean, put it this way: I had a tear roll down my eye once or twice. I'll leave it at that.
An anal tear, yeah, or a fissure. It's called a fissure.
I know at this point everyone rolls their eyes about the Redbar diaper thing, but Sven like he doubled down. He told me it's true. I mean, it is true.
It is. Maybe he's not wearing.
He won't
it
say it publicly, but he did tell me.
I think he was wearing it at a certain point.
So what is the medical device? Do you think that's that's not one of those JFK back braces, is it?
I don't know. You mean his devices, the things that keep him upright and stuff? That weird
there's
thing under
something
his
in
safety
there.
shirt?
There's something under there.
There's something under the safety shirt. He's wearing these big shirts I mean, it's fucking Arizona and it's like, it's getting hot, you know? I mean, it's pretty hot there now, I think. So like wearing these big, blousy, long sleeve shirts, you got to be covering something up. I don't know what, but yeah, I think he wears like a back brace or what I was sort of picturing was, do you know what a Brannick device is?
No, but I'm about to look it up.
Brannick device is the thing that, you know, like when you used to go to the shoe store and the salesman would measure your foot.
Oh.
And he would use that thing, that sliding black thing. That's a Brannick device. And I've been imagining that he has just taped a bunch of those together and they're just around his body. Because that's what it looks like to me. But I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to ask Jules. What she's doing to him. Has anybody floated all right, so you know, people come to me with their bar theories all the time. You know, people want to tell me about their bar theory. And Lossless, I think you said that maybe I might be putting this on you and it wasn't you. I can't remember, but I feel like you theorized that he is fake drinking. Is that right?
No, that was win by 2, I believe, had come up with this theory.
Oh.
Yeah,
somebody messaged me, and it wouldn't have been him, but somebody messaged me and said, and they like backed it up. They showed me a bunch of stuff where it's like, look at this. He's pretending to be drunk on the show.
So that guy did some segment where it was kind of bizarre because he was taking his liquor and pouring it in a bottle and then comparing it to Mike's bubbles. Because he's like, when Mike pours liquor, bubbles form in his glass, and then he's like sitting there with the thing like pouring. He's like, sue me, and he's like, I don't see bubbles in mine, and he does like Mike's voice, like dead on. It's
listen,
uncanny.
Yeah, they were saying in chat, all the Redbar guys or whatever here. There's no bigger than say what you want about anybody. Win by 2. I had never seen that guy before like 2 weeks ago. He does the greatest Redbar impression I've ever seen in my entire life. It's insane.
He swears he doesn't watch.
There's some of the
he swears up and down that he doesn't watch.
I caught him doing Mike's weird gay spider hand, you know, his like granny hand.
Yeah,
it's like
done that as a joke, but he did it for real.
Yeah, he really does. Like he does. It's down to like granular stuff, where like things that I've made fun of Redbar for, he is also doing. Which like when you're doing the stuff that a guy gets made fun of for, that's pretty bad. You know, you can call me a Redbar ripoff all day. I'm not shitting in a diaper. So I'm not really sure anyway, I don't know if it was a win by 2 guy or not. Somebody messaged me and floated that theory. Maybe
a lot
he got
of people
it from
think that. By the way, if you see on screen now, I have an example of a screenshot of Mike, and there's multiples, but this is the first one I found. Look at him from a side view, and you can see in his jacket, look at the back of the jacket. It curves outwards, and there's clearly something in there, a flat device. Yeah. There's a flat panel device, a back brace.
And people are going to say, oh, he wears T-shirts sometimes. Listen.
No, there's something back there.
That's a Patrick Melton hump.
Yeah. I think
that
the
is
main
a Patrick
theory,
Melton hump.
Listen, this is still a mystery disease, right? He still refuses to flat out say whatever this is. Mr. Medicare style. He's copying Medicare with this. So I believe that the leading theory on his disease is that it is just made up in his fucking head. You know, it's like fibromyalgia. It's fake. It's fake woman shit. And what is that called? Like when you're a hypochondriac or whatever. I think that's like the leading theory on what it is. So there will be days where he won't need any of his devices because it's not real. He's just, and by the way, being a hypochondriac is another thing he copied from Howard Stern. So isn't that like a thing about him? Isn't he like a super germaphobe or whatever?
Yeah.
Or am I thinking of Howie Mandel?
They both share that. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I would imagine, every once in a while he gets made fun of enough for his safety shirts. He'll come on with a t-shirt. I guarantee it's still a gigantic t-shirt. But and he'll try to show that he can do it. And I would be interested in seeing, because I don't know, could somebody maybe look into this? The episodes where he's not wearing safety shirts, are they shorter episodes? Because I wonder if like he starts feeling worse because he doesn't have his devices on. He didn't take enough Kratom that day. Because Comedy Shaman, you're saying he's on Kratom as an expert.
No, I mean, he tells you he takes 9 pills every 5 hours, but I would bet you that he takes a lot more than that.
That is a lot.
No, for Kratom, it's actually a kind of low dose, but 9? I do not believe he stayed at that level.
Depends
well, 9. Okay, so
what are the
one
size of the pills? Because a pill can fit
so
like
here's
a
the thing with
gram
pill.
if it's like a big
They're
one.
saying he has a Krang in chat.
So the thing with Kratom though is like with the powder and the pills, whatever, it's only like 0.6% of the active drug, which is metrogenine. So you have to take a decent amount to get like an actual painkiller really in you.
What does that mean? He hates women?
Well, I thought that was a given. The way he talks about Jules stinking pussy, but
a guy in chat.
No,
this Shiv something. I can't read it, but it says he says Redbar conspiracies. I've heard it all. Goodbye. He was so upset that
you don't have to announce your departure.
He dramatically announced his departure, and then a minute later he says, "What the fuck is a safety shirt?" So he's still here. Thank God you're still here. I thought for a second you had left.
God.
I would love to explain a safety shirt to you, and you can type this into Google. This is a real phenomenon. Women wear nowadays because of the influx of beautiful diversity in the cities. When a woman in New York wants to ride the subway, but she also wants to hoe out, she wears what she calls a safety shirt. I think they have other terms for it too, but I like that term the best. Where she wears her hoe outfit and then a big oversized man shirt over top of her hoe outfit so that the, Indian guys don't do what they do on the subway.
Grape.
So that's what it is. So he's been wearing those to hide these devices, like the screenshot you're seeing here. And we've pointed out many different instances of this. I believe that it may even be a Munchausen by proxy sort of scenario.
Oh yeah, safety layer.
I think Jules is doing this to him to some degree. Like she's secretly she's not trying to kill him, but she's keeping him just low enough that she gets to keep controlling the show and adding Taylor Swift segments and whatever fucking new YouTube shit for baby slop heads they're covering now. I don't even know, but say a safety layer, a safety shirt. See
when
that?
you can arrive at your destination and can take off your subway shirt. That's another term. I see this. I never heard of this before.
Yeah, this is brand new. They're all doing it. This, I'm not joking though. Like I saw this article, and then it was like right after that he started wearing these things. And he's into trends. He's into like trying to stay young. Keep it. He had been dyeing that gray hair for years, and he finally let that go. That's about all he's willing to let go. And so I guess he thought this was like a hot trend for cool kids rather than an effort to not be raped. But Shaman, you think he's on the Kratom. So what do you think about the theory that he's not, like, would it make sense that he is both faking drinking and dry hatching Kratom with all his pills?
I'm going to say he's not fake drinking. I'm going to say he's drinking because
So I have a bit of insight into this because after this theory came out, Mike started after I saw in clips buying new bottles of liquor and proving he was cracking the seal and actually responded to it. And he's like, look, I cracked the seal. It's not fake.
Oh, he did a Voldemort response. He didn't name the accuser, but he just proved. Yeah, those are the fun. It's so funny when he's got to prove the conspiracies wrong, but he refuses to speak about them.
Yeah, so I have a theory that he's on more than that. I would think, if I had to guess, Mike is taking some sort of stimulant. He has to be. To go 8 hours. He takes no bathroom breaks. It makes no sense. When you're drinking alcohol, you don't take a bathroom break in 8 hours? Explain that to me. Explain how that's possible.
No, I agree 100%. He has to be taking Adderall, Vyvanse, something.
Unless he has some sort of bag or a jug and he's pissing.
No, I mean, he could just have a giant oversized bladder, you know? Like I had kidney stones like a million times.
I had one, once.
And as a result of that, my bladder, like the doctor said, it had been like blown out. and so now I pee like twice a day. You know, I just go. I only have to go to the bathroom twice.
That's fucked.
Maybe 3 times. It depends on how much I drink. But you know, I don't. I could see that. I could see that happening. Who cares? But the guy's going in a diaper. That's why he doesn't have to get up. So.
Yeah, that is more evidence. It doesn't.
I'm not kidding. Like Sven, I asked Sven point blank in DMs, like, listen, I know you took down my video. He admitted to taking down my video where I covered Lossless your video.
He tried to take it down. Well, but he couldn't take mine down.
I got the privacy complaint.
He couldn't take mine down.
And I said, listen, I know you did that because you were trying to like get away from all this, but it's just you and me here in the DMs. Like, what was the deal? And he was like, yeah, Mike basically begged him to get that video taken down, which is enough proof right there that it's real. Shit. But then I asked him point blank, like, okay, so what is the deal? And he's like, listen, yes, it's real. He's mad that everyone focuses on the diapers when he wants everyone to focus on that Mike is just a bad guy. And I'm like, that's not what Mike doesn't care about being a bad guy. Nobody cares about his viewers. Don't care. Why? I don't care. Why would anyone care about that? What he cares about is looking cool as an old man, which is hilarious. So I think diapers are the way to go on that one. But
saying bad guy, he will feed into that, like, oh, I'm the Joker. That's like he wants that. That's the opposite.
Well, isn't that is he? Because I mean, this was months and months ago now, but somebody sent me a clip of him covering. This is before all the P. Diddy stuff. He was covering P. Diddy as the Joker, which was like, it was like 2 years old by the time he covered it. And now I guess he covers Joker guys. Never heard of that one before, but
also Redbar. I saw Redbar BBG guys saying, or in comments on a clip channel, he's our Joker. So now they're calling Mike their Joker as well, saying he's the Joker guy. When he used to make fun, I think it was Jeff Witt. You know that guy Jeff Wittick who does the Jeff FM show? He has like a desk set up and it looks like the desk from the Joker movie, the Joaquin Phoenix movie. And Mike ridiculed that too. And I think maybe because he was a bit self-conscious because he was going for that kind of same look, like the Joaquin Phoenix Joker.
Yeah, that sort of 70s talk show look.
Yeah. I would say Mike is on some sort of stimulant, then he's drinking alcohol, then he's taking Kratom. He admitted to taking in the season 20, he said he was on oxycodones and showed them on camera, and then said he started taking Subutex or something. Right, Shaman?
Yeah, I think Suboxone.
You do not take that drug unless you have a severe opiate addiction. It's not something they give out to anybody. You have to be...
They never even gave it to me, bro. And I was doing a lot of shit.
There you go. They don't give that out to anyone. You gotta be, like, I'm in full-on withdrawal from painkillers and I have no other choice to get Suboxone. Subutex, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, well, Suboxone is the shit that's got naloxone in it, and Subutex was the shit that Artie was on when he was on the Stern show, because it doesn't have like the naloxone. It gets you a little higher, but yeah.
He would pop.
As a sober guy, I never pick up on, like, when people tell me these things, I'm like, what? You know, I'm always like, that's one thing I'm always the last to clue in on. As somebody who doesn't really partake in any of these silly sorts of things.
You've never done any gimmick aside, nothing ever.
Well, I mean, Shaman knows this, but I did weed one time.
Weed, yeah. And you didn't like it? It did, because usually the first time you don't even get high.
My friend died when we did it, so I refuse to ever do it again.
There you go. Damn, that surprised me. I do respect people who can go through their entire life never using any sort of stuff. Did you never smoke cigarettes or anything either?
No, I literally don't understand what that even is. Like, cigarettes are so cartoonishly silly to me.
They're awful.
And I've asked smokers, like, what is, like, you don't get high, right? So, like, what is it? What are you doing? And no one can explain it to me.
I can explain it because I smoked for a while, and then the vaping is just as gay, but it did get me off of that. But I would say that it's like a social thing, but also the combination of like anxiety. You do get a little bit of a hit from it, it's like caffeine kind of, and it's also will soothe your anxiety. It's for anxiety. Essentially, that's the benefit.
I mean, I've done caffeine.
Yeah, it's the same as drinking. Like, what do you get from caffeine in the end of the day?
And I've done morphine.
At the doctor, or just straight up at home?
Both. And perks. I've done perks and
Roxy's,
hydrocodone and oxycodone, and
I feel like Jesse, we would find out that the gimmick is that you've done every drug in actuality.
I've done Adderall, and I've done what is that called? What was the Limitless drug, like the real one? I've done that one.
Oh yeah. Fuck. What was that called?
I keep wanting to say minoxidil, but I think that's hair, like hair.
Modafinil.
Bald guy.
Modafinil.
Yeah.
I've heard of that. Never tried.
I've done modafinil and Xanax and Wellbutrin. I've abused Wellbutrin. But that's it, I think. I also routinely do saline.
Yeah. Like
that's the hard shit.
Suppositories.
No, I carry one of those IV bag stands around with me and just
roll it around.
Yeah, whirl that
like
around.
Tom Segura.
Is that something he did?
Yeah, him and Bert did this thing where I guess for a while they were like going into doctors and having them like IV them up with saline like once a week.
What the fuck? I was like trying to think of like what's the stupidest thing, but they really did that?
No, people do that. It's a thing where I guess if they want to get hydrated, yeah, you can go into a hospital or whatever and just have them saline you up.
I've done Jankum.
That's the best drug.
Some of the ones that Shaman. True. I have taken.
You got to make sure you exhale back. You got to make sure you exhale back into the balloon so you can recycle it. You know.
I've tried every gas station poppers brand too. You know.
Popper. Those are fucking weird poppers. I've had someone introduce me.
What's weird about it?
Sorry, the word weird. I fucking say it too. It's so funny. You said it at one point, I hate the word weird now, and now I can't fucking stop saying it. But
yeah, I know. I've ruined that word even for myself. It actually sucks. I wish I hadn't pointed that out.
Someone, I'll just say, introduced it to me, a woman, and it's like huffing nail polish.
You have to say a woman.
I have to, because it's usually a gay guy thing. So it was a woman, okay? Not with a penis. And I just don't want to say who it is because, yeah. but it's like huffing nail polish, and then it kind of, they claimed, gives you this rush where your sexual experience is heightened. But I found no effect from
Which one did you do? Super Rush?
I don't know. It just looked like a bottle.
Blue Boy?
I felt like I was huffing isopropyl.
You huff Amsterdam or JC Jungle? Did you take a big hit of Raw? XXX Raw?
It seemed, yeah, it's like it felt like one of those like 70s drugs that shouldn't be around, like what is it, horny goat weed, or what did Bill Cosby use, the Spanish fly? Yeah, that's what it reminds me of.
I always thought, until the Cosby thing, I always thought Spanish fly was like fake. Like I thought the point of Spanish fly was that it didn't do anything. It was like a
you put the Spanish fly in the drink and the ointment and the Jello, and it makes a woman. It's basically a date rape drug. Puts them to sleep so you can.
Can you get that at the gas station, or?
I don't know. That's another. That's like Quaaludes. It's like a drug that was prevalent back in his time. I'm looking
up brands of poppers right now, and one of them is just called Man Scent.
Horny goat weed does work, by the way. I have tried it.
So just to be clear, you told a story about a lady making you huff something where one of the brands is called Man Scent.
I swear it was a woman.
One of them's called Orgasmus. And one of them's called Ram Leather Cleaner.
Leather cleaner? Like with something you put in a vacuum?
I don't know, man. I think they market poppers as leather cleaners so that they're not, so that you're not selling drugs, I guess.
What is this guy in the chat? Okay, we get it. He's saying Robin called into Elisa's live stream tonight. Do you want to call it? Is she still live? I thought it would be funny if all of us just started calling into her stupid live stream, because she's doing like an IRL stream, and just fuck with her. But I don't know if that is true or not, but why would I care? You don't have to delete those messages. It's fine, guys. No worries. But Comedy Shaman, when is the return? When do you think? Can we get a time period? Like,
yeah, I'm thinking probably Wednesday night. I'll set it here in the next day or so.
And you got a lot planned?
Yeah,
do you know what's on the docket? Do you know what it's all
going
to be about?
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, I've got a lot of different stuff, but it might take a few different directions, So I'm going to be ready for a few different things. And I'm thinking I'm probably going to keep my shows a little shorter and not do as many. Try to just concentrate on making them as good as possible,
Yeah,
is it going to be about the history of radio? Is it going to reveal to me some radio guy I've never heard of before?
No, probably not. Nothing like that.
Okay. All right. Well, I won't make you give away the whole thing, but, I'm just interested.
Melton Watch.
Well, I think it's going to
3.0.
I'm just going to try to pick up where I left off and, actually listen to the people that have given good feedback, which you have done some, Jesse, which thank you for that. But, yeah, I'm definitely ready to come back.
Do you think beforehand you'll huff some Ram leather?
I
didn't even know there was brands of it.
Well, I think I'll stink. I think I'll stick to my Jenkum.
Stink. Oh, especially with Jenkum, you'll stink.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think it's going to feel weird doing the show without being on Kratom and all that?
Very weird.
Yeah.
This took a second to adjust to.
Are you also not smoking weed now, or what?
Right now, I'm not. I'm going to try to keep that up. Because it is fucking tempting.
Keep that up. Because
I know.
You do one, you start doing them all.
I don't want to put you on the.
I understand that.
I don't want to put you on the spot, Shaman, but I want to ask this question anyway. What Rehab? Because I'm not trying to call you out, and I want to there's a second follow-up to this. Is it strange for a rehab to allow you to use a phone or Discord? I thought they'd take your phone away.
No, well, first off, I went to Recovery Village, which was in Columbus. Second, I was allowed to have my phone once a week.
Okay.
Up until I got into IOP, then it was like, I didn't even get on my phone was the thing. But when I got to IOP, which was called intensive outpatient, it's like the last stage of rehab. They let you get on computers and shit, and I was able to access my Discord from there. So
okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it was Recovery Village in Columbus. It was a 40-day program.
Follow-up question. What was this video of this Leo Dominique guy in his car, looking like he lives in it, screaming your name, saying that you were being a bigot and that he knew... I know you're in your bed rolling around, hot and cold, Clay. You'll grow out of this phase. What was that? Please.
Okay, so I don't think I even actually watched that. You sent it to me and I completely forgot. You told me all about it, but what I'm going to say first is that I've never had a conversation with this man. I'm very open and honest about the stupid shit I've said and done. I have never fucking talked to Leo Dominique. And second, I will give him credit. I was pretty hot and cold in the bed when I was in rehab, like the first 4 days. So he kind of did get that part right.
He was just screaming at you into the ether, like you weren't engaged with him at all.
I guess.
Or reading your messages.
I have never
messages
engaged
in the BBG or anything to spark it.
No.
What the?
No, and I've told you guys all the stupid shit I've said and done. That's not on the list. I've never talked to that fucking guy, ever. I've never covered him. I think I've joked about him with like maybe you and a few other people, but that's it.
Because he filmed a follow-up video where he's walking around his, I guess it's his house, and he shows a gravestone with Lossless written on it. And he goes, here's just, so this guy actually sat down, found a little placard, wrote Lossless on it, put it in a little makeshift grave site, where he's like, here's where I bury all my animals. And it says Lossless. I'm like, what the fuck are these guys doing? They're like doing projects at home about me. And I'm nobody.
That's fucking crazy.
And then you got guys screaming my name in public. It's getting wild, guys, okay? It's getting a little bit too much. And this is Redbar fans. We saw tonight that guy, the guy threatened to kill Mark Harley again. What do we do here? What do we do here? How do we fix this problem? I don't think it's possible. I don't see Podawful fans doing this. I don't. Did you ever think of doing that, Jesse? Have guys go around and say like, Podawful's watching you?
Yeah, I thought of it about 6 years before Redbar.
But in public. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I don't, my thing isn't about comedians. I'm not, I wasn't ripped off by all of my friends who are stand-up comedians and don't have this like hate boner for stand-up specifically. I just think it sucks. But, so I don't really have these like public targets for people to go after, but yeah, I have been sending people after, weirdos, or going there myself in person for years. That's the thing I've always done. So yeah, yes, actually. But I think it's silly that when the entire bit is, saying so-and-so as well, like they don't know who that is. Like nobody knows who Redbar is just out in the real world.
Yeah, that's my point.
So like saying that
scare anyone with any name.
I think my favorite way, and this is, somebody said this on Twitter actually yesterday, but this is a thought I already had. I was planning to share on my show, but the best way to compare it is, did you ever watch?
Oops, hold on. Fuck. Hold on. I accidentally just cut out of that. Join.
The experiment was this.
Sorry, I backed out of that. Go back like 2 seconds of what you were saying. I accidentally cut it out.
Oh, I was just saying, I think the best way to compare the whole Redbar's watching thing and how like fucking fruitless it is, how how limp-dicked it is whenever you see these dorks doing it in real life. Is have you seen the Jamie Kennedy Experience ever?
Yeah.
You
The experiment, Jamie Kennedy experiment.
Experiment, yeah. So it's a candid camera, but hosted by Jamie Kennedy. And the way they would end all, this was like after Punk'd. So Punk'd came out and everybody knew it. Punk'd was huge. Everybody knew what it was. And so they would go at the end, you just got punked. And that phrase means something. So even if the celebrity hadn't heard of punked, it just sounds like, oh, I just got punked. Okay, I get that. But on the Jamie Kennedy Experience, they were like, we need a catchphrase. So they said, you just got X'd. And then that would be the big reveal that it was a prank. But the person would be sitting there, covered in maple syrup or whatever. And they'd be like, huh? And then you go, you just got X'd. You're on the Jamie Kennedy Experiment. And then they'd point out the cameras, and then you'd see the person look like, the what? I don't even know. Who is Jamie Kennedy? That's Redbar's watching.
You just got Redbarred. Yeah.
You just got Redbarred.
You could sub it for any fucking name at that point.
Yeah, of course. Like it's just me. Unless you're actually famous, that's a meaningless thing to do. And even then sometimes. So yeah, it is wildly embarrassing. There's like no joke. It's like, okay, so he's watching. Like, all right, now what? Now do something. You got to do something funny. You got to like cause a scene. You got to disturb things. I think the funny. I didn't actually see the beginning of the stream. You played that guy heckling Sam Hyde.
Yeah. At the beginning.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna cover that too. It's fucking so embarrassing.
Yeah, really
I think
bad. They call him a faggot and tell him to sit down, and he listens. Like, could it be any better? And they're all freaking out. They're like, delete this. Wait,
there's more to that clip?
It starts with him just going up, and he goes, Redbar's watching, and it doesn't work. And he goes, Redbar's watching again. Sam Hyde goes, who is that? And then he goes, no, I'm just kidding. Very calmly. And then a guy in the back goes, sit down, faggot. And then you hear another guy go, sit the fuck down. And then the kid sits down. And that's the end of it. But then in the BBG, they're all going crazy saying, please delete this. We cannot have people seeing this as a representation of Redbar. It's killing Redbar's watching. We can never do this again. And so I had to make sure people saw it because they don't want you to see it. It's the video Redbar fans don't want you to see.
It's so embarrassing. And I think the best part of that clip is that it ends before you even see the reaction. Like the whole point is the reaction, and the retard filming it doesn't even get that. And that's every single one of these things. I remember when he first started trying to do stuff like what I do, where I send people out and talk with people, and they didn't even used to get video of it. He would just tell people what happened. So these things might not have even fucking happened originally. But like, I don't think he or his audience even understands what a prank is. Like, what the funny part. The funny part is the reaction. The funny part is the end, is the result. And there's none of that. It's crazy. I don't know what the point of it. I mean, I get it when it's in a chat room, and I get that because I've been doing that since I was a boy. But in real life, okay, the person probably didn't even hear you, by the way. Like, I don't know do they ever talk about the fact that when you're on stage and you're in the middle of something and a guy shouts something out, you don't hear.
That's what I was
like, you're in a zone.
That's what I was going to bring up. So Redbar's biggest criticism of the comedian is he goes like, a guy goes in there and goes, Redbar's watching. And then he critiques the comedian's response. Like, well, these are guys who are professionals at handling hecklers and doing crowd work. And then their response is always like, yeah, so, or something awkward. But it's not like a heckle that has a...
That's like not a good point.
No.
Comedians are not professionals at handling hecklers, and he's like exploiting the fact that is true. Like, There's like 5 comedians who brand themselves as being like
Crowd
so
work
good
people,
at taking down hecklers, and they don't send any of these guys after those. Like, it would be funny to do that to Steve Hofstetter, because his entire career is built on acting like he knows.
The ginger with the glasses, skinny guy.
Yeah,
I've seen him. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Anybody in the audience right now, if you think you don't know that name, you've seen him. He was like the first stand-up comedian to blow up huge on YouTube years and years ago. And he did it by posting all these clips of him like taking down hecklers. So if you've ever seen a heckler takedown video, it was that guy. And by the way, all of his were fake. So that's why it would be funny to do it to him. But as far as every other comedian ever goes, a guy starts heckling, you just get the security to throw him out. That's it. Somebody's annoying everybody who paid to be here. Bye. See ya. And maybe they'll say something funny to cut the tension on the way out. And that's the stupidest part too, is like, okay, so now that the guy you sent is kicked out, you're not seeing the part where everybody's laughing at you inside the venue. They all are now talking about you, and you look stupid.
Yeah, it connects to what you said before as well. It's like Redbar's watching, the comedian now has to know what Redbar is, first off, and two, it's not even something to bounce off of. So then it's like the same as him going to some random preacher stream and the chat goes, Redbar's investigating you. They got all your text messages. It's really bad. It's like, if they don't know who you are, how is he supposed to combat it other than go, okay, that's funny, shut the fuck up and sit down? There's nothing to work off there. So, and then Redbar gets so excited that his Redbar's watching scam is now like melting the comedians. Like, you're not a good comedian. You can't even handle a Redbar's watching heckle. It's like, but what do you say to that?
It's the equivalent to like arguing with Millhip, where like you have nothing to fight against because everything being screamed at you is just nonsense. So what do you do? Like, what do you even say to that? There's no one win. Everyone loses. Millhip loses. You lose for interacting. There's just zero winning whatsoever on anyone's part in that scenario. It's the same thing for them. They like probably didn't understand what the guy fucking said. They're now confused. They don't like the disruption. Obvious. Like, yeah, of course they don't. Heckling isn't like a new concept by any means, but I can't help but think, I've been researching Opie and Anthony since I missed the whole wave of all of this, and I literally only just found out about this. What do they call that thing they do with the news? You know what I'm talking about?
Shaman would know better than me. I didn't get into O&A until after Stern.
When they would like,
I can't remember what it's called, but where they would send somebody out for like the news broadcast. Yes.
Yeah, when they would send somebody out. They had a whole bit where they would fuck with the news. And which I was like, oh, okay, yeah, everything has already been done. But like, I can't help but feel like this whole thing is just that. Like, isn't this just more O&A fucking grave robbing at this point? Just going to a place and shouting out your name.
I like to bash Patrick Milton more than anybody, but Mike took a lot of shit from O&A and a lot of shit from Melton. A lot. And like, it's really bizarre to me looking back when I look at both of them, because Mike had a very different show before Melton. Way different.
100%. Redbar is now just Howard Stern doing Jocktober. That's it.
Pretty much.
It's those two things, which isn't that like big of a mashup. It's not that big of a remix to go ahead and call it something new, I would say. But yeah, he did. You're right. He took a lot. I know people don't like thinking of that because everybody, has their feelings about nobody likes onions. but he did steal a lot from Nobody Likes Onions. And by the way, other shows you've never heard of and are like extremely embarrassing. Like, do you guys know what Keith and the Girl is? He stole from it.
But yeah, this is.
Oh yeah.
It's one of the most embarrassing podcasts I've ever seen or been a part of, by the way.
It's really bad.
And he ripped it off entirely. Like, it's crazy. But
I finally
you ripped Keith and the Girl off?
I finally found this.
People don't care because he's funny. Like, Mike is funny. I don't take that away from. Well, under the right circumstances, when he's not suffering from a mental disease, he can be funny. But it's been a while.
When he's covering something he likes.
Maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen it outside of a clip, here and there in a long time. But strange. Very
I found
strange.
this. Hold on, let me turn this on. So I finally found it. So here is this video of this Leo Dominique guy, and just watch this. It's so fucking bizarre. He didn't send this to me. Someone found it. Let me change the audio over. So you're not going to hear me for a second, but listen to this video, and the audience will hear. Okay.
But yeah, this is my garden and our little. This is where we bury our animals. A lot of our.
Motherfucker, hold on.
But yeah, this is my garden and our little. This is where we bury our animals. A lot of our pets are here. This is where.
Okay, are you seeing this? What the fuck is wrong with you people? You spent your day doing this.
Wow. Let's see. A couple of angels. We got an angel over here.
By the way, this is also Leo Dominique.
Yeah, if I had to guess, this dude's doing meth and fentanyl. Like that's insane.
In Canada, we have a saying: "The leaf may fall to the ground, but slow, until again we see the snow." Now you want to drink this in a shooter type glass. That way all of the bubbles from the acidity will float to the top along with the residuals.
Feels like I'm watching a snuff film.
Around his years, Mr. Norm J. McDonald. He was more than a stand-up comedian. He was a That's very salty unexpectedly.
Oh my god. It's fucking frightening.
Oh yeah, that's Norm. Oh yeah, that's Norm. Come on, Norm, back in the bottle you go. Don't you wish you could rub him for good luck? Oh, Norm.
Wish I was dead.
Dude, like, what the fuck? He always attracts this type of person. Why do you think that is? Where they're like super artsy fucking Joker guys, or they're really pretentious. Like, I've had comments left on my channel, right? And they go, "Oh, less like they're analyzing the clothes I'm wearing, the equipment I have, less Yamaha mixers, more teenage electronics, and more Bode clothing." And like, I look it up, and Bode clothing is like $3,000 like upsold thrift shop build a hipster clothing. Like, and they embody Mike and try to act as if Mike's accomplishments and what he has is an extension of them. And then they have the ability to go and comment like, you're not as cool because you don't have the most expensive equipment for a stupid YouTube show. Like, what is that? What do you think that mindset is, where these guys like think that the person they watch is like an extension of themselves, and their achievement, Mike's achievements and what Mike owns, they can then go out and
that's just the
brag
standard
about.
Parasocial shit. I mean, that's just the Parasocial thing, but it's especially prominent and cringe from Redbar. It's because of the Diaper Beast thing. That show is sold to people not on comedy, not on content. He's literally covering like the most popular clickbait shit there is at this point. It's sold on a lifestyle. It's like weirdly sold as this like package deal where somehow you the nerd who's into the shit that he's talking about will somehow be made cool by watching and interacting with these things, which is, you know, something that I don't know of another show that attempts to do that, attempts to make it seem it's cool to be a podcast guy. Usually podcast guys are self-aware enough to know that there's no possibility of coming off cool from that.
No.
But and that's why his fans so vehemently defend him, like unlike anyone. I mean, everybody's fans sort of defends that because it's a thing you like. I get that. But they're not defending Mike. They're defending the lifestyle choices they've made. They might as well be defending, you know, gay rights.
That's true.
Pride.
That's like if you argue like someone who gets super attached to like the iPhone versus Android argument. When you insult the phone, you're insulting them. I never understood those types of people that are like that. And this is like brought to a whole new level where these guys they're embodying him. They become him.
Well, the guy, the Redbar fan who got my YouTube channel taken down, who I'm going to be talking all about on my big show back. There's no better example. Like, this guy is the perfect embodiment of exactly what I'm talking about. I got no problem if you're a fucking nerd, obviously, or you're a dork, or you're ugly, or, you know, you're a loser. Obviously, I don't. I'm a podcaster. I need you. But this dude, by way of listening to Redbar, somehow now believes he is cool and is now, you know, he does what they all do. They start dressing like Mike, which is like, it's so weird because it's like two levels of cringe where this is an old man dressing like a child. So now you're dressing like an old man dressing like a child. It's like a lasagna of cringe. And this guy is like attempting to look cool, and he's exactly what you picture when you picture a dorky podcast fan. I 100% every single time I've got one guy who like screenshots the gay things that happen in the BBG and posts them in my Discord, and I'm floored every single time. It never stops being funny to me. Every time I cannot believe my eyes. Every time somebody posts up their living room where they've set it up to look like Mike's studio, and so they have the same stuff on their tray full of weed and alcohol and all that stuff. I literally cannot believe it, but of course that's what it is. He's trying to, sell these guys a lookbook more than a comedy show.
This comment, I want to read it because, it's this guy Ken, right? First he says, Leo Dominique is sober. Yeah, fucking right. Ken, this is art. You don't get it. And then he also said something about like, would doing a 2-hour show about little details and critiques of a show you pretend not to like be parasocial? No. Like, why is critiquing something mean that you're parasocially thinking that you're friends with Mike, you're becoming Mike, you're dressing like Mike, you're buying the things Mike buys, you're wearing the clothes Mike wears.
Also, like, what would watching that 2-hour show make you? Because you've been here the whole time.
No.
You're in
2
chat
levels below.
not only defending Redbar. He said earlier he doesn't like Redbar that much, but now he's acting as though someone has to pretend to not like it. Like, again, it's a lasagna of cringe. The layers upon layers upon layers.
Now imagine there are people who watch this show in its entirety and then comment on this, of me commenting on this, on a guy who comments on something else. We've gotten it to levels of inception of probably 7 levels deep. So yeah, then what does it make those people who watch that? The criticism isn't parasocial, I don't think. It doesn't even meet the definition. Parasocial means you think getting in a fan group of like the BBG, that you're going to somehow get closer to the guy that makes the content and be his friend, or he might notice you or leave a little happy emoji on something you wrote. That's a parasocial relationship. Or thinking that you can speak to him. That's
chat guys don't understand the word parasocial. It's been used too much, and so they don't get the word because they are parasocial creeps. When you are the guy with the show, and you have actually interacted with the other guy with the show that you're talking about, that's no longer parasocial. That's an actual human connection that's been made. Like, I know probably in your head you're like, oh, I chatted and you're responding to my chat, so now I've made a human connection. But you will be forgotten within an hour, and all of this will just go away. You'll wash away like the sands of time. But and this isn't true of everybody who covers guys like Redbar, but both myself and Lossless have interacted with Mike. Mike has known me for years and years and years.
And he reached out to me for, how do you deal, like, I know because someone had said that to you before in the chat. They're like, you're always defending, and I know sometimes the troll is the defense. I've said this before with like Mersh. I brought him up one time. He's like defending over the vet bills for his cat, which is kind of funny. And I understand that. But like, what do you do when someone just keeps spreading this lie where they keep telling people that I sent Mike all these emails and he never answered me, when like, why isn't the truth funny, or why does it always have to be a lie? Like, he reached out to me, left a comment on my channel saying reach out to him. We spoke back and forth. And it's all been posted in the BBG with the email obfuscated where he was actually insulting me. And then he spurred out in my comments as well, wrote a bunch of shit. But then they'll just keep perpetuating this fake lie.
There's literally only one guy who cares about people explaining stuff, and it's Bell End. And he only cares because he was told to care about it by Ian Ellis. And Ian Ellis cares about it because, and I love explaining this, by the way, Ian Ellis cares about it because he's one of the biggest Redbar Diet Beast simps there is. His entire interest, Ian Ellis's entire interest in any of this world is that there are people who are willing to say his favorite podcast man sucks. And Bellend, I don't know if
I didn't know that.
I don't know like what Bellend even is beyond a Metatron, a mouthpiece for Ian Ellis. I've never heard him say an original thought he had. I've only ever encountered him repeating things he heard one of the 5 other guys from his streams say. It's basically like doing text to speech, but in a British voice with this guy. It's not a thing. People like hearing stuff like that because they don't know the story. They don't know the stuff. Not everything has to be funny, and they understand that when it's their guy. They'll sit there and listen to their guy explain for fucking 3 hours a thing. And I'm not even attempting to harp on Redbar here when it comes to this, but I don't know who else. As far as I know, Ian Ellis, that's his only guy. I don't know another guy to name. there, but how many times has Redbar sat there and literally spent on his fucking 8-hour long show, spent hours and hours explaining
defending
shit with no comedy beyond a boom sound effect and occasionally doing a gay voice for some reason.
It's
and
permanent
they sit there
now.
and you sit there and you lap it up because it's your guy. Everybody's got their fucking internet dad. That's theirs. I just don't like once you have pledged your loyalty to an internet dude, I no longer, not only do I not respect your opinions, I know them to be bad, and I know that doing the opposite is the right thing to do. That said, I don't think you do have to sit there and explain every little thing in granular detail, and I don't think you have to tell the truth. I think you can just lie. Oh, they lied about you? Just say they're lying.
There is something I do have to explain.
Just make up a story. Make up that you personally witnessed with your own eyes that they sat in a DM and cooked up this idea and lied. It doesn't matter. Fuck 'em.
So people need to know this. This is something I have to explain. So Belland is actually, people don't know this. He was the boy that Patrice O'Neill hired to bathe and wash him when he was on his deathbed. And no joke, he gave the rights to his content to Belland in his will. And that is why the Black Phillip YouTube channel is ran by Belland. Ask yourself, how else was he able to post all of that content? And it didn't go to his estate. It's going into Belland's pocket. Because they were actually gay lovers at the end. He was Patrice was into like young, white, skinny, like skateboard guys. And
like he said, booty, right?
Well, booty. That's the thing about Patrice. Patrice said
booty
so well. He said booty. And I mean, Patrice O'Neill, like simping for a big fat gay black guy who's dead. Like, and how long has he been dead? The love that dude gets, I promise you, he just really wasn't that funny.
No,
I'm sure you had some great times. You had some great times listening to him on the Opie and Anthony Experience, but and I'm sure it was funny then, but I've seen his stand up. It's okay. It's not that good. Really, he's not this like guy you should be creating YouTube shrines to. And by the way, almost none of them are. There's like 3. There's like maybe 3 ever who were that good that they'd be worth spending that amount of time on.
Most of their like obsession with him is the Black Phillip show, which was essentially a black guy's version of MGTOW, like the men going their own way. And goddamn these women, fuck your woman. But he was like, he had a horrible marriage. Why would you take advice from a guy with a horrible marriage who lost his fucking foot?
Of course he had couldn't even keep his foot. Stepping out. He was on the down low, fucking dudes on the side. Like obviously he was not. He didn't know what he was doing. Like listening to directly as a result of knowing that Ian Ellis is like such a Black Phillip. You know, he would love to get the Black Phillip right up him. I listened to one of those episodes, just one. And then I also listened to Beige Phillip, which I guess is...
Beige is bad, dude. Beige is bad.
Wait, Beige?
Crazy. And I had actually heard more of Dante Nero's shit than I had the Patrice O'Neill one because I had a co-host who was friends with him. So... I listened to those and them just sitting there telling these fucking made up lie stories about fucking women and how they have sex all the time and how you got to shoot your shot and throw a few bricks and all that kind of gay shit. These dudes didn't fuck. They're fucking 500 pounds. Ask yourself. And by the way, Patrice O'Neill was never even that famous. Like, he wouldn't have even had access to, like, a woman who's just a star fucker. What would he say to her? Like, oh, I was one of them niggas on The Office. Like, it's just not how it works. Like, they did not fuck the way. And also, being into a guy because he fucks is gay. Like, that is a level of gay I can't fully comprehend. I can't even put this into words properly, my true feelings on this. But the second somebody tells me they're into Patrice O'Neal, I start to worry. And then when they tell me they're particularly into the Black Phillip aspect of him, I know that we're done here. What's this you're zooming on?
This is a guy. It's just another example of Redbar. Anybody know what Mike's closing number was last night? It might be my favorite one he's done this season. And then the response actually made me tear up. And if you heard this, it is fucking atrocious.
Watching for the songs.
or the karaoke, for fuck's sake.
God,
and they're never good. I mean, even being unbiased, I would say maybe of the handful I've seen, Mike has maybe actually played the guitar and sang at the same time, which takes some modicum of talent. I agree. But a lot of his karaoke covers are oof, it's bad. It's like bad karaoke when you're drunk. You have to be drunk to enjoy it, which is what I assume is going on.
My question is, why is it a feature of his show all the time?
Because
what
he's
is
trying.
It? I don't
be
get
honest. He's trying. He used to be a punk guy who was like a punk band guy. I remember seeing really old clips of him where he was a punk dude who played the guitar with his friends and jammed out, and he's trying to recapture. It's like watching an old washed up rock star trying to recapture his youth. And so those performances are his. Now I have all this equipment and I can reenact my dreams when I was a kid of being a punk star.
Yeah, but he could do it in private. He doesn't have to stream it.
He's a podcaster now. You don't need, you're not a punk.
It's embarrassing. Why? Who is this for? I don't understand it. I mean, listen, in fairness, I'm also a person where, when I was like a kid, and watching Saturday Night Live, when the musical act would come on, I'd be like, okay, I'll just change the channel for a little while. Don't give a fucking shit about that. Yeah. But it's not really equivalent. It would be the equivalent of like Steve Martin is hosting SNL and then decides, halfway through to very seriously do an entire Kendrick Lamar song.
Well, a part of it too is that Mike is a lot like Kumia in many ways, and one of them is that he wants to be like a late night talk show host type of guy. When he's not that, he's a long form podcast, radio, whatever. So Kumia is the exact same way, where he tries to be like a talk show almost, and that's not really what he is, at least in my opinion.
I mean, look, I 100% get like even on the internet, hanging out with friends, singing songs. I like karaoke is a fun activity to do. Going out with friends and doing karaoke.
Yeah, if you're drunk,
I get it.
and then no one cares that your singing's terrible because you're
exactly. It's the part where he's taking it seriously and doing it in the middle of a show to like hype himself up. That is like makes my skin crawl. I can't believe it.
Here, I'll switch it over so you can get a little.
Shaman, am I crazy, or did Kumia used to do karaoke?
He did in his basement.
No, he did karaoke with a machine gun in his basement. Yeah, and it was Joe Rogan's favorite thing, and he talked about it like 20 times.
Ripping off Kumia. Okay. I didn't realize that was
pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
I think that is what, like karaoke and doing like. He's trying to create an environment of like, this is not a show. It's like everyone, that's why he starts it off. Drink with me and see where this goes. Like all like suave. And you like get into it and get drunk and fucked up. And then you get the performance at the end. Like this guy Jimmernam that we were covering and going back and forth with did the same thing.
Like
he
live
did
streamer of all time.
Yeah. He did the same thing, karaoke performances to end off the show. It's a lot of these guys.
It's not shocking people have a parasocial relationship with the show then when everything is like, you're here having drinks with me, we're having fun, or I'm singing with you. We're all hanging out and friends. Like, okay, well then I guess that kind of makes sense.
You want to hear a bit of this? Here, wait. only play a little bit.
It really matter. Call them up, come into my bedroom. Ended up, we fucked on the hotel floor. It's not about having someone to love me anymore. Now this is the experience of being an American whore. Thank you.
This is like a woman's.
Three more verses.
What's going on?
What is happening? Seriously, what am I looking at?
Called up one drunk, called another. Forensic Files wasn't on. Watching Teenage Diary of a Girl, wondering what went wrong. I'm a princess, I'm divisive, don't know what went wrong. I'm a princess.
I'm a prince. Is he making this song? What is this?
I won't testify, I already fucked up my story on top of this. So many other things you can't believe. Did you know a singer could still be looking like a side piece at 33?
Dude, I'm gonna kill myself if you keep playing this. I'm not joking. I can't take this. This is 1,000 times more embarrassing than what I was even talking about. Like I didn't. Is he making up a song? Is that a real song?
This is Lana Del Rey. It says up here, which, from my knowledge, is a song a woman would listen to. That makes no sense. He even knows what this is.
And he's like,
A&W is like the burger
pianoing himself right now. He's like learning the piano live.
This is his Mellotron. I don't know. He has the same Kanye. He had a Moog because Kanye has one, and I don't know. I don't know if
this is
if
music
it was that
show.
year off. What's that?
All right, I gotta know this. Does anybody know? Has the drum set been played yet?
I've never seen it.
Because I've been doing drum set watch for a while.
He said, I played on the last show a clip where he said he's going to expand the studio even more. And some were like, oh, it's a joke. But he seemed very serious. Like, he's like, I want to have different sections and expand even more. And so, I don't know. I'm trying not to be biased.
Did his Steven Crowder light sign die? That's not on. I know.
He gets super upset. And then he has to cut to black and claim that he's fixing it, but clearly it's Jules doing it. There was another segment where he's like, I gotta go run to the office to go pick up a new machine. He was trying this stupid bit where he was weighing t-shirts, right? And it kept failing. Every single machine he brought out wasn't working. And he was like, Jules, cut the black break, and I'm gonna go run to the back, and I'm gonna get a regular scale. And the scale didn't work either, but it's clear it was in like 2 seconds. No way he ran and got that thing. So he pretends he's getting it, but he goes, Jules, you go.
So how long have we had the musical performance area now? How long has he had this studio now? And it's never been used?
About as long as we've been promised an animatronic gorilla.
Oh my God, I just noticed something. We've been... in my Discord, we were making fun of Mike for at the tender age of 40 becoming a Kurt Cobain guy. And I just realized he's got the Sky Stang Kurt style guitar.
Yeah.
Is that blue? Is that actually blue, or is that just look blue because of his lighting and because of your screen?
Which one? This one here?
Yeah, that one.
It's white. Here, or it might be a lighter bluish, and then this is red here. I see it as...
If that is actually light blue, then I think he might be trying
It could be. It's hard.
Yeah, he decided he's a Nirvana guy at 40.
Yeah, but none of this has been used, and then they're like, well, the bit is that he just makes the studio super big for no reason, just as like a flex. Like...
Somebody in chat says, how about when he used to cook steak live? That was breathtaking. That's still one of my favorite fucking embarrassing Redbar things.
You know what would be a funnier bit, though? More entertaining? Instead of just this whole cope of like, I built all this out as a joke to be like, I'm a late night show and all I use is the desk. Get someone in there to actually play the drums as the intro to the show. Like, I don't know, the actual usage of it could be funny.
Well, when he
funnier than that dumb bit.
I think the only full episode I've watched since he's had this studio was the first one he had back, because we were sending him diapers and stuff to his studio. So
he looked bad, that first one.
We wanted to see if he would like go get the diapers and stuff. And so I covered it. I was like watching the whole thing. And my first thought when he showed that thing over there was, who's going to play those instruments? He doesn't have any friends. Like, who's he going to ask to do this stuff? He doesn't know anybody. He doesn't like anybody. Nobody likes him. I don't think he could even hire a person to do it as like a one-time thing. I literally don't get it to a point where it's infuriating to me. It actually starts concerning me at a certain point that we're just watching the deterioration of a man's brain while he's being puppeted by his bizarre Zoomer wife who he groomed at 16.
The craziest clips that I've seen is where it's a clip channel and they put even Mike from season 18 or 19 or so in the same video as like the newer ones. The voice, it's a completely different person. You see the change, not just the way he looks, but his voice goes from one thing to this very flamboyant thing, and people are like, he's just the summer of joy now.
I've heard people say that about him, but it is real that your voice changes as you age. You sound different. I don't sound the same as I did 10 years ago whatsoever. It is especially true if you are a person talking into a microphone with headphones on. Over a decade, like you will naturally change over time that way. That said, his accent changed, which should not happen unless you like move. You know, like if you move, which he did recently, but what I'm talking about before that, if you move to a new place and everybody around you is talking a new way, sure, your accent will change. I moved to New York and now I pronounce on as on. I can't even say it the other way. I'm just saying on twice, but I did not do that before and now I do, and I can't help myself. But he did, like, out of nowhere at one point suddenly just started using a new accent. And it's funny because this is the thing. I made fun of Mersh for doing this exact same thing. Mersh used to talk in this California guy accent. If you watch original Revenge of the Sis episodes, like when they first started out, he's got this almost surfer, like valley girl way of talking. It's hard to notice because he's got that deep voice, but he's never lived in California or anything. So it's like when you start thinking about it, you can't stop noticing it because it's like, wait a second, why the fuck does he talk like that? And then out of nowhere, 2 years later, he talks like Tony Soprano, which is also not a way he should speak. It's the exact same thing. It's like this they one day woke up and just completely changed their accent. The voice isn't a big deal. Like, that's normal. But the accent is something where you should be questioning a person like that. You can't do that in a day. If somebody does that in a day, they're a psychopath. That's like that Elizabeth Holmes woman. You know what I'm talking about? She's like tried to style herself like Mark Zuckerberg and she defrauded people with that fake medical company thing.
There's a documentary on that. It was good.
Yeah, and she would talk like this. Like that's a crazy fucking thing to do to human beings, to consciously be doing that, even as somebody who talks into a microphone.
The number 4.
You can't do that just out of nowhere one day. There has to at least be sort of a sliding scale up until that point. But they both, Mersh and Redbar, have both done that. I wonder, I'm starting to think I need to check in on other people and see if they've done it too, because it's actually kind of a scary trait.
This might be a good example of it. So I'll play this. This is, I think, season 18 or something, and then right after a current episode, and you don't notice it gradually, but when I don't know, I saw this recently. I couldn't find the clip where it was back to back, but this is pretty close. So let's listen to this for a second. 1 second.
What are you doing? Making, you know what I mean? I'm like, ooh, that voice is a little too easy.
Too much.
It's too easy. So wait till you see Michael Lerner come out like a fucking.
Hey, Jules, how are you? We also have Jules in the house. What's up? What's up?
There too.
Jules in the house.
See where this thing goes. You've got a great song, I think, from Kanye West coming.
Deal on his last day, 1320, and Jeremiah and Michael Lerner are actually enemies.
It's a different
This is how
guy.
you know Jeremiah fucking rules. He gets in these tiffs with the Kill Tony.
Coming up, one of your favorites. This song is.
In the back of a.
Let me go to show you my bets. Palestine, okay? That should be on DraftKings, by the way.
So you see, it's just basically, I don't know, it's like a higher pitched. There we go. It's like a higher pitch, like, yeah. Like, I don't know. And before there's a hint of it there, but he made a conscious decision to change the way it sounds.
You gotta go way older than that to really hear the.
Oh, the even older one. It sounds like he has like a chipmunk, like with nuts in his mouth, where he has like where he just had dental surgery. That's another strange one, or like an old Jewish woman. But even that, I don't know. You don't think that feels like two different guys? Like,
no, not.
I don't
see.
I
don't know. I see something really different. It's just his demeanor.
One video is
and the way
before
he
the
acts.
Tripoli incident. One of them's before the Tripoli incident. The other one's after.
True.
And I mean, I feel like that Tripoli incident, whatever juice he had left in him, it took it out of him, and now he's just basically a reanimated puppet. I mean, compared to what he used to be, in my opinion.
If you have a choice, both of you, which is a better studio? This one? None is not an answer. You have to answer. This one or this one?
Oh, the second one. That's not even.
Really?
One's just a TV. I mean, it's not even.
Yeah, no, I know. But even just like visually watching it, you'd rather see this, like a late night.
There are things about his current studio where I go, why is he doing that? But I mean, am I doing this from a viewer perspective or I'm using the studio perspective?
That's interesting. You actually, what's the answer if you were using it? Would you prefer to be in this? Or
I would prefer the first one if I was using it, because there's stuff about his new setup where I'm like, that's got to be uncomfortable. He's like having to crane to look over at a fucking. Why doesn't he have a monitor? This is what I don't understand. Why doesn't he have a monitor in front of him that shows him what's on the TV behind him?
So I had that mistake at first, and I was always like going like this. So now I can see it. And the reason I don't know why he hasn't figured this out yet. So I have it so I can go like that and just put the images on the screen where he is like physically going like this and then dragging it off. I don't know why he drags it when you can just like.
I've got the same sort of thing.
I know. Why isn't he doing that? So I can go like this and then keep looking at the camera.
It's also that his computer is on the other. So his computer's over there and his TV's over on the other side. So he's constantly having to go back and forth between the two. And you can tell he's in horrific pain. His neck looks like it's about to shoot the veins out of his throat. And so I'm just thinking like he's craning that neck, that poor. The Jules tattoo on his neck is about to melt off. He's like heating it up so badly. I don't know. To me, I mean, one of them obviously looks better than the other. One of them is literally just a TV in a stinky little apartment, and the other one is, the other one is a nice looking studio inside a weird industrial strip mall. But
for like $800 a month, the cheapest That's a big fucking studio space for that price, from what I've seen. My research, yeah, very cheap. You'd be surprised. You can, that whole thing is like, I think $1,000 a month. I think of it, it wasn't about like which is more elaborate. I think the vibe, I don't even know, it's kind of gay to say, of the older studio felt more, I don't know, I don't explain it. Felt more like you were like watching it. Parasocial, I guess. Maybe that is what it is. The older studio felt more relatable, whereas now it's like it's this grand thing. So
well, I relate to the newer studio more because it has my robot camera in it. So for me, I look at that and go, "Oh yeah, that's like home."
I have a good question. I don't know if you've seen this before. So Redbar is he said that a guy or a fan developed this. And from what I know, I think it's an open source thing, but I haven't found it yet. He has this thing now where when he goes to watch a clip and skip through it, it's called Redbar Rewind. And instead of having to drag a cursor through the time stamp of the video, he has this thing, it pops up over the video, says Redbar Rewind, and then he types the time code into the number pad. Is this something new and invented, or is this something that's like a thing that's out there?
I haven't seen. I'm like trying to piece together what you're talking about because I haven't seen this.
So he'll pull up a video like this on YouTube or anything, and then I guess it's an extension. It'll pop up over the video, and it says
like
Redbar Rewind 000, and then he just goes like on the numpad on the keyboard. Let's go to 5 minutes 10 seconds. He just types it, and it skips to that instead of having to drag or keep clicking links to open new timestamps. You know what I mean?
As someone who's never seen this, number one, there's no way he made that. Like somebody must have made that for him.
He said it was a fan.
He doesn't know how to make a browser extension. I've had to use extension things like that for stuff before, and I use them currently for other things. That sounds like that would be a really nice feature to have, actually.
Yeah.
As a guy who knows how to type and knows how numbers work, but having seen him fumble over time codes.
When he first had it, he was fucking up with it a lot. Yeah.
A million times, and the fact that they can never remember to put the third set of zeros in there. So, Jules writes down 3 minutes where it should be 3 hours in and all that kind of shit. My immediate thought is, why would you go to the trouble of using this custom-built browser extension that one day might just break the second YouTube changes their code? That's going to be gonzo. Why would you use that and not just clip the shit you want to talk about?
Yeah.
If he was,
that's what I usually do.
This is actually something that has always fascinated me as a guy who has been, doing these time codes with YouTube videos for as long as he has never gotten better at it. He is so bad at hitting the pause, at rolling it back to the right part, half of his show, if you were to cut out just the parts where he's like, let's go to the next time code and put that together, it would be a considerable chunk of the time of the episode would be him finding that shit. And I know he's putting Jules on that duty. You can make it on YouTube where you can just have you can put a comment up there and you can put the time code. Why doesn't she just put time codes in the thing and then you just click it? Your comment shows up first for you. So on the Redbar account, she goes in, she leaves the comment with all the time codes. Then he could sit there and click those because it'd be the first comment for him. It would take 2 seconds. Instead, they hem and haw over it and they tell you the time code.
Yeah.
If a guy on stream, and I've been guilty of this, but if a guy on stream is telling you, the audience member, the time code, which is a thing you don't need to know, he's filling in time because he's having too much trouble getting to it.
That's actually a smart idea. I had never thought of that. Yeah, to leave the comment, you see it first on your account, put all the timestamps, and then you don't have to reload the video.
The thing I've seen commented on about everybody, the most, the thing that everyone gets shit for is like pausing and unpausing on a video. People hate it. People are watching these shows like this. This is the saddest part about that style of show, is the majority of people who watch, for as big as you are and as popular as you think you are, the majority of people who watch these things are literally watching as not for your commentary, but for you to be an aggregator of the type of clips they want to see. So you're a clip channel for these freaks. Yeah. And I've seen them say it to Redbar, to fucking Revenge of the Sis, and Mersh on his Nightwave show, and everybody who does that type of thing. I've seen somebody in chat or in the comments at some point say, stop pausing so much. Which, if somebody is telling you that, it means two things. Number one, you are bad at pausing, which I know sounds retarded, but you can be good at it. And number two, they don't care about your commentary. They want to, when someone's in your chat saying, just let the video play, you are bad at what you do.
Just go watch the original.
Yeah, they just want the fucking clip.
They just want
it's
you
like
to collect them. Yeah.
It's embarrassing. It's like, I feel bad for whoever they're saying that to. Every time I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe, like, that's like going to a comedy show and saying like, you suck. That's like the worst heckle of all time. You're not funny. That's basically what they're saying.
Yeah. I haven't.
And I gotta say,
don't pause.
I'm an expert.
You're not funny.
I'm an expert at pausing and unpausing.
Yeah. By the way, Shaman, we got to check it. Shaman, you didn't go back to Kratom or anything, right? You're okay. You haven't been saying anything.
Yeah, I'm good. No, I have a question for Jesse though.
Go for it.
Are you gonna be co-hosting Steel Toe soon or not?
Yes. Yes.
You are?
I am.
Okay, I'm really looking forward to that.
Steel Toe, and I
me
have
too.
messaged with Aaron.
Aaron loves me.
I can't
Aaron
fucking
and
wait.
I have made up.
People don't understand. Aaron is built different. I mean, that he will just sit there and watch his marriage burn and not bat an eye at
Certainly is.
I mean, I love it. I'm fully Team Aaron at this point.
I'm telling you, nobody handles trolling better than Aaron from Steel Toe. You
Honestly,
could not ask for a better guy.
The Steel Toe morning show is possibly the best show on YouTube. One of top 3, I think.
Well, I wouldn't say that. That's crazy. Top 3.
What do you mean?
Maybe
What's better than Steel Toe? Name it.
Honestly,
exactly.
it is my favorite thing to
it
watch.
Would have came right.
You
off
remember
the top
those
of your head.
videos where Elisa or Elsa and Spider-Man would, go eat Takis from the gas station together?
Yeah, that is good.
Those channels are pretty.
Now you say that.
No, I like Steel Toe though, and yeah, I think I'm going to be co-hosting Wednesdays or something with him coming up here soon. So.
Yeah,
Okay.
See, I gave Aaron a test and he failed it. So I'll sometimes do this if I talk to someone for the first time. I will tell them something. It could be total bullshit or it could be true. And this was about a year ago, and I sent him a message. It was on Twitter, X, whatever. And I waited, and literally the next show, Aaron read my whole private message out verbatim to his audience, and I was like, what the fuck? Now I can't trust this guy anymore. That's a big test for me. He just blasted it out.
You cannot send a guy with a show a message and think that it's definitely private. That's not fair.
But it's funny because it wasn't like an embarrassing message, and it wasn't a message that was even pertinent to his show. He just, I don't know, he just read it for the sake of reading it. That I had sent him a message. I don't know. But yeah, of course, you can't trust any guy with a show. Yeah. But I'm wondering.
I will be reading out all of our DMs very soon.
You can.
Like everything. It's going to be bad. It's going to look real bad on you.
Yeah, I put some fucked up shit in those DMs, man.
I don't like that this guy Ken in chat is using.
He's still here. Thought you
He's
don't
saying
like
he called April from Steel Toe Ape. That's my. But these guys all use my.
So he's
No-
making
nobody
fun
called
of
her ape until
you,
I
but
did.
he's taking your your words there.
Well, he watches my show. I mean, he watches every episode. It's crazy.
Oh, so you know Ken?
No,
You're
I
just
don't know.
assuming based on that.
I know he
definitely
does.
God,
A lot of these
Goat
guys do.
Scroat says Worski the Pause Master. Worski, I haven't seen Worski in a while. Is he still alive?
Yeah, his
Yeah, he
show's
does
doing
Casino,
real well.
Casino, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah.
I haven't seen
They're-
a lot of
They're
that.
doing,
All I know
they're
is
doing great. They do really, really well.
AIM.
They do this cool new thing now where they have this button they press and it makes a smoke detector chirp, and it's like really funny actually.
Yeah,
and
I've seen someone else do that.
Yeah, now they cover Steel Toe and they covered Nick Rekieta and yeah, it's actually it's really cool though what they did.
Yeah. It would be,
no,
yeah,
those are
it's
good.
an
I
honor
like
to be in the
Andy's
shadow of a show like that, right?
Yeah, I don't know how I'll ever recover. I mean, Andy's my friend, so you would think I would want him to do well, but yeah, it is hard. No, it's hard knowing that a different show is doing okay.
Yeah,
Me
I gave
personally,
Aaron a
it's
test,
competition.
some test. That's right, Ken.
I
Didn't
personally
work.
look at every YouTube channel as competition.
I mean, look, it doesn't work. That's true. There's a good way to look at it. By the way, you know they make hardwired smoke detectors, right?
Yeah, they
Simple.
do in you know, they do in non-low income places. Yeah, newly built.
Yeah, this house, they're all hardwired. You won't hear a chirp here. Okay. And Mike told a story where he had a nightmare and he had to go in his living room with the broom and hit the button and take the batteries out. So Mike is actually poor. I don't know
Wait,
if
he
you guys
told
knew
a
that.
story about having a goon alarm? That's crazy.
Yeah. And he told, it was a whole 20-minute story about how he had this nightmare where he woke up and that he was sleepwalking, but he didn't actually wake up, and he had this fire alarm, smoke alarm. He hit it with a broom to turn it off, and then everything in the room started flying around. And then he woke up and told Jules, and it's been haunting him ever since. And just that was my takeaway from it. I was like, wow,
Was he talking about it going off like there's a fire, or was he talking about the chirp?
The chirp.
Can you, for the love of God, please find me this clip?
Yeah, I can find it. It's a 20-minute story about his. He found some YouTuber who gave him a cocktail recipe of a sleep aid, and it's like triamine or something, and it said if you take 300 milligrams, you might have night terrors. And he tells this whole story with the lights out and the music, and it's like a ghost story kind of.
Oh, is this an old episode?
No, it's recent.
Oh wow.
It's
yeah, it's like a year old.
A year old, yeah, probably.
Damn.
And says he's
Shaman
haunted
knows
by
what you're talking about.
Jewish demons.
That's crazy.
And he's serious.
Well, we had a conversation about
it's
it.
not a bit. He's serious when he tells the story.
I need that so bad. I need that clip so bad. For
Yeah,
my
I'll
show.
get that for you.
That is going to make an insane intro.
It's got the
Doing
chirp.
an insane.
Oh, dude, it's like
schizo
what,
edit.
30 minutes long?
Yeah,
it's a long story.
I'll
He
pare
takes
it
a long
down.
time to tell
Find you
it.
the part.
I'll get all the best parts, in there. But the I've been doing, man, I've been having to do some research on Howard Stern for this upcoming episode, which has not been fun for me. And yeah, this is there's going to be a real fun schizo edit going on. I just learned about the what was it called? What do the fucking Stern guys call it? The Pelican brief. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, the Pelican brief. Yeah,
That was like
radio gun
that was
people
what
have
the
done a
thing
ton
I
of shit on
found on
that.
YouTube called it. I don't know what it was actually called, but like it's him like telling all of his employees that all the changes they're going to make.
Oh, yeah.
That thing.
Yep.
That name is very funny, Pelican Brief. But
I never heard that.
I don't know any of this stuff. I'm just learning all these things. Oh my god.
He's like, you gotta get on Twitter, and you have to dress nicer. We can't be looking like slobs.
Yeah, he told people to make fake accounts on Twitter.
Yeah, and then start following celebrities. Be like, you have to get on Howard, and that's how we're gonna land celebrity guests.
Yeah, so chasing celebs and
whitewashing
making fake accounts to get your name out there. Sound familiar?
Hiding his history of like Miss America, Private Parts. He tells people those books don't exist. Don't read them anymore. Only read his new book. Because he got rid of all of the whack pack. He tried to clean up his image. He deleted a large portion or edited a large portion of his archives that he replays and takes out any mention of the word retard or racist, N-word.
Gary the Conqueror
instead of Gary the Retard, Wendy the Special Needs Adult instead of Wendy the Retard, all that kind of stuff. And then he fired his whole Howard TV staff. Yeah, he whitewashed everything and then tried to hide his whole past. And when he gets called out for using the N-word, he's like, I never said the N-word. And it's like, there's a compilation of him doing it. And yeah, it's very similar. I've said it. It's very similar. That's what these guys do, though. So Howard Stern was never truly who he was until now. The guy that we saw all those years was grifting. It was just the grift at the time to be shocking, get the money. He got his billions. And now that he has the money, now Hollywood accepts him. And now he's schmoozing with the celebrities. And so now he needs to be liberal, and they attribute it to this woman named Marcy Turk. If you look into that,
I've seen some stuff about that. Big. I was hoping I could find there's not really a lot of good videos about this. Did you see the one I sent? Yeah, I watched that one. I watched two others. It's not quite as in depth as what I was looking for because I've seen
Gen Z kid. That's why
I've seen on Google people really discussing this stuff, and so I was hoping there'd be some snappy YouTube video that really gets into the thick of it. But you can tell a lot of the videos about it are by people who don't really know that stuff. They're just Googling it the way I am.
I know.
So I was hoping to get I was hoping to get somebody who really fucking dug their teeth into it, but that's all right. I'll figure something out.
I've gotten into it a decent amount, not to where I'm the total expert on it, but the best stuff I found about Marcy Turk was actually in Artie Quitter podcast, and Artie had on who's the Canadian kid that was fucking 350 pounds, Hansi. He had Hansi on one of the Artie Quitter podcasts, and he was this schizophrenic 350 pound Muslim dude from Canada. Anyways, he actually called into Stern once to talk about Marcy Turk and got hung up on, and then they talked about it on Artie, and Artie said everything he thought about it. And he did say that Stern started acting weird after she showed up. But it was also they were trying to get rid of Artie at the same time, so he didn't have the best gauge on it. But he said there was definitely a weird change after she showed up.
She wrote a book that was called Getting Things Done, and it was kind of a cultish lifestyle book where she's passed it on to a lot of businesses and businessmen to whip their businesses into shape and point out all the things you can't dress like a slob. They had to take down all of the posters in the hallways of the whack packers because a guest comes in and they're going to see a photo of Jeff the drunk with his hernia fucking hanging out.
I mean, it honestly is a good point. A lot of the stuff in that whole brief thing was yeah, that does make sense, actually. It is funny that people were mad about that. Some of it was retarded.
Because if the people that were fans then, they wanted the circus. And even the intro he had changed to his Howard TV, where it used to be a circus intro where it's look, I'm the ringmaster. Look at all these weird people that I control. Then he gets rid of all of them, and then he turned into a new intro where it's more a CNN type news style intro. And now he wants his legacy to be the best interviewer of all time. That's his goal now. He does not want to be the guy from before where women are coming in the studio or weird people off the street or doing any sort of weird bits or segments or crossing the line. Now he's like hyper liberal Howard, pro-vaccine, pro-mask, pro-everything liberal, basically. And whitewashed his whole history to be a great interviewer and whatever. I mean, people evolve. I'm not mad that he made that decision. I'm disappointed because I listened to the show because of the craziness. I love that he was able to take people that were just weird, had no attention, and pluck them and make them into characters worth watching. So
somebody in chat says, did we ever find out who leaked the briefing?
Probably one of the Howard TV guys that were fired. I think maybe Ganji or what's another, Scott to Pace, somewhere in that, Shuli, or someone said High Pitch Mike. High Pitch Mike might have done it because he left, I think.
I don't know their names or anything, but while I was looking up this stuff, I did see one while trying to like find stuff about it. I did see that who's that little bald Jewish guy?
Shuli,
yeah. I saw him talking about it, and he heavily implied that it was somebody who worked for the TV show because they got fired like 2 months later or something.
All of them. He fired the entire Howard TV staff and then didn't tell them. They found out like basically on Christmas or something. And he never said goodbye to them on the air. He never went, hey guys, everyone's leaving. It just ended. And they all got a letter saying, yep, you're fired. And they were all pissed.
The crazy thing to me is like that video apparently is being secretly recorded. I thought like, oh, they were recording it on purpose for like people who weren't there for training or whatever. But I guess that it wasn't meant to be recorded. Someone somehow surreptitiously did that, which is insane.
It's possible it was supposed to be recorded for posterity, but then the person who recorded it leaked it because there was a lot of people who were disgruntled at that point. Howard was notorious for being cheap, a cheap Jew, basically. It's the best way to put it. And that was their words too. He paid people shit. Only the main players in the studio got paid very well. Everyone else he treated like shit. And then he would not even allow them to pursue any creative ventures outside of the show. Like if they tried, he would shut it down immediately. It's funny because the Shuli, he like with the old Podtrash network, Howard would play clips of our old shows all the time, and Shuli and JD Harmeyer were the two guys who would take our clips and give them to Howard for Howard to play. And now suddenly Shuli has Shuli Network, and there's speculation he stole this idea from me. And there's this guy named Vince the Lawyer, or Vinny the Lawyer, who used to be involved with us as well.
Muttering J.
Someone called him on the phone and asked him point blank, do you remember this Podtrash thing? And did Shuli steal it? And he says yes. He like agrees, and we got like a clip of it, which is pretty cool. Pest, thanks to Pest for making that phone call. So it's just funny because I could dive into this whole Dabbleverse thing, but I don't know, I'm not interested in Howard Stern and haven't been for probably since, what is it? When did Artie leave? Like 2014?
2010, wasn't it? 2011?
Yeah, 2011, where he tried to kill himself. Did you know that, Jesse? He tried to commit suicide? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was all in the news and stuff. I remember
you
that.
should,
he, like, drank bleach and stabbed himself 17 times or something.
Fucking crazy. If you want to hear funny ones, watch Artie versus High Pitch Mike.
High Pitch, yeah.
Artie versus Sal and Richard. Artie versus Teddy, his assistant. I played that one on the last show. What's another good one? Some of the really good fights, like you'd find it entertaining just outside of the realm of research.
Yeah, because I'm not like, I've never just been in this world or anything. I don't really know much about it, and seeing it all, it's like, it is funny seeing this stuff for the first time and being like, oh shit, yeah, everything has been done, and seeing like
Yeah.
that I've done bits that are like so similar to things that, you know, we're on the biggest radio show of all time. It's like, of course people think I fucking watched this or stole it from Howard Stern. And I literally have just never been into any of this stuff. And I didn't know that as a result of that, I didn't know that, you know, that you were like the guy that fucking had this giant archive of Howard Stern stuff. And
Yeah, if you need a clip,
I was like so confused why everybody kept calling you Whoosh in chat. Whoosh. I was like, what is that? I literally said, what's this mean?
Whoosh this mean?
Yeah.
What's this mean?
So I didn't know.
Yeah, it was a name I had since
figuring
6th grade.
all of this shit out.
That was like my America Online username, and I kept it since then, like 6th grade or something. And then made a site just named after it. That was like back in like 2009. But
I was about to say what my AOL name was when I was a kid that I had forever, but then I realized, like, what if something still exists under that? So I'm not going to say it. But it's really
I did a scrub. Remember when you were considered real? Because I had a name before that. It was AMP. Just because of the fact, do you remember how you were like considered cool on America Online if you were able to like obtain a 1, 2, or 3 letter name? Do you remember that? It was like impossible to get like a 1 letter name.
I mean, that's true
like,
on basically every platform that comes out, but yeah.
Yeah. But on AOL, you had to like hack. You had to do some sort of hack to get a 1 or 2 letter name, like glitch AOL. But yeah.
It was, you know, it's funny. I'm thinking about it now, but like the day we got internet the first time, the day we got AOL, I instantly made like 100 accounts. Like I've been doing that fucking shit since day one. Like there was no reason for. I didn't even know what the internet was yet, and I just saw like, oh, you can
domains.
Just keep making me.
Were you one of those guys who would buy up domains and then like sell them?
No, I just buy domains that I think are funny and keep them and do nothing with them because I'm retarded.
Yeah, you got some
I have some like
you got some
horrible.
good ones.
I've got horrible ones, like real bad.
If you want to hear something funny, so Lossless, you know Mario Bosco, right?
The cook?
No, Mario Bosco is
Mario
a short little
Battaglia.
Italian comedian.
No, I don't know him.
Yeah. Well, Bosco, he did Artie's show with him for a long time, and there's somebody that listens to both. I know mine and your show, Jesse. Maybe Lossless too, but he bought the domain mariobosco.com, and he just started playing gay porn on it. And Bosco was like crying on the show, like saying he wanted to kill himself. Crazy shit over it.
I did something kind of funny like that where so the Stern content where I was archiving it, there used to be these guys who would like, and again, I'm not saying I own stolen content, right? But it was kind of respect. You had some respect of being the guy who recorded and did the work and, you know, archived it and organized it. So there would be these guys who would steal the links of my content and then post it publicly, which would add lots of risk and liability and too much attention back to the site, because if they killed those links publicly, it would kill it on the site. So I found the guy who was doing it. What I started doing was I learned you could keep the same URL but change the file. So on his website, I just started changing all the files to gay porn, and so all these like Stern fans came there. It was just all gay porn videos.
I have to do that all the time when people steal Pizza Fun shit. One time, chimpanzee, what's his name? Unique.
Yeah,
Unique had a habit in early on, into me knowing who he was. He had a habit of joining the Pizza Fund and then taking like my great fucking $20 content, like the high dollar shit, and streaming it to his YouTube channel and doing quote unquote commentary over it, which involved him lisping until he fell asleep on his microphone. And one of them, like I did, it was this huge thing I did where I pranked Royce from Revenge of the Sis, and catfished him with this girl, and we got him to admit that he like cheats on his wife and shit. And this dude is like fucking playing it live on his stream. You know, I mean, he paid the $20, but the fucking 200 people watching didn't. And mid-show, I replaced the file with gay porn. Or actually, I might have done slave porn because he's black. I can't remember which one. I did some sort of porn where, like, because the service I use, you can literally just change out the file in, you know, and it's everything else is the exact same. Yeah. So even the player. Google so he's Drive sitting there too. On the player. He paused it for just long enough to say, you know, something to somebody in chat or whatever. And then he hits play again. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's just porn. And he had to instantly shut his stream down.
Is this recorded?
No.
Fuck.
Because I didn't want to record it because I didn't want the fucking shit stolen. So
yeah. He did that to Redbar. He was like streaming Redbar's live show and didn't give a shit.
Yeah, it was the same time as that.
In fairness, he does not give a shit. It's kind of crazy.
Well, I fucking I streamed gay porn or whatever to his show. He has to take down the stream instantly. Can't keep going. Has to delete it because otherwise he might get kicked off of YouTube. And then I locked him out of his account and just kept charging him for like 3 more months until he figured out how to cancel it on his own. But you know, I figure he owed me for all those people who saw it.
It's true.
Didn't pay for it. It's literally in the fucking thing on my site where if you steal the content, you owe me for everybody who sees it. So,
this is late into the show, so they probably won't hear this, but let's just say there are certain people who don't like me and are still paying me a monthly fee and have not figured it out yet. And it's been 3 months so far, so thank you for the $10 a month.
I want to say I don't normally do that, but this was a guy blatantly like fucking. I mean, he said "fuck you." I first asked him to stop doing it, and he said "fuck you" to me. So
yeah,
I would not normally do that. Although I did have years and years ago, I had a fan of my show. I mean, he was like a friend basically. He was this little midget guy, and he watched the show and he would hang out with us when we did hangout shows and shit. And we called him Small Ryan. And he died. He died from being a midget. And he was in the pizza fund, and it kept charging him. The pizza fund kept charging him for 5 years. He kept making payments. Like, it was not until very recently that that account somehow stopped paying. But the thing is he actually said before he died that he wanted that. That's what he wished for. So I was just respecting his wishes. But
it was his wish to continue paying.
Yeah, exactly.
That's sweet.
All right. Shout out to his spirit whatever small coffin he's occupying now.
I think you'll enjoy going back through like the Howard Stern archives. I think if there were a choice between like Opie and Anthony and Howard Stern, like Opie and Anthony is way more comedian based, which is something I'm not really interested in either. I like some of their stuff, but Howard Stern's more of the spectacle and the theater of the mind and being the puppet master of all of these people around him. So it will resonate more.
Do you ever watch or listen to it now?
No. I haven't listened to it since Artie left because he was the only one who kept Howard in check. Like Howard, be like,
it's not.
It's not
the same without Artie.
Imagine if Jules, when Mike said something gay, she would call him out on it, like immediately with no fear. Artie was that role where Howard would be like, same thing where Mike goes, Jules wears Taylor Swift's outfits now, and we went to the Taylor Swift concert, and it's clear he's the one who loves Taylor Swift, not Jules, right? So Howard would say things the same, like, I love Robin, I love Dancing with the Stars, and The Bachelor, and then Artie would just call him out, like, you're watching gay, tell it what happened to you, the Howard from 10 years ago, be making fun of the Howard today. He was that guy, he wasn't afraid. He called, another one, watch Howard versus Artie bro fight. And it gets so intense, he calls Howard to his face a geeky looking pelican. And Howard, for the first time in his whole career,
I guess that's where the Pelican brief thing comes from.
40, maybe, yeah. But for 40 years, I don't think I've ever seen Howard cry. Even when his dad died, he didn't cry on air, I don't think. But Artie called him a geeky looking pelican, and Howard was like holding back tears because it like hurt him so deeply, the insult. So that was Artie.
I've watched some Howard Stern stuff before, like just here and there, came up on YouTube or whatever, but I don't know like the characters, so I couldn't always get into it. But I've watched a lot of it very recently. I've just been or listened to it while I'm working just to kind of get ready for the show coming up. But he's got a guy on his show now called Chris Wilding.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
Yeah, they made all these new replacement guys. I don't like them, but
so
I know who you're talking about. I think he's the gay
Wilding.
one.
Yes, he's a gay guy. So Chris, before he worked for Howard Stern, had a podcast called the Bi-Quarterly Women's Social Club, and he was great. He's actually great. He's actually really funny and very good. And I was friends with him.
Really?
And I had a podcast we had a podcast network together. Like this is years and years ago, long time ago. And because I had never listened to Howard Stern, I didn't know that he was like the biggest Howard Stern fan of all time. Like the fact that he works there now, he must be fucking living the greatest life ever. Like he must be in heaven because he's an absolute super fan. But I didn't know that, and I didn't know anything about the show. And so one day, and this is so long ago, but one day he came up to me and he was like, because both our shows were very similar, and I didn't realize he's basically doing like a Howard Stern impression on his podcast. So I'm listening to it, I'm like, wow, this guy's so good. And then anybody else would be like, yeah, of course, because he's doing the greatest radio guy, basically. But I didn't know any of that. But he was funny, and he had like original content. It's not like he was covering Howard's stuff. He would find whack pack guys, like his own. But I didn't know the whack. I'd never even heard that term, whack pack, right? And so he said to me like, "Hey, you've got all these guys you talk about, and I've got all these guys I talk about. We should come up with like a name for him." I didn't know he was like basically trying to say like we should have a whack pack. And I was like, oh, that's a good idea. And he was like, yeah, I'm thinking, because his show is called the Bi-Quarterly Women's Social Club. He was like, I'm thinking about calling them socialites. And he was like, you should call them that too. He was trying to get me to do his thing. I was like, that doesn't make sense for my show. I get the humor of calling a retarded person a socialite, but that doesn't really work for my show. So that is why I started calling them goons, was that conversation. He was like, you need to come up with like a name for them. So, then literally years later, I discovered that I'm accidentally doing a whack pack.
Yeah.
And I just had no fucking idea. And meanwhile, Chris has moved on to literally working for the guy he ripped that off from.
Well, also, Opie and Anthony, they called their audience pests. But they had weird guys too. Was there a name for Shaman? Was there a name for their weirdos?
No, they didn't have a name. They just brought in really freaky
But they had
people, like
very
Patty,
similar,
Bobo,
similar guys, even down to the name. Like
shit.
they had their own Bobo, and then there's a Bobo from Stern. But then there's
the Bobo from Opie and Anthony was nuts.
Yeah,
that's where Mersh came from, actually.
Oh yeah, I know who that is. You're right. The guy that Mersh opened for or whatever is Bobo.
So this is a good.
I'm not lying.
If you don't know this, Jesse, that Anthony Cumia started out as a Stern fan and came into studio to win a Jackie Martling impression contest. So they used to love Howard, and so it's a clear evidence that Anthony was a Stern fan, and then
I think
the rivalry between them started after that. And it's funny because Howard just dismisses him, and he's like, hey, this guy's pretty funny. Like, what do you do? And he's like, oh, I'm from this show. It's called like the Opie show, you know? And then Baba Booey comes in, Gary, and he goes, yeah, it's basically a ripoff of what you're doing. And then he was like, oh, and he got all upset. And then like the resentment built after that. Then they had this big epic back and forth where there was like the culmination of the Stern show was like the rally, the FCC rally in Times Square, New York, where Howard was moving to Sirius, and he had thousands and thousands of people all shut down Times Square. And then there was Opie and Anthony fans. When Howard was leaving on his bus, they were like throwing shit at the bus. There's another incident where Opie and Anthony, when they would move from their terrestrial show to their Sirius show, they would do this thing called the walk, which was a pretty cool idea. They would walk from the radio station to Sirius and continue streaming to the radio, so you'd hear them do the walk to the Sirius building. And then in those moments, a lot of crazy shit would happen. And one time, a Stern fan came up to them and tried to like hold up a sign or something.
I think I know what you're talking about.
And then, Opie and Anthony's security guard beat the shit out of this Stern fan. And it was like, yeah, there's crazy moments like that. But ultimately, they were like copying Howard too, but then became more comedian oriented. So that's the main difference between them.
Were they really copying him though, or is it just copying because Stern thinks he's the only guy who was ever a shock jock?
Well, Howard, he got a rap for being like, hoo, I invented radio. I invented everything. So yeah, but I mean the Whack Pack idea for sure. I don't know anybody else who had weird characters like that before that. The Jocktober concept, you could argue, is the same as when Howard would enter a new market when he was trying to get syndicated across the United States, where whoever the number one guy was in that market that he entered, he would go to war with them and make sure he made fun of them and destroyed them until he was number one in that market.
Is he really like the first guy to do a radio war? Because I know what radio wars are, and I never even listened to these guys.
First guy to do a radio war?
I just assumed that was just a thing radio guys all did.
I think it might have been Mancow's dad and Stern, if I'm not mistaken.
It would be back between in the 80s. Them two. But didn't Howard and Mancow fought for big time, didn't they?
Mancow.
Yes.
Yeah. And he kept telling him, your daddy was my bitch and you're my bitch.
Yeah.
I've actually heard more Mancow than I have either Howard Stern.
I don't know how you listen to that. The guy's voice.
I mean, I didn't listen to it for fun. I didn't enjoy it. But I just have heard it.
If you live in Kenosha, it's just something you do, I think.
I just saw a lot of it on YouTube and stuff. Well, when I was like, I can't remember how I found out of it. Well, he did that that thing where he like waterboarded himself. Somehow, I think that was probably the first time I'd ever heard of or seen him. But I thought that was, funny, but not on like, I'm laughing at him funny, not laughing with him funny. But yeah, I don't really remember why I heard a bunch of Mancow, but that is why I knew that Redbar ripped off his logo from Mancow.
And like, the voice as well.
Oh yeah, the voice.
Yeah, the voice
definitely
in the earlier years for sure.
I mean, you can't deny. Obviously he listened to the guy. He's from Chicago. Like that's a Chicago dude. But
yeah, I don't know if you heard what I said before about like, why is it that people think that like podcasting and shows is like higher creatively than like music? Like people don't make this. Well, there's people who do, like, you copied my music, but ultimately people understand it's part of it. You become a musician, you have inspirations, you build something off of that, and then you mold it into your own thing. Why is it with these podcasts, people like put it on such a high pedestal that like, I came up with this idea of this thing that it could easily be something everyone thought of. Like the story you just told, you thought you were coming up with an idea, and then you see Howard Stern and you go, oh shit, this guy has done all this stuff without even knowing it.
Yeah,
right?
I mean that one I didn't come. It was literally a guy who was a Howard Stern fan told me to do it. But
you could probably think of anything, and then someone would find something, especially in these days on the internet where it's already everything has been done now. Almost, I would say.
Well, me and the copying
Fucking
thing.
hard.
This is I'm going to say this now because it looks like most of the anti-Podawful people have finally left because we started talking about serious things here.
We won
for a second, but so I wouldn't say this normally, but for me, the copying thing started out as a joke, making fun of Redbar.
Yeah.
Because he would always say it, and he was not joking, and he's been saying that since I've known him, like years and years ago. He's been saying all these people are copying. It's like, there's no way these people are copying because they've never heard of you. You were like, you think he's like unknown now? Like, imagine fucking 2010. So, it started out as kind of a joke like that, but then he did copy shit from me, and like provably, and like the same week, shit like that. And I will say that there's this odd feeling because you know it when you see it. Like what you're saying is true. Like inspiration is inspiration, and lots of things. Like I am heavily ripping off influences from my childhood, like hugely, like to a degree that is nearly criminal, and no one ever says shit about those because they understand that it's influence. It's not a current day kind of thing, and so they write it off as influence. So I think copying and influence are one of the. It's like pornography. You know it when you see it. You know when it's art, and you know when it's smut. And there is this very weird. I know I've ruined that word, but there's this very weird feeling when you watch a guy rip you off, and I mean it almost does feel like somebody is stealing from you, like physically, like literally taking something from you.
Would there be a difference if the guy said where he got it from? Example,
well,
like,
if a guy, then it's just homage, or then it's just reference.
For instance, so when I started the show, and it's not technically the exact same thing, right? But like when I had the TV, I said, thanks, Mike, for the TV. And then even this stupid effect, even though it's not a RoboCam, I said, thanks, Jesse, for the RoboCam. I feel like that's something that's missing from like content creation, where these guys are too egotistical to be honest about where they're inspired from, or variations of an idea. I would
say about like 60% of the time I'm joking when I say something's copying.
Yeah.
And then like, especially if it's something, I'm joking if it's someone who doesn't know who I am. Obviously,
right.
That's a joke. There are a handful of people who do absolutely know who I am that did a thing after I did it that is like, it's almost undeniable. And the only time I care, even if I say something about it, the only time I actually care is when that person is bigger than me. It's like I said, it's like being actually stolen from. Like if a homeless guy stole $20 out of your hand, you wouldn't be as mad as if a guy in a fucking business suit did it. You know what I mean? And I think that's what it is. I think like I don't know why so many people all claim these things, because a ton of ideas are just things that have been done a million times. Like fucking go back and watch the Steve Allen show, or like the super old shit, and you'll be shocked at the things that were already done a million times already. There is almost nothing new.
There's a better comparison, right? Yeah. So in multiple ways. I've said this before, whereas you know how Mike, it's funny because I said this on a show, and then the next show Mike says this. I was talking about how Mike responds to things subversively. And then I was like, it's kind of like a rap beef where they do these diss tracks, right? You have like a Drake where he'll subversively talk about you. And then you have Kanye who will openly say the person's name, right? And I was like, so Mike is like a Drake. And then like or anyone else who will say his name is like a Kanye, just theory, like hypothetically. So then the next show, Mike goes, the way I handle people who are trying to fight with me that I don't want conflict with, I didn't start it, which is a lie in my case, you did. I respond reversively, and I think of it like a rap beef. And he said it straight up. And so then that also ties into this. Mike being the Drake of this bubble. Drake is known for being the bigger guy who watches smaller creators and then takes from them, takes their style, takes ideas from them, and then turns it into his own show. And then his thinking is like, your show's so small, I'm bigger, and I can do it better.
100%.
I'll pluck it right from what you're doing. He'll even cover something. I'm sure if I did something, he would do the exact same thing, and then he'd be like, well, I do it better, so it doesn't matter if I stole it. That's how he thinks, in my opinion. And that's who he is. He's like the Drake of podcasting.
Yeah, that's the only time I actually care. Is what, like it has to be somebody who's doing it who is bigger than me and is like, fucking, you would have nothing without having taken this thing from me. And it's got to be something where I'm like, maybe a little proud of it, where I'm like, hey, that was like kind of my fucking thing. You know, and there's like a timing element to it too. If like enough time has passed, I don't care. But when it's the same month or week, you know, then I kind of care. And it's way more. The reason I call it out more now, and again, I am joking most of the time. It's like become like a meme in my community at this point to do. There's like a whole thread in my Discord where people compare things that are copying me, but it's like obvious jokes where it's like, look, here's a guy wearing blue glasses. Mm-hmm. You know, which everybody says I've ripped off from 15 other people. So like
Ozzy Osbourne.
Right. Yeah. It's like, okay, which one of those guys invented it then?
Dr. Robotnik.
Well, that is the one I was actually doing. It's funny you say
is that for real? Right. Yeah. It wasn't.
That is literally the one.
That's the thing with you. Like you're always an enigma. That's a.
Is that racist? What you just said?
You're an nigga. No, isn't Enigma attached to Dr. Robotnik in some way?
I don't.
Or am I fucking
actually
having an hallucination? But sometimes I think that's what people don't realize. Whether, which is probably intentional, whether you're telling the truth or not, even when you're being serious, because that is a skill to be super serious and be lying at the same time. You seriously were inspired by Dr. Robotnik, yes or no?
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, there's traceable evidence for this. I made a girl get a tattoo one time. It's like this horrific tattoo that I designed as a joke for the show.
Yeah.
And I gave her two options. One of them was a fetus floating in a glass of Dr. Pepper. Or the other one, the other was Dr. Robotnik's face, and then under it, it just says also Cox. It's meaningless, just garbage, poorly drawn tattoos. And it was maybe a year and a half after that I got the blue glasses. So 100% Dr. Robotnik inspired. It's like half Dr. Robotnik, half like
John Lennon, and then also Eggman equals Enigma.
Oh, that's okay.
There you go, Dr. Robotnik. And then Lennon would be I am the Eggman. Cuckoo, cuckoo. That ties in too.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
That's fucking crazy.
Damn. That's
damn.
I do have a theory now though that all long hair, round blue glasses guys are Like that's a type of guy. And I just like, it's not my fault. I'm accidentally this. I didn't wear glasses until I was in my 30s. I didn't need them. I had perfect vision, and then I sat in front of a fucking computer monitor for too long and killed my eyes. And I hate wearing glasses, to be honest.
Me too. This is the real me, guys.
Yeah, I can't stand it, but I also can't be sticking things. I would be wearing contacts if I had the ability to stick things in my eyeballs.
I can't either.
It's like disgusting. And I know that I would be the person who like falls asleep with the contacts in. I'd be too lazy.
There's some you can. Well, one of my buddies like does like sales for like glasses and contact lenses, and he always said you got shitty contact lenses if it's irritating your eyes. Like the really good ones, they go right in and you'll have no issue. There's ones you can sleep in. Monthlies, it's like dailies, weeklies, monthlies. I just could never do it. Like just poking myself in the eye in the morning.
Right. Yeah,
just
that's
easier.
creepy to me. That feels like murder to me. That's like the same thing as being like, I can't believe that people with diabetes are willing to inject themselves with insulin. That's fucked up to me. Sticking stuff into your eyeballs is crazy, and I could never do it. So I had to get glasses because I literally just could not see anymore. And my eyes have been slowly degenerating over time where I'm actually going to go blind soon. But the blue glasses thing was like fucking, it was Dr. Robotnik and like somehow I have it in my mind's eye that like evil Nazi scientists from cartoons and movies wear little round glasses.
Yeah.
I don't think that's even true, but it's in my head that way. And I don't know.
No, that
I was
makes
just kind
sense.
of trying to evoke that look, and instead it came out Ozzy Osbourne and the guy from Oasis and Howard Stern.
That's true. Oasis.
Les Claypool. Oh, and I got a new one the other day. The first time I ever heard this, Mitch Hedberg, which like he doesn't wear round ones, so I don't feel like that works as well. But he did wear blue glasses one time, so I guess so. But that is like, it's just a type of guy. I happen to be a type of guy. I started wearing glasses.
These are like
I literally never thought of. Yeah, I literally never thought of any of those people before putting them on, and I've now committed to it, and I wish I hadn't, because it's like fucking embarrassing that anyone would think that it was based on John Lennon.
Imagine a guy just decided, hey, I'm going to wear these glasses, and you know how many people have long hair and wear glasses? It's
well, it is. I mean, but it is the round and also colored thing. But I started wearing the they're not sunglasses. I don't wear them for fun.
Sometimes
they're
inspirations could be from something you saw when you were so young you don't even remember a lot of them. So you could have seen Lennon on TV as a kid, and it just was there in the back of your head or something. One of these
something I realized after the fact is I think that my thought of it was a Nazi scientist actually came from when I was a kid watching Nightmare Before Christmas, and that little doctor guy in the wheelchair whose like brain came out and stuff. He wears these little tiny dark round glasses, and in my head it's tiny. Like they're specifically tiny. They need to be like basically the same size as your eyeball. And I think it might have also come from that, but that wasn't conscious. But yeah, I do regret it. And I only did the blue tint because I thought, well, I've got all these stupid colored lights in my studio, and maybe it would be like, it would kind of like
fit the aesthetic.
You know those like, those like secret message things where you have to put the red tinted thing up to the red and blue dots to reveal the message. I was thinking like, oh, it'll filter out the other colors so it won't look as crazy. It was literally just so that when I do the show, I don't have 15 colors in my eyes at the same time. As I don't think it worked that well, but now I'm stuck with it. I look at being an internet guy as being a cartoon character, and I feel like you're not supposed to change up the look too much.
Gotta have a costume.
It's a costume. It's 100% a costume. And then one time, have you ever heard Tim Pool say that he wears the beanie so that he can't be detected.
As if anyone would anyway.
So that he
not because he's bald as fuck. It's
obviously he's covering up that he's bald, but like also he wears the beanie all the time. So, but he was saying that he wears it as a disguise.
Right. So now you're recognized as the beanie guy.
Right. And so like I remember that happened right around the same time I got glasses, and that just left an impression on me where I'm like, so he thinks he's like Clark Kent but with a hat, where like everybody always makes fun of the glasses thing. But I was like, I wonder if that is true. So there is a part of me that thinks like, as long as I don't wear the blue glasses outside, then like nobody will ever recognize. And I know that's like so rare of an idea that somebody would recognize me, but it has happened. When I lived in New York, I got recognized a couple of times, and that's a scary thing when you're making fun of everybody on the internet. And
oh shit.
Like, people legitimately like hate me, like hate my guts. So, and I've had like stalker type people come to my house and shit. And so there is a slight worry about that. I'm not really
that's funny. That ties into, so I always was like, Mike could never possibly leave. Like I imagine him leaving the studio in his Jeep. He probably like puts a hat on and has some sort of disguise, and then ducks down as Jules drives. But then he shows himself. He got caught at that New Year's party, and he saw the camera come, and he like instantly knew to go like that. But then recently, in a clip I saw, he showed himself at some party. It was like a haunted hotel they stayed at, and they were up in the window, and everyone on the street knew they were there and were like looking up at him like the whole time. And he was like poking his head out the window a bit. But I imagine it's strange, and that's the first time, because I said for so long, how the fuck does Mike walk around in public in Tucson with fans and nobody has ever captured him? It's like how? I feel like if he was filmed without his permission, he would leave the internet in some sort of embarrassing situation, anything.
I mean, he probably very rarely, does anything publicly like that. But
how do we catch him?
He's also like, it's not like, okay, so he started wearing those fucking sunglasses out of nowhere I guess to look more like Stern. I don't know. And he's, by the way, he's the last guy, the last podcaster to start wearing sunglasses. Unless you start doing it tomorrow, he's the final one to do it. I don't know how everybody beat him to the punch, and he's just allowed to start doing this. It's crazy. And he never leaves them alone. He's constantly fiddling with the glasses and the in-ear monitors and shit. Very annoying. But the I want, like, my first thought when he started wearing those is, does he think he needs to Clark Kent his way outside? Does he not wear them when he goes out? Oh, that's right, you do wear them. But
the funny thing, these are the gayest. Just do it on purpose because I know it'll piss people off. Just like the way they're rounded into the nose, it's just kind of like womanly. But I was like, I want to see if I can do things. Like, think of all the things that people, well, maybe these Redbar fans wouldn't, what we hate about Redbar the most, and I'll start doing those things, and because I do it, Mike will stop. Like he did the thing, I don't know if you saw this, where I might be repeating myself, I don't remember when this phone call started, but I had said, Mike, you and Ethan Klein are the same person, right? The very next episode, he gets a shredder tattoo of Ethan Klein's dog on his neck, a fake one, obviously. Like, right after. And then I can't point that out because then it's like, he didn't do that because of you, but it's like, of course he did. Of course he did that. It was his way of saying, like, yeah, I am Ethan Klein, and leaning into it. And then he's even at the end going, oh, Shredder, stop running around the studio, Shredder. So,
it is insane that people think that he doesn't have the time to, like, to
He's
sit around
online
and
all the
watch these
fucking.
things.
He's watching everything.
That's all
people
he
say
does
about him. Yeah, he sits
all they
home.
do are lay in bed together and watch every internet thing. And by the way, you have to. It's literally his job. Like, I'm not even shitting on him, saying that I'm fucking sitting around watching this shit, and you can. I don't know if suddenly everybody forgets that you can listen to and watch a thing in the background while doing other stuff when it's not them. You know, every other person on earth is listening to podcasts while working. And then the second a podcast guy is accused of doing that, it's like, that's impossible. He's too busy.
Yeah.
It's like all they're doing is sitting around and watching things and getting time codes. They've admitted to watching these things. They don't even hide
Sven
it.
is here.
I don't
Sven
know why
is
their
here
fans
and wants to
say
join, I think. Yeah, Sven says, is that my best friend Jesse PS?
Yes.
This is a star-studded night. What is going on here? Shaman, are you still alive?
Is that the real
Yep,
Sven, or is that a fake account?
Let me check. I can check right now. Yep, that's him.
Wow.
Sven, do you want to come on and take a chat with us? This is
my best friend. Is that how the song goes?
He said he's my best friend too. This was, you know what? Is this fair to say? Like, does everybody who does a show have to be a comedian?
No.
Okay, thank you. So
no, I don't think there's any rule that says in order to have a YouTube stream, you have to be a comedian.
I feel like people are pressuring me to be like, you have to be that or you suck. But this I found super interesting, like a conversation. Like, people like serious conversation. There's nothing wrong with it. You can have funny and serious. And so I thought that was really good. Me, you, and Shaman. Let's get fucking Sven Stoffels on here and end it on that. Sven, come up here.
He's having diarrhea in Asia right now. He can't call in.
Oh, no. Call in while you're shitting.
I don't know if I'm not sure it's important that you're in Asia having the diarrhea. Though. Are you saying they're related events? Look,
call in as
even Mike's best friend Sven has time to watch this, so why wouldn't Mike?
That's very true.
That's very strange. That they're close.
Good
point. They're such
point.
close guys.
I'd argue Sven's busier than Mike.
That's true. Sven has a real job. Actually.
Yeah, thank you, Sven. Sven, thank you for showing up. That's very cool.
How often does Mike do a show now? Is it still just like once a month, or what is it?
Oh, I'd have to check. I think he kind of did it a little more. So let's see. April 11th was the last one. Before that, March 25th.
Okay, so
then before that, March 15th. So there was like,
well, that's got to be the most in a long time. But you know, I mean, he goes a pretty long time without doing a show. I think he's got the time to maybe tune into a thing here.
Yeah, at best twice a month.
Also, like all of this stuff gets sent to him every single time. Like the losers defending him in chat are doing it so that they can hyperventilate and send him a message going, "You're not going to believe it. Lossless said that you're watching it," and then you send it to him, and then he watches it. Like it's.
Oh, you know, they're sending him clips like, Lossless thinks that you got a Ethan Klein tattoo because of him, and it's like, Mike's probably like, fuck, I did do that. Like, there's a part where I said, haha, I made you put that tattoo on. Then I said, gay. And then he removed it. The next episode, he had to come back and tell everyone, it was just a joke. It's not real. Like, as if anyone believed. Let me see if I can find the episode where he has it on.
Listen,
have you seen
when
this?
Somebody does something about you, you probably watch it. Until they've done like 50 of them and they're all insane and incoherent, you probably tune in just to see, at the very least for a minute, to go like, uh-oh, okay, did I do something bad? Did they get anything? Oh, no? Okay, good.
To beef up my studio.
I mean, you know, it's very likely that if you do a whole thing about a person, they might look at it. That's what makes it so funny.
Yeah, wouldn't you be super interested to find out what people are saying about you? Like a guy doing a show where a lot of it in the beginning was about you?
I mean, I say that, and then I realize, like, every single week, Hip does a stream
It's
about me,
photographed
and
on
I
your-
don't watch any of them. So maybe I take back everything I said.
Maybe. Here you go, right there. There's his Shredder tattoo.
What is Shredder?
Shredder is Ethan Klein's dog that died.
Oh God. These
Okay,
fucking
and so
podcasters and their stupid dogs.
3 weeks ago, right? The episode before this one aired, I did it during the show, and I released a short about it where I did a whole segment comparing Mike watching, it was a thing where Ethan Klein had like Mike Majolak and Tana Mugu and Jeff Wittick.
Wait, there's somebody whose name is Moon Goo? That sounds like a character I made.
Her name is Tana Mongu or Mugu. Moongoo, yeah. And so
That's
these
the
are
kind
all,
of stuff I'm into.
These are all of Ethan Klein's worst enemies. Big Mike is friends with Logan, and Ethan has been exposing all of these people, very similar to what Redbar does to comedians, right? And I was making this comparison that Redbar was covering Ethan Klein and having all of his enemies suddenly in his studio wanting to be friends with them again. And that Big Mike was just there to befriend Ethan, to get Ethan to stop covering Logan Paul's scams with all this dink doink and all the fucking scams. You know the story. So then there was a new episode where Redbar is covering Bobby Lee and Whitney Cummings, talking about him openly, Redbar, and saying, Bobby goes, I think he's important. Like, Redbar is important. He's keeps the comedians in check. And then Whitney's like, yeah, Redbar mentioned me. It means I'm like part of the like comedian lexicon, and Redbar's like part of it. It means I'm doing something. I'm doing well, And Redbar got so excited. They were like, both him and Jules were like, whoa, like celebrating that they were saying nice things about him. And I said, Mike, you're slipping.
Be friends with the celebs.
You're slipping, Mike. They're using your scam back on you because what do? Redbar's covering me and exposing me. Let's be friends with him by going, he's very important. And the funny thing is, Bobby Lee goes, he's very important. And then he goes, but he lies. And it was like, he keeps comedian in check. He's important and he lies, which was like such an obvious fuck up on Bobby's part. They edited that whole part out of the podcast once the posted version came out. The live version is where it happened. And they edited it out. And so I was comparing the two things and I said, you and Ethan Klein are the same fucking guy. And then the next episode, he put this Shredder tattoo. He's like, Ethan Klein Shredder tattoo. I just got it. And he's like talking about it nonstop. And then he's doing this whole bit where he's like, Shredder's in the studio. Shredder. No, don't eat that. Because that's what Ethan Klein does. Shredder, when it was alive, was
that's
running
also
around eating shit.
He does with his stupid dog.
And it's funny. Yeah, that's what's funny. He already has a dog that's in the studio, the Chula thing. But he did it right after. And then I covered that. And then I went, no, Mike, I don't want you to lean more into it. Stop being like Ethan Klein. And then the next episode, he took it off and he had to tell everyone and make a big spectacle about how he removed it. The same thing with the BBG. Remember Ryan Kelly and this whole thing that happened? The next episode, he had to do a whole segment about scolding the BBG. So, of course he's listening.
Wait, did he talk? He talked about that on the show?
Yes. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know?
No.
He brought up the guy fucking Zaire Zalahudin, the guy who I brought up, who I plucked from the BBG. I only know of, like, he's not a famous guy. He's a BBG guy. He brought him up. And then, yes, he did a whole segment where him and Jules had to talk about reporting of channels and not to do it. And Mike actually was going to try and skip past that part because he didn't want to mention you, Jesse. So, but Jules fair enough. Made sure that got in there. She said, and reporting channels, we don't agree with that. Any of you guys going out and doing that and reporting channels, we don't. And then Mike's excuses.
I wonder if that had anything to do with my tweet where I said, I guess Redbar is cool with.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised
well, now
you
I
didn't
need
see
fucking another clip. I gotta find that.
I got that for you.
I didn't know that.
So yeah, he was gonna try to skip past it. Jules brought it up, and then he had said, "Oh well, the BBG is self-moderated. We don't have any control over it. It's like Fight Club, and which is funny, Fight Club, and then everyone fucking knows about Redbar and the BBG. It's not Fight Club, but he had to do a whole speech scolding the BBG over that episode
Sven
that we
says
did.
Bring up the Sam Hyde BBG. It has been brought up. I'm gonna cover that on my show too. But yeah, that is fuck, man.
What did Sven? Sven said, "Bring up the Sam Hyde BBG." Yeah, we did that at the beginning. I cover it again. He says, "You want me to play it?"
No, don't, because I got to do it on my show. I don't want to do it fucking.
Yeah, I'm not gonna cover it like a second time. Then Jesse's gonna cover it. We basically called it gay.
Sven, you're welcome to call in though for my show where I come back and shit on Redbar and make fun of that Ryan Kelly.
We basically just called it gay. So, and it's a good sign of what Redbar fans are today. So,
did
rewind to the beginning, Sven, if you want.
Did he ever address? Because I saw this one. What do they call it now? The Cumtown, fucking the Adam Friedland show. Did he ever talk about the mention that they did of him? Because everybody was sending me that.
Adam Friedland. I feel like he did. I wouldn't know. See, this is the thing. I'm only interested in the shit that applies to my show and what I talk about. So someone in chat will probably tell you.
I would love to see the reaction to that one because he was so clearly making fun of Red. Like, it actually is the best response to the whole Redbar's watching thing that there's been for many of these comedians, because they just instantly started laughing about being put on fool's notice. They were like, "Oh wow, I hope we're not on fool's notice. We got to make sure we're not on fool's notice." What, then what?
Sven says everyone should cover it as many times as possible.
Yeah.
He said he covered it too.
Yeah,
you did. Yeah, because they were like, "Delete this. We don't want anyone to know about this. Delete it."
I think somebody in chat said that Redbar was at its peak 5 years ago, and now he's gone. He's not as funny or whatever. I think that's not true. My guess is that you found it 5 years ago. Redbar has existed for so long now that I think we're at a point where it's basically like SNL, where everyone thinks that the best Redbar was from whenever they first started listening.
I agree with that.
Nobody's like really objective about it. I think it's from before I ever listened. I listened back to really, really, really old ones, and I thought those were okay. But now I realize that he was just ripping off Opie and Anthony, so now I don't know what to think. But this meme of him like reaching his peak in this zenith 5 years ago is like self-created. Like, you might as well be Mike telling me that, because that's what he would say. Like, he has said that so many times. He made this big deal of like how they're like, we're big now and we're rich. This is when he just started claiming to be famous and rich. So I would wonder if that guy started watching it or found out about it 5 years ago. That'd be interesting.
There's a lot of people who are afraid to even go back and listen to old Redbar because they said that it'll shatter their image of him because of what they've heard. Just like a lot of the old stuff, like this, especially in the beginning where he had like the Opie and Anthony set up with the comedians in studio, or learning about his history, which is all out there now. I did a whole episode covering all of his actual crimes. The whole comedy club stuff, where he stole money from all the comedians that he initially was friends with and had in the studio. And then he has a revisionist history where he claims the club was stolen from him and that he built the club, but the club existed before then, and they just renamed it to Redbar Comedy Club because they made him the marketing guy, and then he was going to use the podcast to promote the club under the same moniker. But then he started stealing credit cards. And,
I was around for all of that, and this was before he had, tried to take me down all those years ago.
Credit fraud, tax evasion.
And I remember, I was listening to his show, so I believed all that shit. And then somebody...
What was his excuse?
Of why they stole it, or...
Jesus Christ. Of why they... So they claim there's 2 episodes, and since I'm not subscribed, I didn't even go look for him, where he comes back from the hiatus, the first one, when the Bring Back group is made, I guess, first.
Yeah.
And he comes back and explains his side of the story, which I have not heard yet. But he claims they stole the club from him, but they're saying he was committing credit fraud using Kyle's name to sign for things and buy shit and stealing money from the comedian's merch.
Back then, there was no way to hear the other side at first. So it wasn't until like a little while later, like a couple of the comedians that used to be on his show did like some sort of little tell-all kind of thing and explain some of this stuff. But by then, he had already put it in everyone's heads what had happened. And that's the thing is, like, if you're the bigger guy and you have the bigger reach and you say it first, then you get written down in history as being the correct one. I'm very familiar with this because of what happened with Dick Masterson and Maddox. But I listened to that episode. His thing was like, okay, my intern had all my passwords, and one day I tried to log in and my website is gone. And like, to me, as somebody with a show, I heard all this shit and went, oh my God, like I can't believe that's a nightmare. Imagine you had like a partner or somebody who worked for you and they stole your website from you and all this stuff. So it wasn't just the club. It was like the podcast was taken from him. Like the reason he had redbarradio.net for as long as he did is because the .com was quote unquote stolen from him. And then it turns out that none of the stuff was in his name and he wasn't paying for it because he didn't have credit and he didn't have credit cards and he didn't have a way of doing that. And they were paying for everything. And while I still disagree, like that doesn't mean you get to take a guy's fucking website that he's had for years, but at least it makes slightly more sense that maybe this dude owes you something. And so you're being vindictive about it. And of course he never presented any of that, obviously, because that would require him to say that he didn't have money and wasn't successful. And you got to remember, like back then, and this is so embarrassing, but back then he was presenting himself as a madman. He was one of the Earth's madmen, where he was wearing suits and he always had a glass in his hand because he was watching the show Mad Men at home, which I always thought was like really, really fucking cringe. And so imagine you're presenting yourself as this like really rich guy, and then everything is in your friend's name and in your intern's name and all that kind of shit. So somebody fairly recently, I don't remember where I saw this, had posted somewhere about all this stuff. And I had never really looked into any of this before, but I read whatever they posted. And I didn't know any of this shit. And I'm like, oh, I got fleeced because I was a listener of the show. So I just got fleeced. Of course, I bought it because that was the only narrative that was out there. But, actually, I know what it is now. It was actually Sven, I think, that It might be that Sven told me in DMs this though. I can't remember. Somebody told me something, or I read it somewhere where it was explained a little bit more clearly. And
from their end, I did because there's a whole podcast that the former comedians from the club did. It was the guy James Fritz recorded a whole podcast with all of the former comedians that worked at the club, and I covered that whole thing. Yeah, and went through it on a previous episode. But there's a picture of Mike. He's in a Mercedes doing like basically the Joker, like he's out of the sunroof giving fucking middle finger. You haven't seen this?
I don't. Maybe I
was like rags to riches story, real funny. But I don't know. I feel like maybe he had support in the beginning because there's an old episode of him on a Melton show with Josh Denny there, or it was Denny show, and Mike's making fun of Denny for being an Uber driver, and he goes, "Well, you still live in a place your parents pay for," and Mike doesn't go, "No." He goes, "So." He admits to it that his parents were supporting him. So, and then
that is true. I hate saying that because everybody fucking says that about everyone. Everybody tries to say that about me, and so I never want to say that because it sounds hack. It's like saying you live in your mom's basement. I fucking hate when people try to pull that one, but it actually was true. Like his condo was paid for by his parents. Like that's just fucking true.
Because he says the opposite, that he was broke. And then I hear stories from guys saying that, some I know, persons like friends that were fans from way back in the day, that Mike would beg them for $20 for a pack of cigarettes. So I think he got cut off at some point. And he would like sell his old shoes to them.
We have to realize too, though, like, he is of an archetype. I'm not saying Jewish, but he is.
You can say it.
Type. There are types of people of all stripes in the world where getting a deal or ripping off someone is just their modus operandi. Like that's how they behave in every situation, even if they don't need to, even if they have everything. I mean, that episode that everybody thinks is somehow a dunk on me, where I called into his show, and like 2 seconds after he's done talking to me, and I'm assuming back then he was doing okay. I'm assuming he was making money. 2 seconds later, he and Jules are talking about how they go to the butcher and ask for free meat scraps.
From the floor, yeah.
Yeah, off the floor, literally off the floor. And he said, "They just give them to you. You get them for free." And Jules like, "Yeah."
The same comic
I'm
said
like,
that.
I listened to that and I could not believe my fucking ears. Like that is, it's almost incomprehensible to me that somebody who has money would admit to that. But that's just the type of guy. Oh my God, this image. When was this?
It's gotta be around that time. I mean, he's in a Mercedes here.
I don't know cars, so I look at that and that just looks like a fucking.
It's a Mercedes.
That doesn't look like a nice vehicle to me. By
yeah,
kind of an embarrassing looking photo where it's like a fairly plain car on like a shitty Chicago street. Is he flicking off or is he pointing?
He's doing two middle fingers like Eminem. He wanted to be Eminem so badly.
Well, he is one of the Earth's Eminems. That's true.
I'm trying to see based on the hat, because this is from the episode, but we covered all this shit. Every detail. There you go. Looking like Mikey there. No, even if you're in a new really town, they're telling you a joke. Shaman. It's one of Shaman's best clips. Maybe it's a little.
It's just something. It's just something in some people's nature to rip off and to scam, and it doesn't even have to be like that big of a thing, you know. They enjoy it. Like I think he gets a sort of duper's delight from it.
Yeah, this was pretty crazy. I mean, basically here it is. Mike turning into Ethan Klein. Right here, this whole segment. I don't know if you see that there. Yeah. So this is right before the show I just showed you, where he gets the Shredder Ethan Klein tattoo. Starts leaning into it. So, call me crazy. That's fine. The guy's watching it, and it's funny because they go, Redbar's watching to me, and I go, he actually is. He actually is. Oh, Goat Scroat. Thank you, sir, for the $4.99. I don't even ask for super chats. That's like the first one. Goat Scroat did 9/11 there. Thanks for that. That's very nice of you. Not necessary at all. I'm not here for that. Damn, this was awesome. Comedy Shaman, what's going on? Did you fall asleep?
No, I just went and got a drink.
You just enjoying the conversation?
Yeah, just chilling back. I actually enjoyed this a lot so far.
Me too, actually.
Nice to be back on the mic, honestly.
Me too. I wish we could have got Sven on. That would have been cool. We need to. I feel like Jesse. Have you ever thought of doing? Because this is another funny thought I had. The idea that we used, like, what year did you start doing?
2009.
2009.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's kind of funny. Shortly after, I 2009 is when I started, like the Stern related stuff, and was like dabbling with doing the show. And then started Podtrash, and then you had Podawful, Podtrash, existing at the same time, not knowing of each other, because it was very hard to like find other people doing this kind of thing back then. And when you did, it was like pretty exciting. Did you ever think about doing a Podawful? Because you said you had that with someone else before, the guy from Stern, of like a Podawful network. So where
I've had two before, actually.
Really? Because I was gonna say the benefit I noticed of it was, rather than having these guys who are like weird and you have to pull from their content, you can give either people you like a show or people that would be goons a show. Like with Podtrash, we would give these weird guys that were like whack packers or actual whack packer shows, and then actual people who were friends of mine or I thought had potential to do a show. And then you just create your own content farm, so all the traffic is being driven to your website. And then even the people who are weird having a show, they generate even more content, and it's all in one place. So
yeah, I've tried doing that a bunch of times with goons or friends of the show or whatever, and then it just never works. They never do, because
they're not reliable, but is kind of the funny of it.
Yeah, no, trust me, I get it. I haven't attempted like a real I don't think podcast networks really do anything, but they don't really help at all. It's just a weird way of saying like, I'm friends with this guy. Personally, that's what I found from it. Of course, the first one I had, I always try to keep it small. I was like, all right, let me just get like 4 people shows where I know like they're all into it, they're doing it, they're not gonna stop, they're about it, and we'll keep it small and try to focus in on this shit. And then one of them from the first one I did literally got bullied into leaving the podcast network by Mike David.
Wow.
He was so threatened by me having podcast friends, I guess, that he forced a guy to leave the network.
So that's the thing. Some of the people on Podtrash were friends, or I developed friendships or acquaintances with. Some of them I met in real life and became friends. Like, I'm still friends with them 10 years later now or more. But it wasn't all friends. Like, it would be people, I'd find them and be like, this guy would be interesting. Like, I had taken a guy who was a guy older who didn't even know how to use a computer, and then brought him to the level of being able to run his own show and like find people I thought was interesting and then help them build a show. And then I had guys who were like legit fucking white nationalists doing shows on it, and I wasn't friends with them. I was just offering like an uncensored platform because we hated like YouTube and all the social media stuff. And for most of it, it was like audio only. So I had the audio server on Podtrash only. We had our own chat room like programmed on it. It wasn't connected to anything else. And then we were close to doing like a video. And I've told this whole story where we were seeking like investors to try and get that to happen. And it turned out the guy who came first was a fucking felon who was like some mafia guy who just fucked up everything. It's a long story, but what I found that was beneficial of it was just that everybody, you could even have guys who produce other people's shows who don't know how to do a show. So like in your universe, like a mini Manson would be like a high pitch Eric kind of a guy, where he's not super reliable and he's really weird and he wouldn't know how to sit down and run a real show. And so what I would do is I would run the board or teach other people to run the board. And even with video, all they had to do was get on webcam and have a USB mic or a green screen if they wanted to. And then I would, or someone else would do all of the taking phone calls and doing the audio and video. And that's how we were able to like add shows to these people who are not capable of doing it themselves. And I don't know, it did benefit me in my experience just because it drove all the traffic to one site rather than like having to go out and find that guy's content and then like pull clips from it and stuff. And then it would create interacting story arcs of the shows interacting with each other. And it is kind of reminiscent of Stern, like how he had people in the studio that there'd be conflicts between the people on the network. And that was fun. So I just was curious.
That sounds nice. I don't have that kind of luck.
Yeah. I was curious if I've tried it
multiple times in very recent history, attempted to get sort of a similar thing going with at least one person here or there, but none of like all of my goons like don't trust me enough to do anything. And they're also, many of them are like legitimately manic to the point of like I've only got a good 3 months every year where they're willing to talk to me and not want me dead. Like I've been begging this guy Mr. Burgers to like co-host my show with me and stuff. I just thought it'd be fun.
He's too busy bumping his Kiwi Farms thread, man.
Well, yeah, among other things.
I am very excited. That guy.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm just starting to learn about him.
Every election year, he becomes like horrifically manic. Like it becomes a real problem.
He's bipolar.
And so yes, and he's also autistic, although he won't admit it. He's a lot of things. And so right now, he's having one of the biggest insane freakouts you've ever seen online. And he's every day he's saying he's going to sue me and that I should be killed and threatening me. And
he says that a lot.
Literally a month and a half ago, we were friends.
Well, wait, how long has he been saying though? How long has he been saying he's going to sue you for? Like 4 or 5 years now?
I mean, off and on for
like
years. Off and on.
He would threaten to murder people all the time.
I only even know who he is because he threatened to kill me. He sent me like an Instagram message saying that he's going to contact the FBI and have me killed. And that's the only reason I ever started covering him. But I have attempted to be friends with him. My new thing is to try to be friends with everybody. I don't want to be just mean and bad to everyone, just to the people who deserve it.
My thinking, this is just my thinking. It's easy to fool a retard. It's challenging to befriend one. That's my thinking.
That is true. That's very true.
And what's more challenging is to be human. That's the new challenge.
Well, I wouldn't take it that far.
I know. Yeah, fuck that.
I'm not human, but I'm a cartoon character.
I don't know. So here's what example of it better explains it. Like everybody is covering like this fucking steel toe thing, and I know it's funny. And when you watch it through the lens of like, I played Citizen M's edit before, and I was like giving him credit because it's like I like to shout out the Clippers for their effort, even though this guy apparently doesn't like me for whatever reason, whatever. I think because I make fun of Redbar.
Yes, it's 100% that he's a Redbar fan.
Yeah, so, but regardless, I almost see it like, wow, everyone's making fun of this guy, and he's at the worst point of his life. He's losing potentially his marriage. It's the low-hanging fruit that's not challenging. And I feel like I like the challenge. Like, what's the hardest guy to fuck with? It's Redbar, because he is the guy who fucks with everyone else. And then if you fuck with him, look it's not so much now, but look what happens. All you get is hate. And so that's always been like, I love that challenge of like, I'm going to fuck with the guy that nobody wants to fuck with. And it's going to come with all of this shit, but that's the challenge of it. And then if I can somehow like get them out of this loop, even a portion of them, I succeeded, I think, in my mind. But
I've been the entire way I have made new listeners over the years is by devastating some stupid show so badly that their fan base no longer wants to associate with them, and then they start watching me. But then I run those people off too, just because I don't like, if they were a fan of that thing, I don't really want them around.
Right, you don't want those people.
And that's not my intention when I do it though. And I guess that is like sort of the I guess that's like what Opie and Anthony, like we were talking about before, the radio wars and all that kind of shit. I guess that's like what Redbar is like purposefully attempting to do. And I think he realized at a certain point that like, you know, I can make more money if I keep the idiots around. And that's why we now see the most embarrassing things you've ever seen on earth happening from his fan base as well. I as much he loves pretending like he's this gatekeeper when it comes to his fan base, and like it could not be further from the fucking truth at all. He needs as many people in there as possible. I'm routinely kicking people out of my I find reasons to get rid of people. Like even like pretty big fans who have been fans of the show for a long time, like I'll run off for some reason or another just because they did something I don't like. Paying members and stuff. I don't know. I think that you said you like going after the guys that nobody wants to cover and stuff. I'm the same way.
I feel like it goes back to even school. Like I was watching your re-aired thing the other day. I was like driving in the car listening to it.
Oh yeah.
And it was the bullying thing.
Yeah.
That was great. That was fucking great. Because not only were you were making it funny, but you actually were giving good advice, which is like the greatest combination. But that's for me, and even goes back to like school. Like I was never the guy that was like bullied. I would always seek out the guys that were bullying other people and enjoyed like fucking with those guys. And I feel like that ties into what's going on now. Like when I see someone who has this monopoly on fucking with people, it's fun to go at that person.
Well,
because of the
it's
challenge.
Especially odd when it's somebody whose whole thing is making fun of everything, and then it's like, well, then why are they off limits?
Right.
If you're just because you're a fan of it, all of a sudden, and that's what like the defense all the time is from these people is like, you can't make fun of it because it's too good. And it's like,
you don't understand.
There's nothing too good to not make fun. Like everything has something gay and embarrassing about it. Redbar happens to have tons.
Yeah, that's
of
the main
stuff
reason.
That's gay and embarrassing and easy to make fun of. The least of which is that he shits in his pants openly. But I don't know. I don't have that thing where I want to make fun of the people making fun of others specifically. I'm not. There's no altruism whatsoever in what I do. But
no, that was my main aim. But I feel like I connected. That's probably why I do it, and also because him specifically, he covers comedians I don't give a shit about. So it's not like I don't care about I'm not competing with him and like I'm gonna be the next guy who covers comedians. So it's like, no, I just see a guy. He fucked with me and gave me a reason to fuck with him, and he just so happens to be a guy who it's a challenge to critique him because you're just getting a lot of hate from it. But
it is funny it is kind of funny to see these like, you know, Zoomer YouTuber guys come and kind of sort of steal Redbar's lunch money from him when it comes to like covering the exact same guys and the topics and subjects he covers, but then doing it in the YouTube format. So obviously it's easier for people to watch, and so now they get these like millions of views and shit, like the Too Lazy to Try guy and all those other ones.
The comedy Cringe went from 0 to 100,000 subscribers in 6 months.
Yeah,
doing it's basically I don't know if he's British or Australian, or Redbar basically.
Here's the thing: is all you have to do is go, what is where is a pocket of internet that already has viewers?
Trends.
And then you just have to lean into that and have no shame about it. And you can, you know, as long as you can present, you might need like one extra. I think there's like a little bit of secret sauce in there, but it's a tiny bit. And as long as you keep fucking doing it, you will probably succeed. You'll probably do well as long as you're not an insane person. I had a friend who in a couple months as a side hobby became a gigantic YouTube channel. All she did was like say conservative shit that they want to hear. And her secret sauce was doing it in the guise of a cat. She just did it. It was like a little cat character called Truth Cat. It was a little
Madman Mike.
It was a little Madman Mike. That I want to point out that I'm kneeling in that photo. He's not taller than me. There's another one.
How tall is Mike?
5'6", 7", somewhere there. What the fuck? Sorry, I keep hitting a button on my computer. It makes all my windows go away.
I'm 5'8". I got you, Mike. You're smaller than me, Mike. You little bitch.
I am literally doing like a curtsy there to get into the frame with him. I'm not kidding. Like my knees are bowed.
No, I believe you.
there.
I've seen videos. I don't know what the
There's
fuck
a
it was.
second
You were
picture.
walking into some guy's house. Yeah, you're a tall guy. I can tell.
There 2 photos were taken, and if you look, he's touching my belly in this photo.
Yeah.
His hand is on my stomach.
I see it.
And I think he did that because I didn't bend down, but I squatted. I think he did that because I squatted and he wanted to like make me uncomfortable and get me to like stop or something. I don't know what it was, but it was very odd. So I grabbed his tie. I grabbed his tie because he was touching my stomach. I was like, what the fuck is this? I didn't want to take the photo though. My co-host, fake Dante Nero, was like, oh, we should get this on camera. There is a second one of these though where I start to stand back up and you can see it better, but he did not want that photo taken.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy about it at all.
No, he was upset. He was like, legit.
Why are you doing this?
We're in the vestibule of the compound media building there. Like we're walking out the door. We're 2 seconds from being outside the door there. And out of nowhere, my co-host just snapped these pics. So I was trying to be silly. But
seeing if the guy has the other. Someone sent it to me. I'm seeing if he has the other one that's that you're talking about. I believe I've seen it too.
Yeah, I had to like grab. You can tell that's me. Like it's also my phone. I'm taking a picture of my phone. You only have these photos out there, folks, because I saved them off of a phone that was dying.
It's from the same day, this other picture?
Yeah, it's the exact same. We're dressed. I mean, it's like 1 second after. It's literally 2 photos taken 1 second after the other where I'm squatting and then getting back up. But yeah, he touched my stomach. So I'm like, I felt molested. I did that face because I thought I was like being I was like, oh, I thought we were doing like, oh, are we doing like a gay, like silly pose? Okay. I'm not looking at him. So I grabbed his tie and he kept his hand on my stomach for like a minute and he like rubbed it. It was very strange. I'm not joking about this. Like that.
Well, you can see it. His hand right here at the bottom. It's
yeah, you can. I think in the other photo
jacket.
You can see it even better.
He doesn't have it.
Yeah, I've got it somewhere. I might be. Hang on a second. I might have it.
Yeah, you can DM it to me on Discord.
Yeah. Hang on a second. It was very. I completely forgot about him rubbing my tummy like that. That's. I feel like I was Me Too'd.
You probably were.
Isn't that
was it under jacket or above? It looks like he's slipping it in the slit of your jacket.
I feel like I remember it on my bare skin almost. Like, I think he like slipped his hand between the buttons and touched my tummy. Let me see if I can find the fucking other version of it.
Hey, by the way, while you're looking for that, let me did you guys see who returned?
Oh yeah, Fat Millhip is back, baby.
I got a funny I'm not gonna get into the other half, but I want to just there's a funny little thing I noticed here. Not only is the character originated by the Harry Powers character is the originator of this whole alpha male thing and the screaming, but I noticed she mocks lifting weights. You're not going to understand this, Jesse, but guys, if you know what I'm talking about, will know. She does this thing where she mocks lifting weights. And if you know, I did that as well. Unknowingly, I have no clue about any of this Harry Power stuff. And then suddenly there's this thing where these bits were being made about taking me on dates. And I'm starting to think that maybe my behaviors were triggering memories of this. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm not going to explain further. But if you do, you'll understand what I mean. I think I was hitting a soft spot regarding someone's history. But yeah, Harry Powers is back, and maybe we should give her some view, or him some views. Is that what you call it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Though, man, I mean, Millhip, some of the weirdest fucking people of all time. The first interaction I ever had with them was I didn't even know it was them.
Back with a boom, okay?
I don't even know if they were doing this Harry Power shit yet at that point, but they Gay Millhip made this video of him like wandering around an abandoned house threatening to kill me, and then uploaded it to YouTube under the name Pulsating Prostate. And I didn't know who these people were at all, and they didn't leave any sort of trace back to who they are.
Pulsating Prostate or Peter Pan's prostate?
Well, so I think Peter... all right, so
Peter Pan's prostate is Mind Scepter.
Yeah, I know. And that name came from when Millhip showed his butthole on my show. Millhip's real name is Peter. I know he says it's Zach, but it's actually Peter. And so yeah, that's where that's from. But yeah, this pulsating prostate thing, he made this video. He's wandering around an abandoned house saying, "I'm gonna fucking kill Jesse." Yes. And it's actually her saying it, but they pitched it down so that you couldn't tell it was a woman, but I knew it was a lady. And I eventually figured out it was like once I saw these guys again, like 2 years later, I was like, wait a second, I recognize that voice. That's the fucking bitch who was saying she's gonna kill me. And I think they thought this was like a way to get well known, is like making this bizarre video threatening to murder me. And I did do an episode about it, but I had no idea who they were, so like they never got covered in it. I made all these jokes about all the different people it could be.
In fairness,
Anyway.
a lot of my original edits were about me murdering Mike, so I don't know what I could say on that. I can't. Yeah. The thing is,
happened to
you didn't
Mind
believe it.
Skeptic?
My videos were convincing. Mike thought I actually was going to murder him, to the point where he was like, I think he thought I was Jewish at first too. He would make these comments where like things would go wrong in the studio, or like the lights would flicker, or the electric would go out, or the air conditioning, something would break, and he'd go, "We're being haunted by the bar mitzvah ghost." And this was like all after this thing. Like, I was scaring the shit out of Mike because he had no clue who I was. He didn't know what I looked like. And those videos were very ominous. And I would just do all kinds of stupid shit where I had, like, in the Clipper video, the passport, and I was like putting dollars. I can say it now because it doesn't matter. Putting dollars together to read out a date, because I know Mike has this psychotic brain where he like hyper analyzes everything, which, by the way, there's a lot of things around here for all the autists that like to zoom in on the things that don't matter. And yeah, he knew something was coming on that day, and I just picked a random date. But sure enough, the Sven call ended up dropping on pretty much that day, I think, just by chance. But he was scared shitless. Like, he didn't know what to do. And his fans were telling him the same thing. Like, this guy, watch out for him. He's going to actually fucking kill you, Mike. I think he was hired by Sam Tripoli. They were having whole discussions about it. But these guys, I would never take them seriously. What were you saying? Were you able to find the picture?
Yeah, I sent it in our
yeah, you said, okay. I got it here.
You're cutting out for me a little bit.
Really? Hold on. Let me see. Still, I'm cutting out?
Yeah, there's the video and the audio keep cutting out every once in a while, but I'm not really sure why.
Let me try something.
Seems like anything's changed.
Any better now?
We have to give it a minute to see. I don't know. I can't see you at all now.
Test 1, 2.
There's no video.
Yeah, I turned it off. Any better? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3,
yeah,
1, 2, 3.
Okay,
hold on. Oh, here it is. So here's the other photo. Wait, is this the same one?
No, that's a different one.
It is?
See how he's
Mike's
smiling?
smiling
He looks,
this one.
Oh, yeah.
he's
Is this
smiling this
what
one.
is this? Is this lines to show? So your
to
head
show
is
the
cocked.
height. See, my head is turned
is
over
cocked.
too. My head is cocked, but if you look at the background there, that line kind of going between us there, you can see that that's almost horizontal as it should be. That's a pane of glass. And
if you were
vestibule.
upright, yeah, you would be up here.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, and again, I'm still squatting here. I'm mid.
Isn't
coming
this
back up
also
from
like
squat.
a what's that experiment
But
with the lines?
he started smiling in this photo because he got, he realized, oh shit, I'm on camera and I've got my hand on this guy's stomach.
Isn't this like also one of those tests where they show who leans in means something in a photo?
Yeah.
What is that called?
Yeah. The green line test.
Yeah.
But if you look, okay, so this photo has been rotated. In reality, I'm leaning back away from him. So I don't know what that means. Usually it's if you lean toward. I'm literally leaning back away because he's touching me and I'm like uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is just an optical illusion of some sort.
I'm being horrifically molested. Like, I'm not joking. He rubbed me for way too long, and it's scary. And then right after that photo was taken, he walked outside, walked over to the place where he rented that suit from, or bought the suit from, and returned it.
Yeah, I found it here. Studio mode. Okay. Transition. So here it is. The green line test. So, I think it's like vertically. So you see this now?
Yeah, you're still cutting in and out, but I can.
Fuck.
I'm watching on stream too, so it's no big deal.
I don't know why that's happening. But yeah, this is it's more vertically. So you lean, like tilt to the other person, I guess.
Right. Yeah, you want to be the one who's most upright. But
Right.
what does it mean if you are leaning away? That's got to be bad, right?
Gotta see.
Because I'm not leaning in, I'm leaning back. He like stepped in between my legs, basically. He's like between my legs in this photo, rubbing me. Very, very peculiar.
Oh God, I didn't know that's what it was. Newsweek spoke to body language experts who debunked the entire incel endorsed theory, dubbing it simply not true. So this is an incel thing. So if you lean in, you're an incel?
I don't know.
Well, it's Will Smith.
If you look at the one you put up originally, he's leaning back. Then in this one, I'm leaning back. I don't know what leaning away means.
It means you've been raped, yeah, probably.
I feel like it. I do. And he was on pills during this. He just scarfing handfuls of pills. See, look at that.
Oh,
He's leaning back.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's like going, ooh. And then I'm just squatting down. I'm trying to get into frame with him because he's too short. That's why my head is over like that.
Oh, it does. A little, oh, wait. Shit, I'm not showing the right... Fucking idiot. Here we go. I can finally get to use this. The dial. It's true, yep.
So what does any of that mean? I don't even know how that works.
I think
actually, he might be leaning back in both of those. Kind of hard to tell.
Yeah,
you have to realize that my co-host is like as tall as me. He's, I don't know, 6'6", 6'7", somewhere in there. So like the camera's way high. I instantly know like I'm not gonna be on fucking.
Is that Patrice?
Yeah, Patrice. Yep, there. Yep, you caught him. There he is.
Look at that. What's that fucking face?
That's the ghost of Patrice O'Neill watching over us, making sure we get pussy.
Booty.
Yeah, see, that's fake Dante. That's my co-host, and he's taking the picture. He's tall. He's a big black dude. So he's like, "Let me get this picture real quick," and I'm like, "What the fuck?" And then Mike grabs my belly, and then I go, "Okay," and I duck down to get in frame with him, and he goes, "Ooh." I don't know. It was very strange. It was like,
what is he like in person? Is he super awkward socially?
Oh my God. The only person I've ever met more awkward in person was Nick Mullen.
People keep calling me Nick Mullen, by the way. I get from Redbar fans, I get you sound like Tony Hinchcliffe, and look, I'm like, that's the most fucking insulting thing you can ever say to me.
Well, that's probably why they're saying it.
Yeah. But then, so that's how I can tell them apart. Redbar fans will say Tony Hinchcliffe, and then other people say Nick Mullen. And I looked up Nick Mullen because I didn't really know much about him, and I don't see it or hear it. They said the voice. But
I think it's just because you're a slight guy with a little bit of a beard. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know much about him. But
Well,
Mike,
he's
Mike's
autistic.
like afraid? Is he a good conversationalist in person? Or
No. I mean, listen, in all fairness, he was getting ready for this big show. So, there's going to be, we're like spitballing ideas and jokes and stuff. But it was, I mean, this was like a moment in the making, but for some years here, like he had shit on me a million times by this point. He literally tried to destroy my podcast and get it off the internet. And then here we are coming together. So you would think I would be the nervous one in some way, but no, not at all. I was like magnanimous and nice and trying to be friendly. It was just like, listen, I'm here to make funny shit happen. I don't care about whatever's happened before. And he was literally gulping down handfuls of pills and being like, ooh, he was like so nervous, and he kept checking in with the guy. This was at Compound. He was checking in with Garrett or whoever in the booth, and was like, he was so nervous, which I guess I kind of understand because this was like a big deal, sort of hosting the Gavin McInnes show. But I don't know. I just thought it was he came off as very socially awkward.
Is my mic still shit?
No, it's all right.
Okay, because it might have been because I had it open on the other computer. But I had a question about that. So I remember there were certain clips from my memory. I remember Gavin had you do like an on the street type of thing, right? I don't know.
Sort. I was doing a bit anyway. You're talking about the Jan 6 thing?
Possibly. You were riding a bike, I think.
Yeah. No. So, all right. Here's what happened.
Did you ever get to work for him? Is what I mean.
I was in DC for doing a bit for my own show and for my own purposes, and I'm best friends with Ryan, Gavin's guy, his producer guy, and so I've talked to Gavin a few times, and I'm constantly on the phone with Ryan while he's talking to Gavin, and they're setting up for shows and stuff. And they were doing a big show it was Jan 6th, the year after Jan 6th. And they were doing a whole show about like a retrospective about January 6th. And so I was there. So Ryan was like, dude, we got a bunch of people booked for this thing. I think it's going to be kind of a snooze fest. Can we call you and you do some sort of bit? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Sure. And I'd already been on Gavin's show like 5 times at that point. Nobody seems to recollect this, but I had already been on a show a few times, a few different ways, including this Redbar appearance. And so I was like, yeah, okay, sure, I'll do that. I'm already here. And they fucking like kept pushing my segment back because they'd already scheduled all these other people. And so these other people were like, higher priority, and they needed to get them in. And my bit was supposed to be a silly, laughable bit, but everything else they were doing was like serious. They were being reverent about Jan 6, which I don't get. I've actually never seen the full episode, so I don't know. But so I called in, and they kept going like, oh, we couldn't figure out the fucking Skype. We couldn't get anything to connect. It was like a nightmare. And so by the time they got me on there, I was literally in the back of a pedicab. I wasn't riding a bicycle. I was in the back of a pedicab, and a guy was like taking me around town, showing me the sights. And I just thought that was funny. And I'm like recording this pedicab driver, and he's telling me like, oh, all the different people he's, giving rides to and stuff. And it just so happens not that long ago, this dude had given Gavin a pedicab ride. He knew who Gavin was. So I like brought him in on this whole thing. But by the time they got me on, we weren't even at the Capitol anymore. We're now like over by the fucking Washington Monument or something. And so the whole thing was like bizarre, but Gavin knew that was the bit. The whole bit was supposed to, like, we had set it up to be that like, what is the point of being at Jan 6, being at the Capitol a year later? Like, obviously there's nothing going on there now. And so that was the comedy of it. And the whole point of the bit was that he was supposed to be like, so what are you doing there? What is this? What is all of this stuff? Like, why are you even, what is the point? And then it was even stupider because I wasn't even at the Capitol by the time they called. And then everybody thought it was real. This is the craziest thing is Gavin's one of the best pranksters on the internet. Nobody gives him credit for this, but he constantly does these bits where he treats them like they're serious and everyone fucking falls for them and they just pretend it was real so that they aren't wrong. And so the same thing happened this time where like this is so clearly a comedy bit where he's pretending like, why are we even calling this guy? What the fuck? He's not even there. Like this was set up and everyone's just like, wow, Jesse, you fucked up. You messed up that bit. Gavin hated that. And no joke.
I remember hearing this, yeah.
And no joke, like after the fact, Ryan called back. After the show was over, Ryan called back and Gavin was there too. And they're like, dude, thank you so much for calling. They both said this. Thank you so much for calling in. That fucking saved the show. The show was so bad until that segment. Like, they were like, yeah, no, this was like the worst show we'd ever done until that bit. That was so funny. They were thanking me for it. And Gavin later in the show brings me back up and says like that was a funny bit, but nobody ever watches that part because it's later in the show. But yeah, so like Mersh and other people who don't like me because I make fun of them try to run with that and say Gavin hates me.
Wow.
Like, Gavin barely knows
Sounds
me.
devastating.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't care if it was true, but Gavin barely knows me, but he knows like I'm his producer's best friend and has like no feelings about me, basically. He knows he vaguely understands I have a podcast.
Kif Donage says, Jesse, did you know Katsu before he was on Gavin?
Yes. Technically, yes. He was already sort of in Gavin's world, but when I met Ryan, he was more sort of a
Compound
freelance comedy guy around Compound. He did an impression of Gavin for, I don't remember if it was for Gavin's show or Anthony's show, but he did this like spot on Gavin McInnes impression. And I literally do not remember how we met. I don't know how we even became friends.
He's really good at impressions from what I've seen.
Oh yeah, no, he's the best.
He is.
You still talk to him?
Every day, basically.
Every day.
Yeah, just about every day. We like at the very least we have some sort of stupid text message exchange every day. But yeah, he calls me almost every single day, and I answer when I feel like it. I believe today I sent him a voice recording of me singing a song and changing the lyrics to be about cum, and he sent me a text message to say, imagine someone saying they don't call me Marcus for nothing. He just sends me shit like these stupid ideas like this that mean nothing. So yeah, we talk all the time. But and I get to hear Gavin behind the scenes all the time saying the N-word and talking shit about Israel. Everybody thinks he like loves Israel and stuff, but I hear him talking privately to Ryan.
Really? Because I remember the interview you did with Kanye, and he seemed.
Well, they use that as an example. They're like, he's trying so hard to cape for Jews, and it's like, no, he's playing devil's advocate to a guy who's out there saying,
it was obvious to me,
I'm literally Hitler. But yeah, it's really fun. All the shit people talk about Gavin is so funny. And I was making fun of Gavin on my show years ago, but because he brought me up on his show, some guy Gavin one time got a prank phone call from someone. I didn't even see this happen. It wasn't me. Some dude prank called him, and someone in his audience, some drunk Proud Boy retard, just decided I was the one who prank called him and told Gavin that. And Gavin just went off of this bad info and talked about me on his show. So I made this like big deal. That was like a big thing, right? So I made this like big deal out of it. Like I cared. Like I didn't give a fuck at all. But I made fun of the dude who said it. And I made fun of Gavin. And I did this whole thing about how I'm becoming the new leader of the Proud Boys and stuff. And actually in the episode where I talked about this, Mike David was on Podawful. He was on as a guest. Called into the show.
Yeah, he called in. He's like walking in the street as he
Yes.
calls. Yeah,
Yes,
I saw
exactly.
that.
And because he had been making fun of Gavin, and I guess because we were both on that show together on Gavin's show, I had him call in. And yeah, this is when we were cool. This was when everything was fine. And actually at the end of his phone call in that episode, he says that in solidarity for what Gavin's doing to me, he's going to quit Compound. And then he did. He said he's going to quit Compound for Podawful. And then he did. He actually did. So that's kind of crazy. Like nobody ever looks back or talks about any of this, but it is true. And yeah, so I always thought Gavin was. I've known of Gavin for a very, very long time, like way before he had that Compound Media show.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always thought he's very funny, and I think it's odd the amount of shit he gets.
What do you think about the whole thing where him and Mike had interacted, and Mike was trying to warn him that him leaning into this Proud Boys thing was going to be his downfall, and now he like celebrates. Like Mike always thinks he can predict the future when most of the things
he was right.
Yeah,
that
in
is
that
true.
case, in that case, but most of the things Mike predicts,
but it was also the most obvious
happen.
thing ever. It was like obviously so.
It's either obvious or Mike forces something to happen and goes, "See, I predicted it." Like even a micro scale with me, he forces me to not like him, and then he goes, "See," and then people go, "See, Mike was right about that guy. This didn't age well," type of thing. It's like he's like Nostradamus. Like what the fuck? Like you forced it to happen. You didn't predict it, Mike. Or it's super obvious. But what do you think? What was the reasoning for Gavin like leaning into that? Because I know it started as a joke. Why did he lean into it when it started to become real? In your opinion?
I mean, in Gavin's defense,
was it still a joke to him that it became real?
It was. It's stupid. Like
yeah.
A fucking group named after some gay Aladdin song. Like it's the gayest name of all time. Like it's meant to be childish. The whole like beating each other up and naming cereals and stuff. There's a thing to Gavin where his humor is a certain vibe. I hate saying that because how
I said
retarded
vibe
and gay that
before.
sounds.
Yeah, I felt really gay.
But
it's okay.
But it's true. He is attempting to evoke the feelings of like an adolescent boy and the humor that comes from that, and what it means to be cool to that sort of character, and that is the entirety of his humor. And by the way, he has a book called like The Death of Cool and stuff, but it's all about like the gay shit you would only like when you're a teenager, and about becoming like a dad and stuff. And he's the Vice magazine guy. I mean, he's the do's and don'ts guy from Vice magazine. Like he has had this one straight through line forever, political or not. His entire thing has always been that he is being this sort of absurd, like immature character. And everything he does that like gets shit on is always the direct result of that. And so this whole Proud Boys thing, he leaned into it because how fucking absurd is it that his like gay retard drinking buddies group is being called a terrorist group. That's nuts. That's straight up nuts. He was legit when he said it's a drinking group. It's a drinking club. He still does that shit, by the way. Like, even now that he's supposedly no longer the leader of the Proud Boys, but still is very much connected to it secretly and not so secretly. He's like, it's a big deal to him to have like your local place where you go and drink, and he goes with his buddies and like having that male camaraderie and stuff. This is a thing for him because he's fucking Canadian and because his dad's fucking Scottish or whatever, and that's what he grew up with. So I think it was just he knew. I mean, every single person has experienced this. When you know the truth and no one else will listen, what is your reaction to that? It's like most people will lean in because you know in your head you're telling the truth. You know in your head that you're right. You're not going to like back away from it just because everyone else is wrong. Even though almost every time the right move is to back away, but it's human nature, I think. I think it's just that. But I mean, at the same time, Mike was right. It was going to destroy him, and it did.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, that was always interesting to me because I saw the text exchange that they had with each other, and it was pretty volatile. Like they're yelling, screaming back and forth between each other about, Mike was right. He said, you're taking it too seriously. But do you think Gavin cares that was the result?
I only heard about half of what you said. You're cutting out.
Sorry. Do you think Gavin, like Mike was right? It did basically fuck up things for him. But do you think Gavin cares?
No. Not really. I mean, I think he cares when like he can't have a bank account, obviously. I think he cares when his neighbors, he's smeared to his neighbors. Like he's a dude with a family. He's got 3 kids and a wife, and he lives in suburbia. And I think it probably matters to him to some degree that his neighbors think he's a literal Nazi. He's a comedian. He's like a silly guy. So yeah, I mean, he cares in that regard, but at the same time, I think, if he's anything like me, he's been forced to make this network where he's got to paywall everything, and it's probably more lucrative than what he was doing before. So he's probably somewhat happy about that, like that there is a silver lining in that, but it does make things harder. I bet it sucks, being a famous guy and you're not allowed to use YouTube or Twitter or any of that shit to promote yourself. But, spiritually, I don't think you care.
So there's some people in the chat. I want to see some of the questions people have. This conversation's been really good. What is this? Algorithm. What did Redbar fans do to go too far? I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means?
What did Redbar fans do go too far? What? I don't know. No, I have no idea what that fucking means.
ESG. Wait, Gavin gets snobby sometimes. That's what turns me off about him. Let's be real though, Ryan Cox, you was part of the Proud Boys. I saw him being interviewed as a Proud Boy. I don't know what it means if you do.
I don't know who Ryan Cox is. Maybe try shutting off your video because you're still cutting out.
Yeah, I see you're cutting out a little bit too.
Sound system there.
Yeah, your voice too. Does that help at all?
Well, we'll see in a second.
Test 1, 2, 3.
I don't know who Ryan Cox is or what that guy's talking about. I don't know. I also don't know what he means by he's snobby sometimes. Gavin McInnes is snobby. I don't really see that.
It'd be okay on my end. I'm like
just trying to be funny.
10,000 kilobits per second with 0 drop frames. I got next level internet. I think you were cutting out a bit. I don't know. It could be me, but I don't know. It says my
Probably
voice connection is
Discord's retarded, but you're not cutting out now that there's no video. So.
Okay, so maybe it's that. We don't need it anyway. Let me just see. Common people, blah blah blah. This Ken is super upset. Here we go. Cope on incoming. I guess they claim you cope about the Gavin story. I think you explained it pretty well.
I mean, everything I said is like provable.
And goes to what you just said. If you know it's true, then what does it matter?
There's no cope. Just watch the end of that episode. He says exactly what I said.
Yeah. See, people will latch on to those things that upset you. Wait, Comedy Shaman, do not just hop off. We need a proper goodbye for you. So, again, Comedy Shaman, thank you for coming on, and congratulations on, going to the rehab and kicking the Kratom, man. I'm happy to hear that, and excited to hear you come back. You sound better. And I'm looking forward to it. Let us know when you're going to be back. And I'd love to have you on again after you get your story out on your show.
All right. I really appreciate that, man. It was good talking to you. Same with you, Jesse. I'm sure I'll talk to you before long. Happy to be here, guys. Happy
to be here. The Comedy Shaman. There we go. Everyone says, Shaman, no. Gotta love the Comedy Shaman. Infected Mushroom. It's Jesse using free Wi-Fi. The stream is fine.
Stream is fine. Discord's not, however, and it
could be. Yeah.
Nothing bad is happening on my end.
Are you in a different country, Jesse?
Unfortunately, it's because of the amount of video you were sending to Discord, it seems.
Oh yeah, it could be pretty high quality. See,
there's nothing wrong happening now. You haven't cut out.
Okay. Kif Donut Shamanation, Goat Scrode, happy to be here. Lee Fletcher, thanks. Mushroom, She-Man, blah 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 blah. But yeah, I don't know. I think we covered it all. We had Sven show up, Comedy Shaman returns. We got a lot of great stories there. Do you feel like you don't do a lot of interviews, do you, Jesse?
I call into shows all the time. If people choose to ask me questions, and I will attempt to read the room and see if I should be answering them seriously or not.
Okay. I like that. I like that. Because I've seen.
I don't like answering them seriously, but
I think you should. If
it's not going to go anywhere, if I don't do that, then I just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, no,
weirdo.
So this is why. So when I watched that clip, when I brought it up of the bullying thing, it had funny to it, but there was like actual good advice to it. But also, I feel like this is for me. What makes someone super interesting to me is when they can be funny, can be fucking around, but also have that ability to be serious. And I know there's a lot of these guys, one of which I've come into contact with and has, you might know who I'm talking about because I mentioned it to you, where they only have one fucking dial and that's it. And then they have no ability to be serious. They have no thoughts in their head. I don't think it's a bad thing, because a lot of people feel like, oh, if you're being serious, it's not good. It's not good content. But if you're saying something that's, and the people that are listening are enjoying the conversation, there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. And there was a lot of fun.
I prefer just being funny and not doing anything real ever, but
for sure, and there was some fun.
If it's on a live thing, I like to judge based on the chat room what my responses will be, and the more infuriating I think my answers might be for particular people in chat, the more I'll lean into being serious.
I think we had a little bit of everything. It was good. We had the Redbar fans jump in. That's the funniest thing. Someone had said to me, they're like, I love how you can just go on, and I know you do this too, and just for hours, and then the chat is just all fucking spurging out for hours, and you just ignore them. You don't even realize that it's there. Because like for most of my shows, I forget the chat exists. And then I go and look back, and it's like all these Redbar fans like screaming and getting upset. And that's one of my funnest things to do. But yeah, the first half of the show,
ignoring the chat. I hate ignoring the chat. I like interacting with them.
Me too.
I realized a while ago on my show that like it takes up too much of the time, and so I have accidentally taught myself to almost completely ignore the chat and not read any of it. And
turns into like dealer reel. Like, oh yes, Kif Dunnage said this. Oh hi, Grim said this. So for me, it's like I completely black it out, and then at a certain moment I go, oh yeah, the chat room, and then I'll go, okay, let's see what you guys have been saying. But yeah, I don't know, I'm still figuring it out. But it's just funny to me because the whole first half of the show is Redbar fans. Then they tire themselves out eventually.
Well, that's what I like about jumping on someone else's stream is there's always going to be this insane mix of people who hate me vehemently because I make fun of their guy, and it's always so obvious who their guy is, no matter where I am. There's a fair number of people who like my show and know me, so it's really funny to see somebody say like the meanest thing about me, and then somebody else immediately follow that up with, "Hey, H2BH, oh man, that was so funny the other day." And then my favorite though are the third people who have no fucking clue who I am or why these people all care. And I love watching them confused and trying to just go with whatever actually should be happening on the stream.
Well, here I would imagine, okay, if they know who Redbar is, they know who you are, okay? Because after I found Redbar, just from
that's the craziest part is you
find you
know what Redbar is without really knowing who I am. That's kind of insane when you think about it.
Right. It's impossible because I can tell you, even as a guy who I found Redbar during the pandemic, finding Redbar leads to you. It just does. I don't know how it happens, but watching his videos, the clips led me to clips of yours.
I mean, the only way you don't is if you're not like you're not an actual Redbar listener. You're one of the clip channel guys where you just watch for your thing that he covers. I'm sure those people have no idea, but anybody who like actually routinely listens to the show or is in the fucking Facebook group, they all have opinions on me. It's insane.
Nobody's going to believe me when I say this. I have never watched a full episode of Redbar once. Ever. It was always clips on YouTube that were, 10, 20 minute clips. Some of them, like this Tripoli stuff, I guess was a little longer, maybe 30 minutes. But the 8-hour show, never. I've never watched it. It's always like, when I started doing this, I got good at like speed skimming. Really good. And I just go, bam, straight through it. I know he does karaoke at the end, so if it's really bad, I always check out what he does there to find something that's really bad. But now at this point, for probably the past couple episodes, I don't even do that. Now I just go to the clip channels, which you don't even need Scars Club, by the way, guys, because all these clip channels just put the hour-long clips or the pertinent clips up immediately. And he has no control, and you have me to thank. And this is funny. I went on a random Redbar Clipper channel, and in the comments, they were yelling at this guy saying, this quality is too shit. Mike's going to get really mad, blah, blah, blah. And just by chance, I clicked on the replies of it, and one of the replies was, yeah, Mike has been like really scared to call out Clippers now. I don't think you're going to have a problem ever since the Lossless incident. So now it's known as the Lossless incident, where Mike refuses to be mean or attack Clippers because of this, what you're watching now. So you're welcome, Clippers.
I
Clip
still have
away.
the theory that particularly the ones that are really consistent with it, the ones that get the most views, and the ones that specifically upload stuff from his paywall, I believe are run by Mike.
This was a channel was posting new shit and in shit quality. That was what was weird about it, and not being
that's
taken
just
down.
the easiest way to hide the fact that it's him doing it.
Yeah,
Make a big deal about it. Sorry,
Sneaky
I'm a
Mike.
100% truther on this one.
Yeah, Mike's Talmudic tricks, of course. Damn. All right, shit. It is fucking. What time is it there? Well, you don't have to say, but it's almost 5 a.m. It's 4:42 a.m. here. Jesse, thank you for coming on again. I enjoyed the conversation. And I had other people message me say that was great. So I appreciate it. I'm gonna wrap it up here. And
thank you. I just want to make it clear, I would not have stayed as long as I did if it weren't for the people complaining about me.
I'm glad you did.
I 100% feed off of that. It makes me laugh so hard. I'm literally just sitting here reading your comments, you screaming out into the void about me being here and enjoying every second. And I apologize for this, Lossless, but I get more boring the more I see that. So I'm willing to really.
It was not boring.
Down.
I'm not joking. It was
I
not
feel like I
boring.
could have done a better job here, to be honest. I'm actually pretty well known for saving streams that are going awry. But the second I see people complaining about my presence, I like to drag the mood down as much as possible. So.
I think you're being, I don't know. You're being too hard on yourself. I think when you do talk seriously, it is interesting. That's my opinion. Whether it counts or not, it's fine. But
I really
the
have
more
enjoyed,
typing in the chat means that people are engaged in it. That's what you don't. I guess maybe you don't think that.
I just want to see how long they're willing to sit through me, a guy they hate, and it's so.
Can you tell the
funny
most
to me.
boring story, like a 2-minute story, be as boring as possible?
I've tried every single thing you've asked me. I've tried to drag out into about 5 minutes. I'm not joking. Like I went over,
That's like Mark Harley. Have you seen Mark Harley on my show?
Is he the guy that looks like Tony the Tiger?
Yeah. So it's funny because I will ask him a question, and Mark, I love you. He will go on for 20 minutes and just keep going and going and going, and I don't understand anything that's happening. And then if I don't say anything, he won't stop. So I have to eventually just scream over him.
I've been attempting to do that this whole time, but I'm not actually like that, so I've been finding it difficult. So this is not a joke. In fact, I encourage the people who enjoy fun stuff like this, I encourage you to go back, find a random spot where Lossless asked me something, and watch me trail off in a very attempted way. Seriously, every single thing you've asked me, I've been trying to find a way to just keep it going. And then if you listen back, most of my final sentences in any of these stories have been me trying to find new words to say the exact same thing I've been saying for the past 10 minutes. And I just can't
funnier
do it 'cause I've
part
run out.
is that I don't even care, and it's just filling the time. And now we're at 6 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah. Well, the best part is I saw a guy in the chat a minute ago say "Oh, thank God you're getting rid of this guy finally." And so now I've dragged it out for you were about to let me go, and I've actually managed to keep it going.
Yeah.
Just a little bit longer. And then my favorite part, and I can't believe this worked, but the only reason I tried to find that second photo of me and Mike David together is
to drag that out.
Because it's basically the same fucking photo.
I know. I was looking, I was like, what's the difference? I couldn't even tell the difference.
Well, I can't believe this worked, but I figured if I sent that to you, maybe you'd we wouldn't get into any more topics and just keep talking, and you would just accidentally leave it up over your shoulder the whole time, forcing these retards to look at me and my goofy head. So
that's why
I really enjoy. Happy I am that these losers who by the way, like when I make fun of Redbar, that shouldn't affect you. You're not, if you're in the chat room, you're not Redbar, right? Like you're a different guy. Why does this hurt you so badly? But every time we talk about one of these people, and this happens with all of them, not just Redbar, I can't believe these guys are such big fans, and they've had to sit there, these parasocial simps had to sit there and watch over your shoulder this whole time me touching their guy. That is why I sent you that fucking photo earlier, and I've just been sitting here waiting for you to try to wrap up on me so I could say all this, because I knew every single one of these losers.
Well, look right here. Lee Fletcher, low energy, chilled conversations, okay symbol. It was interesting. No Adderall detected.
Well, disagree. It sucked. I was just trying to bait a bunch of losers who I knew could not tune out the entire time. And you're still here. I'm telling you, this is the craziest part, is I'm doing my villain monologue right now to you, and you're still here. Nothing's keeping you here, and you're still fucking staying. You're that big of a fucking dipe beast simp. It's a man who shits himself. By the way, you have to fucking be here.
The camera fucks it up. I wanted to do a reveal. Guys, I have something to admit. I am an undercover dipe beast, okay? So here you go. You'll see it on the delay there. Undercover dipe beast the entire time, and you've all been trolled.
God damn. Fucking double crossed. Jesus Christ, these shoes. It looks like a lady's shoe.
Yeah.
You share that with your wife?
I do.
Okay. I don't understand shoes.
Those are Yeezys, man.
Oh my god.
Mike's favorite.
That's bizarre. You're a shoe guy, huh? Sneakerhead.
No, not anymore. They're old. These are grails. Like, there you go. Yeezy. You could see it in there.
This is why Redbar is best. He would never argue with chat like this. I have about 150 videos that would disagree with what you just said. But also, I think...
Well, he doesn't read chat anymore.
Remember when 4chan rated his chat?
That was the greatest.
But that's when he stopped reading the chat. Sure. But
this is actually the shoe I wore in the video where I was on the dock screaming about Mike and got 100 viewers and Mike to show up in the live chat to basically listen to me for an hour, call him a dumb Jew and a Howard Stern ripoff. Just some lore, you know.
That's crazy that they just sat through you explaining your shoe.
Yep. This is a Yeezy 350. Mike,
and so for all these people, it's like what time did you say it is? Fucking 4 in the morning.
Yeah, it's 4:50. This is the craziest part. So the viewership will drop
all night, just seething, just mad.
The viewership will drop, and then now around this time, if I were to go another 10-15 minutes, it'll shoot up again because then people start waking up. It's very bizarre. And then I have this autism where I'm like, instead of just ending the show, oh, new people are here, and then I keep going and going, and it's ruining my life. So. Okay, now I have to end it. Don't.
Right, but one more thing, real quick.
Sure.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, Jesse. Seriously, it was great that you came on. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll let you go.
Fuck everyone in your audience, including the people who like me.
Yeah, and me. Fuck all of you.
You wasted your time.
You've all been trolled.
Happy to be here.
Okay. Good night, Jesse. Okay, there we go. Jesse from Podawful once again. That was great. Yeah. Even he's goofing. You never know when he's telling the truth, even when he's serious. There was real information in there. I've watched Jesse enough to know, because I've done my research on some of this stuff and look back, because I like to look through the history of somebody. It was good. There was a lot. I've seen him on other shows. Like I've seen him. He did an interview with what's his name? I don't know who these guys were, but totally different. Totally different. They didn't get anything out of him. No offense to those guys. That was a very cool conversation. We had Comedy Shaman come back, and he gave us a little bit of a scoop of his return, and I hope he comes back soon. But that was great. Thank you, Jesse, for coming on there. Let's see. Ken perfectly summed up. Jesse copes that him talking about another guy for countless hours makes us parasocial, and Lossless wears Yeezys unironically. Yes, I do. Get those Yeezy slides. I'm telling you, Redbar used to sell unbleached his old shoes because he needed money. He was broke. But yeah. I bought this shit before Mike. Mike is one of those fags that got into like Yeezys after everyone else did. No. I had this when it first came out. If you know what this is. These are the Wave Runners, okay? Or I could have just bought all of those to make you think that I'm into them, and I don't even wear them. You never know. I could have a closet right there, actually, full of every outfit Mike has ever worn, and you wouldn't know. And it could be a finale where I just wear everything Mike wears and become a dyke beast. Okay? Look at them legs. You want to see him again? By the way, I got pretty thick ankles for a guy my size. I've seen some other guys, they got really tiny ankles. Zoom in on there. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. Sam Righteous. What a wimp. He actually left. No, I hung up on him. I said thank you and I disconnected. He did not run away. Do not rewrite history. They look very uncomfortable. Mitch Hedsberg. Are you kidding me? These shoes are not uncomfortable. This is possibly the most comfortable fucking shoe because they have the boost in them. The Adidas Boost. Look at that. See how you mush it in? These are like some of the best running shoes other than like the actual Adidas running shoes. But these are more comfortable. This is prime knit. See, it's like a sock. It's thicker, but it's like a sock kind of a layer. These are the most fucking comfortable shoes. They are. It's the only reason. Okay. These are these look like Fred Flintstone's cereal shoes, but these are Sean Wotherspoon. These are very, very hard to get. These are like probably worth like $800 now. So, yeah. Undercover dyke beast. I fooled you. I'm actually a Redbar fan. I love Mike. And I'm just stealing money from him. All to bring back Podtrash. I'm kidding, guys. No, I do love Mike, though. I gave Mike an ultimatum. I said, Mike, you know what? If you apologize to me in email, all's forgiven. He's yet to do it. He's thinking about it, though. I know he is. The Yeezys are expensive, guys, but you can buy these now. So now the Jews who run Adidas have found a loophole where they can sell Kanye shoes without paying him. And so now they've been releasing all of these new versions. So if there's anything you're going to get, these are only like $90. They're called the Yeezy Slides. Seriously, no joke. Even if you wear them in the house, you could wear them outside as well. Have one for in and out. These are the most fucking comfortable shoes ever. Like the rubber, everything, they're unbeatable, okay? I wouldn't lie to you. I've never lied to you. Okay, and I love Kanye. I was gonna have a segment at the end here where we talked about the whole. I was gonna have another guy come up, a guest, talk about this, how this whole rap diss track thing is turning into like the WWE of hip hop, and it would have been cool. But I'll save it for next time. Kanye released a new song today where he's dissing Drake, and Mike being Drake. Maybe I should play that to play us out. It's a leaked song, so I think it should be okay. With my luck, it gets blocked, and then I have to trim shit out. Just fucking annoying. Well, let's see. That's what I fucking hate about YouTube, guys. I wish I could go back to my Podtrash days where I can just, like, play whatever I want, show whatever I want. Someday. 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 Oh yeah, I wanted to cover this guy Queen's Flip where he screams the whole time. This black guy, he does hip hop.
That bundles, he was one of them. Well, we can't. Let's go, yay!
Let's go, yay!
Yet.
Hell yeah!
Like that remix.
You know all that? Only black guys can get away with screaming and being funny. Okay, few more messages. Okay. Sam Righteous. Hi, Sam Righteous. We like Lossless. We don't like Jesse PS. Come on. Jesse's cool. I like Jesse. Go watch Podawful, the Comedy Shaman episode. Comedy Shaman, who was on with us today. Go watch that from beginning to end and tell me it's not a fucking amazing episode. Mostly because of the unsaid, not the obvious. If you watch it and you understand what's going on from beginning to the end and the amount of preparation that goes into that, plus being funny on top of that, it's fucking funny, guys. It's undeniably funny, okay? And yeah, I don't know. Okay, whatever, man. Mitch Hetzberg, we don't have shoes in my village. We're just happy to not drink poop water, but it's mostly poop water. Past. Did VTL get a hold of you, Vinny the lawyer? No. Is he supposed to? He might not. Well, the only way to get in touch with me, I think, would be through my email, which is losslesschannel@protonmail.com. I actually haven't checked it. If he was supposed to send something today, I haven't looked yet, but I will. Maybe I'll reach out to Vinny, or I'll call his stream one of these times. The Resig used to be the best till the 350. Yeah. Wait. Someone else. Infected Mushroom. Jesse sucks. Sven sucks. Lossless is okay. The best shoe ever. Infected Mushroom, even though you pay for membership, you're wrong, okay? Jesse does not suck. Sven is awesome. Sven's a good artist. And I hope to one day have a Sven Stoffels animation or drawing a part of this show. I asked him for his rate card, and I said, I'm not worthy of it yet, but maybe one day when I am, we can work something out. And he was very kind and said, yeah, maybe someday I can do something for you. Depends on what it is. Maybe I'll just do it, but we'll see. That would be fucking awesome if I had a Sven Stoffels animation intro. We'll see. This whole show, again, I've said it before, I started with what I have. I could have been a pretentious little shit more than I already am and showed up here with like this like elaborate studio and just been a little dick who can just like get everything you want. Oh, look at all my stuff. But I was like, you know what? I want to fucking earn it. Okay? So we made $5 tonight, I think. Okay? in the super chat. Thank you to the super chat. I don't know if I can even scroll back far enough. I forget your name, but thank you. That $5 will now go towards improving things. Things like this. See, here we go. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let's zoom in here. All right. This is a new TV I got. There you can see. Can you see the murder in his eyes? I had a lot of stuff to get to. Like, I wanted to talk about, I was going to play Citizen M's video about, talk about Steel Toe and how April left, and I had some opinions on that whole thing from a different perspective, and play his video and give him some shout outs. But there was plenty more. We don't need to worry about it. 2 or 3 weeks till the next stream. Okay, so now guys, let me explain what's going on. Okay, Goat Scroat again with another $4.99. Thank you, sir. That's so sweet of you. That's so sweet of you. $10. Now I can buy. What can I buy with $10? One of my goals is you guys fund leg lengthening surgery. Can we make that happen? That would be awesome if I just show up one day and I'm like 6'4". That would be cool. So that's one of my goals. And then 2 would be totally forgot what I was going to say. Groatsgrow did 9/11. Shame on you. But very, very brave for you to admit that. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. Okay, infected mushroom. 2 or 3 weeks till the next stream. Let me tell you guys how it works, okay? I'm fully open and honest with you guys. So, we have the kids here every other week, okay? The weeks that they're here, if I don't start a stream super early, it's a school night sometimes. Some of you saw that on Bleach stream where I got fucking railroaded because I was cucked and I couldn't be screaming because I would be disturbing the other people in our household, our family, which some people don't have, and they take advantage of that, okay? Because they can just sit home by themselves in a little apartment and scream all they want. Right now, the kids are not here, so I can go, nobody's hearing it. I can do whatever I want. Too bad it didn't happen tonight, because I would have fucking murdered that guy. Okay? But, yeah. So this is the reason why it happens sometimes, where I do a show every other week. Because depending on my schedule, if the kids are here and then I don't have the opportunity to go on super early, I can't do it. Otherwise, you're going to see me, hey guys, and then I'm fucking whispering like a little bitch the whole show because I can't be loud. And then the kids start complaining, why does he have to do this now? It's so loud. Why? I can hear him. Okay? That's the reality of it. And so I can do a show every week, yes, technically, but I would have to start it way earlier. And if it doesn't work out that way, I just don't do it, because I'm not going to come on here and start whispering for fucking 5 hours or whatever, or even 2 hours or whatever it is. Okay? That's it. But hopefully, it should be next week, I'll be back again. The timing of it will work out to that. Okay? It'll work out. Don't worry, guys. Goat Scroat! The MVP. So here's another last thing, really quickly. I had a guy who reached out to me and he was talking about how I should integrate this super tip thing. And I looked into it and there's no like automated onboarding for it. So you actually have to email them. Do I trust this thing? Because I've learned that it's attached to Melton in some way. And I have to talk to them because I need to know if they're using a third-party payment processor, because I don't know if I trust putting my personal information through a system that's somehow related to Melton, who is now friendly with Redbar again. Okay? That's my dilemma. So I emailed them, and I haven't checked my email yet today, but hopefully talk with them. But then what you can do is, I would not do it the way they're doing it, where I'm going to have the fucking stupid voices just nonstop the whole show, but as maybe a section of the show. And then we could have like Mike voice, Jules voice, maybe Jesse, maybe, I don't know, all these people, Comedy Shaman. We could put all these people's voices in, my voice, and then like the super tip system, you donate and then it has the little AI animated face and it says the message in their voice. That would be really cool. So I'm in talks with them. Hopefully I can get that added into here and then we can do that if it's trustworthy. We'll see. Sebastian says, don't think he's friendly with Redbar. Melton was just shitting on Jules a couple days ago. Okay. Well, I just don't want it to be where like Melton has access to my information. Even though I don't know Melton from a hole in the wall. I don't know. I'll look into it and we'll see. What were you saying? Wait, I thought that was a TikTok challenge. Gotta say sorry to the girlfriend. Yeah. Jonathan Contis. You were one of the guys from the BBG who I read your messages, I believe, right? Is my memory good or no? Jonathan Contis, yeah. Algorithm, infected mushroom. Do you make plugins? LOL. Hair plug money. Hair plug money. You fucking kidding me, bitch? Are you involved in the widening? Oh yeah, the widening. Oh, I should have used this for the Mark Harley story. I'm gonna find you, Mark. Redbar's watching and investigating. He has access to all of your DMs, and they're disgusting and vile. Wait till he sees it. He's gonna cover it on next show. Yeah. See, I got a good memory. I remember you. Thanks for being here. See? He's a guy who was in the BBG, and in good fun, I read all their messages during that whole time where everyone was upset or something about, I forget what it was. And I read all the BBG messages. He took it very well. He is the example of a good Redbar fan that isn't a sycophant. Never lose that, Jonathan Contis. Never lose that. Groupthink, worst thing ever to fall into. Okay, past You'll never be 1/10 a Mike. Stay mad about Jules and the Jules. Marlene, I am in a relationship with a Jewish woman, okay? I have nothing against the Jews except the one that hosts Redbar, okay? And I have no issue with him either. It's just criticism of the fucking show. Why are you so incapable of hearing that? Why does it hurt you so much? Where you need to go, he criticized Mike for putting on a Shredder tattoo after he called him Ethan Klein, and then you're like, guys are like, you fucking suck, you'll never be Mike, you'll never be Mike, you're not funny, fuck you. Like, really? Over an internet guy you're never gonna meet, never gonna talk to, doesn't care you exist. Just stop it. Stop it. What do you mean it doesn't make sense, Infected Mushroom? You said 2 or 3 weeks until the next stream. You know, I'm explaining to you what it is and why it happens. A frame for one of your paintings. Yeah, for real, that could be it. I did mean to frame this. But also, this thing is all a fucking parody too. Like the Phoenician font. By the way, Mike does not own this fucking font. It's a commercial font you can purchase. I purchased it, okay? So I own this font just as much as Mike does. But like I said, we went back to the music conversation. Music interpolation and remixing, sampling, all that. People don't care. The podcast, oh, it's so highbrow. You can't steal the artist's font that he didn't even make. I do want to change. I'm going to eventually change this font. This whole thing is going to be different long term, okay? This is season 1, Office Space, meaning what I have. And I will earn every penny. And then one day, I will have the best fucking studio you've ever seen. And it's not going to be a late night talk show setup. It's going to be crazy. The vision I have in my head for what the end goal is, holy shit. I'm going to have like machinery and like things like not a moon base. Do not get upset, Jesse. Maybe like I'm not going to tell you. You'll see. You'll just have to wait and see. Give it 5 years. It'll change drastically within the next 6 months first. Within a year. This shit moves fast now. Like if you go, I know we brought up that Win by 2 radio channel. Go to Win by 2 radio, sort from oldest, and go look at his first episodes. Then go look at episodes from like 10 months ago, and then look at it now. And say whatever you want, Redbar, copy, ripoff. That's not the point. The content's not the point. Do that. Go to oldest, 10 months ago, now. The guy went from having, no offense, the shittiest setup. 10 months later, he had like this big kind of studio setup with the whole wall black and with like accent lighting and everything. And then now has pretty much Mike's old studio already in 1 year. That's how fast this shit moves. And that's probably him investing his own money too. And he does this thing where he takes donations for like music requests. So I never ask you guys for donations. I don't push it. I'm not Aaron Imholt. Come on, guys. We're almost at the top of the hour. If you want an extra 30 minutes, you got to meet that goal. We need another $190. Oh, we just got a surprise donation for $170 via PayPal conveniently that you can't see. And the person's name is Fake Donator. Mike is not a J anymore. Blood transfusion. He hasn't figured it out yet. I offered my blood to Mike. Sorry. Blood transfusion doesn't work. You'd have to transfuse your blood, your heart, and your brain. And your nose. It's in all of it. It's in your DNA, my friend. The blood transfusion, it did nothing. He wasted his time. He wasted his time. It might help cure his disease, at best. Librarian, this is my first time here. Do you have quick explanation about what your channel is about? Sure. What I find interesting, earlier episodes criticizing Redbar, talking about the creators I find that are probably the most influential on the children, who are guys I keep an eye on because we have children. And you know, funny enough, last episode, remember when we were talking about Elisa Jordana, and then I said, of course, if something goes viral, you have to have a Moist Critical, Penguin Zero, and XQC coverage of it, right? The only thing to top that in virality is if there's a Mr. Beast challenge. How many Down syndrome looking guys can punch Elisa Jordana in the face within 10 minutes and wins $10 million, whatever, right? Funny that a couple days later, one of the kids comes in and goes, did you see that girl Elisa Jordana? Because she knows that me and Robin have had interactions with her, right? Did you see that girl Elisa was covered on XQC and Moist Critical? Totally unrelated, came up to me and said that. And I was like, oh my god, she watches this shit. And then I said, oh yeah, I saw it. I talked about it. And then I said, do you like that guy though, that XQC guy? Because he lives here. He lives within our province, okay? Not too far away. And I said, you don't like that guy, do you? Like, he's so stupid. All of his reactions are just like, a chat. Oh, that's crazy chat. A chat. He speaks, you can't understand what he's saying. He speaks like a retard. And she's like, no, he really sucks actually, which was nice to hear. So I keep an eye on the creators your children might be watching and criticizing them, okay? So fuck you. Okay. 40 live viewers, it's over. B? Did you say B? T-Fat guy? Drunk, unique, saying Z. Gets more live viewers. LOL, this is sad to me. Blackbeard. We had fucking like 70 at one point, I think. And then the live thing is not even the most important. It's after the fact. The views that go up after the fact. Once I retitle this now that we had what actually happened here, it's good. But shout out to Kyle Unique. That's hard to beat that entertainment. A guy who for 20 minutes can talk and then on cue passes out into the microphone and then drools all over it. That's entertainment. It's hard to beat, man. That's not sad. Who wouldn't like to watch that? Last time I saw him, he only had like 30 or 40 people watching. But okay guys, I'm gonna play us out. Thank you, good night. And oh yeah, Blackbeard, do you have a channel? Yeah, no 24 subscribers. What a loser. What a loser. Fucking loser, bro. Yeah, if you were really Jimmer, dummy. It's funny. Jimmer never took my challenge to go live solo by himself for an hour talking about only himself and his interest and do even close to this. Nope, he couldn't do it. He had to go back to that Brendan Schaub grift. Only thing he knows. Sad. Lost all of his channels. Good luck to you, my friend. Godspeed. Hopefully you'll find another Moodles. Oh, this is one last interesting thing. I found Joey Boots' old YouTube channel. And sure enough, look at this. This is shout out to fucking Podtrash back in the day. So Joey Boots here. Put on my Podtrash hat for this. Shout out to fucking Podtrash. Okay, look at this. 101,000 views And this was High Pitch Eric was on the Stern Show, and he was being racist against black people, and he said, "Oh, black people are only good for Aunt Jemima syrup and pancakes." And then Joey, this is like clips from Podtrash, like the show I produced on my old website. And once Joey told him, "Hey, you know Howard's gonna hear this," he was like, "Oh fuck, I take it back." And then he has to apologize. But throughout this whole thing, to millions of viewers, podtrash.com is being brought up.
I got Joey Boots on. He is continuing to do his podcast.
After this, I'm getting out of here.
It's really the High Pitch Eric.
It's just more proof.
Howard.
By the way, fucking fruitcake Jimmernam said I work for Gonzo Podcast, blah, blah, blah. Never had my own thing. And then here we go. Millions of people being talked about, talking about Podtrash.
Let me just get it out there. I do my podcast
on top of Vince the lawyer. Bitch, you suck,
Do you do
Jimmernam.
anything besides High Pitch Eric? Because I'm interested in the High Pitch Eric stuff. As long as you have that, I'll listen.
I have Handsy on. I have Ass Napkin Head. Ass Napkin Head, whenever he's on, I can't understand him. It's after 8 o'clock at night, and he's hammered every single time.
Let me play a couple of clips from Joey Boots' show, because what he does, he talks to Eric all night long on his podcast, and then I can just chop it up and get to the good stuff.
Yeah, Eric is a regular guest on there, and I got my co-host Gonzo Shitcock, who's awesome.
Oh, is that right? Let me see here.
Yeah, he's multi-talented.
All right, let's see if I can't find this. I don't know why I'm having trouble. I got the Joey Boots thing somewhere. Oh, here it is. I got it.
Just have 2 clips.
Yeah, I got a couple of clips here. Here is, this is the Joey Boots show. He's got High Pitch Eric on, and most of it gets into High Pitch is so fat, and Joey's... Are you still fat too, Joey?
I'm fat, but I'm not nearly as fat as Eric.
All right, so Joey tries to help Eric, with his various lifestyle and eating choices.
But meanwhile, he's sitting there eating pizza while he's telling him to stop.
All right, here you go.
Hey, Ed, do you have a 7-Eleven by where you live?
Here, I got a 7-Eleven. I can walk there in like 1 second. It's
okay,
almost...
Listen to me. I just went, after my doctor's appointment, I went to 7-Eleven and had a pizza pie from 7-Eleven. No fucking joke.
How much? When was this, Eric?
After I left my physical therapy.
Okay, again, Eric, when was this?
You're going to get to the...
Posters in their window that they...
Talk to Eric about a weigh-in, I guess,
Videotape it.
One day before I go out.
We would jump on the bandwagon.
2 nights ago, there was a bunch of slashings.
Somebody told me about that. Yeah.
So they bring up slashing. I think it was black people.
Around Union. And, it was video.
Yeah, he was a nigger.
Eric. Whoa, Eric.
Yeah, a black people were slashing people, and then Eric goes, "Yeah, I was a nigger."
Video.
Yeah, he was a nigger.
Eric. Whoa, Eric. Eric, what the fuck, dude? Whoa. Eric, why are you on my air fucking saying that, man?
Damn, Jimmernam, you jealous, bro.
We're not being censored by the FCC.
Eric, just the fact
Time
that
to
you can
go
say it
home.
doesn't mean you should say it. Do you understand that concept? I don't think you do.
Do you have those feelings in your heart?
Back to
Do you don't like
obscurity.
blacks?
We're not being fucking censored by the FCC.
Eric, of course we're not. You don't say that on my show, man.
We can.
No, it's the same reason I don't shout out something like Jews are evil, or fucking use Heine, or kite,
Okay.
or kite.
Blacks are evil.
Eric. Eric, really, I'm freaked out right now, dude. Do you really
think blacks are evil, Eric?
I'm sorry.
Listen, blacks are good for one thing. And Jemima syrup and pancakes.
Eric, you know Howard Stern's going to be hearing this, and Robin is going to be hearing this.
Alright, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
To all the black people out there, I'm sorry. I send my condolences on what I said. I will never say it again. And God bless all of you black people. Thank you.
Yeah, brother, love you.
Love you too.
Okay, here.
Do you? Do you have a lot of people tuning in?
Here we go.
I guarantee he's saying it next week again, you know?
Well, luckily, Joey has no listeners, so no one was offended.
It was finally heard here.
Yeah.
I so do.
Do you? Do you have a lot of people tuning in?
Yeah, man.
Good.
Look me up on iTunes, the Joey Boot Show, and like I said, podtrash.com.
All right.
So,
Joey,
Friday night.
good job.
Yeah, man. Yeah, brother, love you.
Love you too. All right, Joey Boots with the big podcast. With that.
Yeah, man.
Good.
Look me up on iTunes, the Joey Boot Show, and like I said, podtrash.com.
Podtrash.com. Suck a big fat one, Jimmernam. Fucking faggot. Lion sack of shit. I'm a legend, but there ain't no need for myth. Okay?
All right. So, Joey, good job.
I was really shocked. Eric has never expressed.
FCC.
That was the best, that the FCC is not censoring.
There you go. There you go. Podtrash, the OG. Vinny the lawyer has now confirmed it. That all you fuckers like Jimmer and Elisa, Jordana and Shuli tried to replicate it in the Gonzo Podcast Network. Tried to. He's used those words. They tried. Attempted. Okay? So suck my dick. And with that, guys, let's play us out. The new song from Yeezy himself. And thank you guys for joining. Thank you, Jesse, for coming on. Thank you, Comedy Shaman. Thank you to the Redbar fans, the people who came and hate watch, the Jesse fans, Podawful fans, and people who came to hate watch him, and all those in between, and the Comedy Shaman fans, of course. Thank you guys, and good night. Until next time, we'll be back. Okay? Goodbye.
We're gonna take this pussy nigga out. Yo, Dot, I got you.
Don't reload. Go.
You know we had to get the hooligans up here. We're gonna take this pussy nigga out. Yo, Dot, I got you.
Can't stop, won't stop. I just fucked your bitch in a Sean John tank top. Treat a bad bitch like she average. I treat a bad bitch like a fat bitch, and they never let me get money again. On my Cat Williams when they get funny again. Yeah, you see they tried to count me out. I like that. We just hit a #1. We right back. 500 down on the bottom, 500 up at the top. Titanium grills, call that smile on the rocks. I done had everything that you're able to got. I ain't been a drill too. I ain't gonna lie, it was chopped.
Hey, another one, volume 1. Then it's 2 and 3. Vultures on repeat.
Still feel like Pablo, drug dealer street. Pluto sent the drones, a hit like Metro Beach. It's a rap for niggas. Where's Lucien? Serve your master, nigga. You caught a little bag for your masters, didn't you? Lifetime deal, I feel bad for niggas. Y'all so out of sight, out of mind. I can't even think of a Drake line. Play J. Cole, get the pussy dry. Play this shit back 130 times.
Young dope dealer selling dope, is you like that? Kicking doors, kicking in doors, is you like that? Young throw niggas selling lows, is you like that? All 24, you won't go, is you like that? Niggas from the bottom really like that. Stepping in balances if you like that. Pop another bottle if you like that. Bitch didn't get no AP, she got Pelican for Phillip. Taking out to the moon, got Shaman on my feet. Bang.
Is this new? This part?
Out like a goon, now she got me playing for keeps. G6 and strong, we take drugs through the week. I can barely talk when I got Miley in my body. You don't have to say nothing, get money in your hobby. Made it out the struggle, my hustle, I got it. Came out the mud, ain't no dirt on my product. Young dope dealer selling dope, is you like that? Kicking dope. selling lows, is you like that? All 24, you won't go, is you like that? Niggas from the bottom really like that.
I'm a dype beast.
Stepping in Balences if you like that.
Dype beast.
Pop another bottle if you like that.
I'm a dype beast.
Was once a thug from around the
Perfect.